Remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. Away, away, I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. Look at the stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way, sailing on my soul for your light. Come find me, I'm reaching out.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
But I just want it.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it.
Take it to myself, take it to myself, take it to myself, to myself, take it to myself, take it to myself, take it to myself.
Okay.
Take it to myself, take it to myself, take it to myself, to myself, take it to myself, take it to myself, take it to myself.
Oh, baby. If I'm just a mistake, what do you come back to me? Every step that you take echoes through me. Don't let me go. Oh, don't let me go.
close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you.
invincible.
Come in, come in. I could seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when your answer ain't to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. So let me catch you. So let me catch you slipping by. Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely nights?
inside I couldn't see. Blind, I was blinded, and I don't see once I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. All for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
confession that you're my obsession. You're pulsing through me. The blood is rushing and I am trusting you'll come save me. My knees
이번 대지는 조금 많이 어렵게 걸린 것 같아요.
대지는 저희가 락스 아니면 SKT 둘 중에 한 팀이었는데 둘 다 워낙 강한 팀이라 누가 걸려도 별로 상관은 없었고
저희가 더 센 상대로 더 열심히 준비를 해서 이긴다면은 정말 결승까지 직행을 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
전에 저희가 8강에서 떨어졌기 때문에 이번에는 적어도 4강 이상은 가야 될 것 같아요.
EDG doesn't have to choose. Everyone is killable at this point. Spawn is like an anime hero. He sits on the bench, he recovers from injury, and just when they need him after everyone is dead, he comes in and saves EDG season. Superhuman performance from Pawn.
Just wrecking through the team, and that's a double kill. Scout will pick up the Quadra. Threads the needle, goes back in. Peter looking for the steal. He does it one more time.
Clearlove's up 50-50 with Baron at 2,700 HP. He goes in, Clearlove steals the Baron.
And the Rox Tigers show up and finish #1 in Group A.
Hello, hello. Today, the Windy City hosts a battle between the first place teams from Korea and China. The LCK and LPL champions are here, supported by thousands of screaming League of Legends fans in this historic Chicago theater. EDG fans out in force. Rox Tiger, though, they've got plenty of support here in the building. And let me tell you, these people have been loud for a while now, not just as we start the show. Now you're seeing Edward Gaming here. They're arriving at the arena just moments ago. They'll be facing a formidable Rox Tigers. For many, the tournament favorites coming in and a tough opponent here in the quarterfinals. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, joined tonight by a panel of experts, Alberto Crumbs Rangifo, Jake Spawn Tiberi, and Martin DeFicio. Gentlemen, day 3. And I've got you all on my desk, my dynamic trio, if I will.
Yeah, experts is a very strong word, but we are here as good friends. And Jake and I, we got to cast yesterday with SKT, and it was a great series, honestly.
As someone that got to watch it from the stand, you guys did a good job, but the crowd was so loud and so excited for the games that I really enjoyed it.
And we've had 3 on the first day, 4 on the second day. We're hoping for 5 games here tonight. But now, it is time to pass it down to the stage to introduce tonight's quarterfinal contenders.
Hello to everyone around the world, and especially to everybody in the Chicago theater. Please put your hands together and welcome today's quarterfinalists. Starting with the #1 seed from the LPL, it's Edward Gaming! Starting in the top lane, Coral 1. In the jungle, Clearlove. Starting mid laner, Scout. AD carry, Deft. Support, Mako. Superstar substitute, Pawn. And their coach, Rapid Star. put your hands together for Edward Gaming. Their opponents on the Rift today, the reigning champions of LCK, the current kings of Korea, Rox Tigers. Top lane, Smeb. Jungle Peanuts. Mid lane, Kuro. AD carry, Prey. Support, Gorilla. Substitute, Cry. And their coach, Nofei. Chicago, one more time for EDG versus Rox.
Two of our tournament favorites coming into Worlds this year. Sadly, one of them will be departing tonight and one moving on to face SK Telecom of all teams. But I mean, exactly what we have to talk about. The storyline of these teams, that they were such tournament favorites and high expectations coming in.
And I don't know that you have to be sad that you get it in the quarterfinal, because at least we get it at some point in this tournament. So many people were excited to see these two late-game team-fighting powerhouses square off against each other on Summoner's Rift, and now we get to see it today.
All right, well, let's load up the quarterfinal bracket and take the pulse of the tournament so far. Samsung Galaxy and SK Telecom T1 have secured their place on the Madison Square Garden marquee and will do battle in the semifinals next week. SKT will be joined by the winner of today's matchup between Rox and EDG. Now, SKT clinched their spot after 4 games yesterday, looking like a strong contender for next week's semifinal.
Yeah, and it was honestly a super fun series to watch, especially if you're a fan of SKT, because they got to show not only great like team play, but also individual play. Like we have Fake Always, we always talk about him, and then down the bot lane, bang. And, of course, Wolf just had a fantastic series overall. Definitely my 2 MVPs. And they actually outplayed Uzi and Mata.
And that's the crazy thing. We talk about the discipline, the strong team play, how good they are macro. And then RNG throw this gauntlet at the SK Telecom bottom lane, and they come up stronger as individual players, and Uzi and Mata really got to take your hat off to those
And that strong individual play just transitions into the really crisp macro play that we always compliment them on, and the way that it shows is that they always make smarter plays and less mistakes. And that's why the plays that they make are always netting more gold. They go for the highest reward possible on the map, and that allows them to snowball really well. And that's what lets them claw back into those games, because they know what play they need to make sure that they stay relevant.
And you know, SKT, they keep doing it to us, but a rough group stage now heading into the final portion, and they look so damn good, so damn coordinated. And you have to think that if anyone comes up against this lineup, they are going to be very hard to take down.
Have to be a little bit careful. You know, we don't want to give them the title just yet. They haven't actually faced any of the other Korean teams, who obviously have shown they can beat them back in Korea as well. Could be Rox Tigers, could be Samsung in a potential final. I think SKT look fantastic, but they haven't won the title yet.
Well, today we'll find out if the Rox Tigers join the other Korean squads in the next round, or if EDG can carry the banner of China to the semifinals. Now, each of these teams had huge expectations coming into Worlds, and both, well, let's be honest, they had less than stellar performances in groups.
Yeah, and you have to take an even closer look at EDG, because now they're playing with an emergency sub. Unfortunately, Mouse, due to personal issues, is back in China, and they've brought in Koro. And people have great memories of this guy, but he hasn't played since Spring Finals, where they lost against RNG, which was a huge upset. He's a big team fighter. He plays a lot of Gnar, Trundle, Poppy, the like that Scout also, Mouse also played up in the top lane, but this is going to be an uphill battle, because they chose to play with Mouse over Koro this split.
No doubt having an emergency sub is an added challenge for EDG, but we have seen glimpses of success for them in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, with EDG, we've seen some good games and some really bad games, but I think actually it all falls back to the drafting. Like, historically, we've seen them adapt well in drafts over, like, a best-of-5, but in best-of-1s, in group stage, a lot of times they would draft, like, these competitions where only one lane could really win, and if those guys didn't step up and actually played well, the team would just fall apart early on, and that is something where we got to look at the coach, but I do think They have the infrastructure to actually adapt in a best-of-5 series and bring up some better drafts.
And the drafting just makes the job of a jungler that much harder. And we can kind of credit that to Clearlove's underperforming. We had this guy as one of the top 20 junglers in the world coming into it. Unfortunately, not the best games for him in the group stages. I do believe, however, but as you mentioned, that this team is a best-of-5 team, that they can bounce back with a solid draft, with lanes that allow them to push up and make Clearlove just have free roam on the map.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he can do it, because you have to remember that Clearlove played 83% of his games on Rek'Sai Gragas this split, and having Gragas gutted and Rek'Sai be heavily contested and banned away from him a lot actually put them in a severe disadvantage in the group stage.
Yeah, and also we got to look at the fact they had like trouble. If you look at like top lane performance was an issue, so he couldn't really go top lane and rely on that one. Bot lane was the one he had to play around, but that's very predictable, so teams would kind of counter against it and ward against it. So it's very hard for Clearlove to like find a lane he could snowball properly, and that again made him look even worse. He just kind of pulled across the entire map. They need to fix that for today. He needs to find the right lane to go for.
And now we've talked about the emergency sub situation for the team, but we haven't talked about the standard sub situation for the team. We've got Pawn, we've got Scout. Scout will be starting today, but this is something that they have employed throughout their season.
And let's talk about why Scout is starting, because Pawn started Worlds and they said they didn't want to carry 2 rookies in. Now with Koro back in the starting lineup, a lot of experience, they feel confident starting Scout, and he was a better mid laner throughout the entire split. They rested Pawn and he showed up at Worlds, but Scout was the go-to man during the LPL summer.
And of course, there is an opportunity for them to sub him in at any point through this series after the first game. Now, on the opposite side of the rift, we have the Rox Tigers, who also showed some weakness in groups, despite being the #1 seed from LCK.
Yeah, and once again, I feel like we're also looking at draft. When we look at the Rox Tigers, we expect a lot from them. When we saw the group draw, it was like, wow, okay, that's an easy group. That's a 6-0 most likely for the Rox Tigers. But drafting-wise, they've been disrespectful, honestly. They gave Aurelion Sol over to CLG. You don't do that, first of all. And then second of all, you don't draft losing lanes across the board, because then again, in this meta, you just fall too far behind. And that has been a big issue for them.
Although, to be fair, I felt like in the last 2 games in their group stages, they buckled down and said, we're going to pick our comfort picks. We saw Victor for Kuro. We saw 2 games back-to-back for Peanut on the Elise, and he just went off. Not only able to provide enough pressure for the early game, but just having such a massive contribution in terms of damage, on top of like 1 million Baron steals that he had to just keep his dreams and pretty much crush everybody else's.
Yeah, exactly right. But what all this did for the Rox Tigers is turn around what was a poor group stage early game, because this team time and time again were falling into holes against the likes of Albus, Nox, which you just would not expect during the LCK regular season. And if you give EDG that get out of jail free card, let them get to the late game, that's where they can punish you.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to look at a positive for the Rox Tigers in group stage, it was late game team fighting. Yes, EDG are also late game monsters, but the Tigers, even being down like 5-6k gold, they would even win late game fights. They almost came back in some of the games they lost, and actually came back in other games. Think of the G2-1 with the Baron steal into now a 1 team fight due to Smeb. So because they have Smeb, who's a fantastic team fighter, and the team understands how to play around him, late game, they can still win games for sure.
But I do feel that there is similarities between these teams, and people are looking at it one-sided due to recency bias. I mean, EDG had peaks and troughs throughout the whole of the group stages, and they're coming in as heavy underdogs. Maybe the first time that this team has ever come into a best-of-5 heavy underdogs, whereas Rox, they were struggling and then closed out incredibly well.
Yeah, and I also want to be clear that the reason why we can be so critical of both of these teams right now is because of the expectations. It's because of what they put up in their seasons back in their home regions. They were such dominant teams that the expectation is for them to live up to that level.
Yep.
And if they do get to that level, my goodness, we're in for a really fantastic
Yeah,
series.
and I want to jump off your point about Rox being fantastic in the late game team fight. EDG is the same thing. These guys are monsters at team fighting. You know, the substitute from Koro, he's known as a team fighter, and Pawn and Scout, they're able to do really well. But in particularly for me, Clearlove, everybody that jungles looks up to him and how to play the team fights properly. I think that if he can't find the ganks, that's fine. You know that he's going to be able to deliver in the team fights, especially in the best-of-5.
Now, the one matchup that we haven't touched on, and we need to because it's arguably the closest matchup in this series, is the battle in the bot lane between Prey and Deft.
And Prey is a guy that I've been looking at and admiring the whole of the summer split, then coming into Worlds. Spell weaving, AD carries it back in, and that means Prey, with all the utility as well as the Ezreal, is really shining. And I think this guy is one of the most undersung heroes because his laning phase is good and his team fighting is like nothing short of brilliant.
Yeah, really nothing bad to say about Prey, and really nothing bad to say about Deft either on the other side. I feel like he is the main carry If you look at EDG, he's the guy you want to feed on EDG as well, because when it comes to both laning phase and team fighting, he's almost perfect in that regard. Give him a good matchup, he will win that lane. Give him some good protection in team fights, he will carry that team fight as well. So I'm actually looking at Deft being like the big guy to win this for EDG, but he needs the team around him.
And both of them actually have hyper carries up their back pocket. I mean, when you look at Prey, famous for his Twitch. When you look at Deft, the Jinx and Twitch come out as well. So I really do think that they're much more versatile than people actually think coming in with their champion pool.
All right, well, let's lock in your predictions before the casters take over down the line. Who's booking our third trip to New York City? Chrome, starting with you.
Well, I mean, if we look at the week 2 performances for both of these teams, I do feel like Rox is on an upswing and EDG was on a downswing. I feel like Rox is coming in as a stronger team, and I think that they're going to be able to take it 3-1.
All right, 3-1 vote here for Rox. Spawn.
I have a small fire still burning in my heart for EDG in saying that I am afraid it's about to be snuffed out. I think that Rox will take this. In saying that, I think that this is the closest quarterfinal that we will see all weekend.
All righty, and Officio.
Yeah, I think Rox Tigers will take it as well, 3-1. I think they just have more options in the pick and ban phase, more flexibility, because they can actually play around Smeb as a big carry, which is going to be huge for them, and they can kind of match EDG along the way. So I think the pick and ban phase that I value very highly goes in favor of Rox, and that's why they're going to win.
Well, 3 votes for Rox Tigers here on the desk. My vote is for 5 games, no matter who takes it. Now, throughout the tournament, we're bringing you an alternate take on Worlds 2016 over on Riot Games 2. Click on over to the player experience stream, where our team of casters are joined today by Matt and Kiwi Kid for a closer look at the top lane here in Game 1. SKT and their coach Koma are looking on with great interest at the outcome of this quarterfinal.
제가 기계도 아니고 적으로 만나지 않으면 굉장히 응원하고 있습니다. 저희 팀 다 거쳐간 선수들, 뭐 예찬이뿐만 아니라 모든 선수들 경기 다 보면서 응원하고 있고요. 근데 적으로 만나면 그냥 말 그대로 적이죠. 죽여야 됩니다. 이겨야 돼요.
And now we get to find out who their enemies will be. Welcome to the Caster Desk, everyone. My name is David Freak Turley. I'm joined here by Joshua Jat Leisman and Chris Papa Smithy Smith. Ready to get ourselves into today's quarterfinal best of 5. And because we're about to get started, let's check out these starting lineups for both of these teams. Starting out with South Korea's #1 team, Rox Tigers. Smeb, 2-time Korean MVP in the top lane. Peanut in the jungle. Kuro in mid. Prey at AD carry. Gorilla on support with their coach, Nofei.
Rox Tigers looking good coming into this. On the red side, we also have Edward Gaming also looking to improve from group stage. Koro in the top lane. Clear Love in the jungle. Scout starting in the mid lane. Deft is the AD carry. Mako support. And Rapid Star helping out with picks and bans as the coach.
And guys, I'm so excited to see this game. Honestly, this is one of the last remaining international dream matches we have never seen. These two teams have never played each other. During the regular season, if I could choose any best of 5 to see, it would be these two teams facing off. But they've been wayward in the group stage.
Yeah, as the analyst desk was pointing out, there are a lot of similarities between these two teams. Both of these teams had a tiebreaker match before first and second place in their group stage. They started their group stage 4-2, and the winner of the tiebreaker would get first in the group. Obviously, Rox was able to beat ANX in theirs, and EDG lost to H2K there, and then they ended up drawing each other in the quarterfinals. But I was on the stage during the draw show, and when they drew each other, they were kind of shaking their heads and smiling because they did not want to face each other in the quarterfinals, as pre-tournament, they wanted this to be a finals matchup.
And you talk about pre-tournament favorites. Think of the last 3. SK Telecom were the consensus favorite Season 3, dominated all the way through. Season 4, we talk about Samsung White. People were on the ball with SKT last year. This year, it was everyone pretty much united, saying Rox Tigers right up there, EDG perhaps as the second favorite. And Rox Tigers especially haven't lived up to the name that they've kind of been given. And you have to justify pre-tournament favorites, and Rox haven't done that.
Exactly. They were so dominant, especially in the regular season in Korea, but a little bit shaky whenever they run into high-pressure matches. And as soon as they hit the group stage, the pressure does ramp up a little bit. The meta also changed a little bit. It's a little bit harder to find hard-engaged champions. I think that's incredibly important for Rox, that they can find the fights that they so benefit from. And they really haven't found exactly what was working for them over in Korea.
Yeah, exactly. You talk about Rox underperforming in highly pressured matchups. Rox continue to do very well in the Korean regular season over in the LCK, and then time after time they make the finals, only to drop to SKT, and make the finals, and drop to SKT, make the finals, not have to play SKT, so thankfully they won their final matchup this time around to take that #1 seed. And Edward Gaming had the best regular season record of any professional team this year, and now they're in this stage, the #2 seed in this quarterfinal match.
And there's a few things I really want to hit on in the pick and ban phase. I love the Elise ban from EDG because Peanut really crushed on that jungler towards the end of the group stage. I also expect more jungle bans to follow. I think Elise and Nidalee are big bans for EDG, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Rox ban Syndra because of the mid lane pressure that could have for Scout.
And that's kind of the unique thing that Rox Tigers get the flexibility of, is that 2 jungle bans is almost always the norm against this team. In 2016, Peanut is 12-0, undefeated Nidalee, 25-2 on Elise. They so often first pick one of those 2 champions if they're available. EDG's done their research, but on the analyst desk, they were talking about the Rek'Sai point as well, and Rox Tigers banning it away on blue. It's a champion they kind of default to, but not one they find big success on.
Yeah, to me, the fact that Rox first picks the jungler actually goes to show how important it is that Peanut can dictate the flow for this team. Most teams try and play League of Legends through vision control and pressure in the mid lane and then work outwards. But the Rox Tigers actually have a mid laner who absorbs pressure. They put Peanut on an aggressive jungler and they try and win through the top and bottom lane and then collapse that pressure to the mid lane. So these picks and bans make a decent amount of sense coming in here. Double jungle ban, no Kennen ban, which surprises me, and a first pick Caitlyn.
I really like the first pick Caitlyn. That's actually the pick that H2K used to so much success against EDG twice on the last day of groups, beat them also in that first seed match as well. It feels like EDG have gone laning focused. Why they've played Nami 5 out of 7 games, going for that laning power. Not many AD carries, not even many duos can stand up to the Caitlyn.
Yeah, and I do also think, though, because of the final Jhin ban, they were kind of hoping that Rox would go with the bottom lane like that, because the trade back power of being able to get Ryze and Olaf, 2 often banned champions as we progress later on in this tournament, especially when you have a triple ban in the jungle already, is relatively valuable for EDG.
And one thing I love about Worlds is every year, tournaments become sleeper picks and become higher and higher priorities throughout the weeks to come. Zyra has been picked now, 5 games in a row in the quarterfinals. This lane-dominant bottom lane sort of style, right? The first pick, Caitlyn, the Zyra to go aside next to it. The 2 longest range auto attackers you could pick for these roles, and it's Rox Tigers hoping to completely push out and smash this bottom lane.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Zyra versus Karma support matchups yesterday. I think the trend will come over here as well. Karma gives Ezreal some pushing ability, you know, the Mantra Q, for example, onto the minions. So they've gone for Ezreal Nami so many times and lost with it frequently. At least Karma has the shove that Nami does not.
Yeah, and also Karma has a little bit more poke potential if you can weave the Qs through the plants. The rest of this draft phase will be really interesting, though, because we already have the Ryze in the mid lane for EDG, meaning they are going to counterpick for their emergency sub, and they leave Rox a lot of freedom with their soul lanes right now.
You see the most pressure top laner you can select in the Jace. A lot of kill pressure, a lot of push pressure, perhaps a Rumble to stand up to it. It looks like we might actually see Koro consider that, even though it's not in his traditional wheelhouse. That information, very outdated, 6-month-old information on Koro.
Exactly. Koro hasn't been playing for EDG, but it's not like he hasn't been playing League of Legends and keeping up with what champions he should be picking in the top lane. Rumble can actually shove Jason in the very early levels, but after Jace gets some magic resistance, you lose kill pressure, and it becomes more of a team fight pick.
So
hasn't locked it in yet, though.
Exactly. And you were talking about tournament metas, Freak, even series meta, because what we see from Kuro is he often reaches for these new picks. Sometimes, like the Victory, innovates them, but frequently, we saw his attempt at Syndra early in this tournament, wasn't convincing. He's played 1 game ever on Aurelion Sol back in the LCK, wasn't convincing. So if he can actually start to draw bans on Aurelion Sol, on those champions, not like his Victor, for example, that is much more well known for, that pinches the ban pool even more for EDG.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how effective his Aurelion Sol is, because he was one of the first players to actually pick it in Korea, but it didn't become one of his mainstay picks. It does have the potential to solve the problem of them not having strong mid lane control. Because Aurelion Sol can shove up so quickly and then look to roam, it can be effective, but it's dangerous if Peanut cannot get the proper ward control for Kuro's mid lane.
And let's consider the effective champion pool usually of Kuro. Victor and Varus, wave clear but not necessarily roam champions. We do not often talk about Kuro and Peanut roaming as a duo, so the question mark remains, will this be a good fit for the Rox Tigers draft?
Always going to be a question that they can answer with their gameplay to get a shot of the wonderful crowd here in Chicago cheering on which teams they want to win. And I gotta say, some phenomenal camera shots here. So we are getting ready now for game one of our third quarterfinal match. The right to play SK Telecom T1 in the semifinals. And people in the stands and people at home can cheer on your favorite team. Make some noise on Twitter or here in the stands. Hashtag RoxWin, hashtag EDG win for which squad you want to come out on top. Is it gonna be the #1 team from South Korea or the #1 team from the Chinese LPL to get ourselves in?
Yeah, and you can actually see a fair number of EDG signs in the crowd. That team actually travels quite well as far as their fan base. But looking at these team compositions very early on in the game, the worry for EDG is that they're not going to have enough pressure in their lanes. Rox Tigers have managed to pick a very strong bottom lane, a pushing mid lane, and once he gets a few levels, a pushing top lane. And that'll make it very difficult for ClearLove to make things happen on Olaf.
I think that's so important, Jab, because the Olaf in particular has been best used with pushing lanes, early invades, say, stealing away a blue buff from a jungle that's been trying to pass it off at level 4. I feel like if you're getting pushed in, Olaf's just power farming. He's not as strong. It's all about the skirmish with Olaf, so they'll need to really find some lane pressure to really facilitate Olaf at its maximum capacity.
And the way this game goes is really going to tell us a lot about the rest of the series, because at least during the group stage, EDG didn't really seem to have a true identity. The biggest example of that was that ClearLove played 7 different junglers in the 7 games he played. Olaf, now the first jungler he has repeated to play at Worlds.
And then you talk to analysts and they're like, wow, Rox looked like themselves 2 games right at the end of the group stages. No coincidence, first picking Elise in both of those games. The ultimate comfort, 27 games on Elise from Rox Tigers this year already.
And of course, you saw Edward Gaming ban away those favored peanut champions, the Elise, the Nidalee, the things that he has such an amazing win rate on. And the question really does come up, are we going to see the last 2 games Rox Tigers or the entire first week and a half Rox Tigers? And the same for EDG. This is a squad that dominated China and then lost to EU LCS's #3 team to take the #2 seed out of the group. And the real question is, which form of these 2 teams shows up today?
I mean, the simple storyline is which sleeping giant wakes up today, because both these teams were supposed to go far, but only one will make semifinal.
And you can already see the battle over wave pushing in this bottom lane. Mako's been very accurate with his Qs, so the first wave actually clears at the same time, but you still expect the Zyra and the Caitlyn to be able to shove out. Whoever can get level 2 first may actually get the advantage in this lane. Let's track it.
We've even seen Gorilla hope for some fortunate plant spawns. The passive actually can be really important in very tight matchups like this. No fortunate seeds, and as this third minion drops, both teams get level 2.
Away. The other thing we have to point out, we didn't see it in the mid lane, but Kuro actually did go and steal away a Raptor from that camp, which is going to delay ClearLove's jungle experience a little bit. And they also got a ward in the red buff of ClearLove. So when he goes to do that camp, it's going to allow Prey and Gorilla much more freedom with the way they play the lane, because they will have knowledge of where ClearLove started and where he is.
And that's going to be happening right now as he crests into the red buff, and then Rox Tigers says, hey,
bottom out.
Olaf is top lane, bot lane completely free to push with impunity, and Svev, just be careful you don't push too hard because there is an Olaf near you.
And that's just one of the many reasons Aurelion Sol can be so effective. It's almost impossible for Ryze to prevent that ward from being placed early on in the game, unless ClearLove were to have started on the red side and gone for a gank when he does Raptor camp, which obviously didn't happen. Olaf, most of the time, starts blue buff.
So with Koro in the lineup, a lot of question marks were raised about, will this change EDG? Because Mouse's performance, of course, wasn't of the highest caliber at Worlds.
Going for the play, he's going to land the root onto Kuro inside the minion wave.
Mana.
Couple more shots get landed, one more auto attack, and that is Ghost down, but a lot of health gone from Kuro.
Just to finish the point on Koro, the big thing was they weren't playing around top lane when they had Mouse in the lineup. Would they adjust it? Rumble does push in early, is at pressure of ganks, but for now, that phase has been skipped for EDG.
Just got to see how they play their way through this mid game. You're seeing a small gold lead for Rox Tigers. A lot of it you're seeing in the top lane matchup, already 27-17 here with Smeb over Koro. And Scout forgot that that got warded in the previous fight.
Yeah, I actually don't like the fact that Scout's had his recall interrupted twice, because I think it's fairly avoidable. Something that was completely non-existent when Rox has picked mid lane dominant picks in the past, like when they played Syndra, was the mid lane vision control. But they've actually fixed that, at least early on in this game. Look at the vision control in the river. Pink ward in the brush, normal wards over top of the brush in multiple lanes, not to mention they already have some brushes warded. So this makes it very difficult for ClearLove to make anything happen.
And Nofi was always respected as a really innovative coach, especially in picks, mid lane Nautilus, other craziness that came out, especially in 2015. I like that we're seeing some in-game adaptation because when you're researching for Rox Tigers, the team playing around Kuro, especially in the early game, as never really one of your top 10 concerns when you're facing this team.
But instead you're seeing them play around their stronger side. And coming into this matchup, you expected Smeb to be one to bully around Koro. Smeb, again, two-time LCK MVP. Even when Rox didn't win, he was still the most voted MVP player. Coming in, was he the best player in the world coming into the World Championship? So far, he has not played like the literal best player in League of Legends, but now up against someone who did not even play a game during the summer split, and he is blasting this lane open.
Yeah, and it's fairly early as well, before they've even been able to go back to shop. The laning phase for Smeb in the group stage was much below his expectations, for sure. He had a lot of uncharacteristic deaths, and then was still able to transition to team fights, but you expect more from Smeb, and now Koro decides to stick around. Pretty dangerous without vision control, but with Peanut on the bottom side of the map, it's most likely going to be safe.
You are seeing these mid laners trade back and forth. Of course, a moderate minion deficit right now for Scout in the mid lane after losing those 2 recalls and being late back to lane, but it's still Rox Tigers, the squad that's playing more aggressively, finding the plays. Peanut right now in the fog of war, and Mako is like, do I want to check this? Gets away from the root, and he's fine.
And a little bit lucky to be fine, actually, because you saw the vision toggle there. They have very little control of this map right now after EDG, and this was the fear after this draft phase where multiple lanes for EDG are getting pushed into the turret, which doesn't buy them the time to get vision control anywhere that's necessary. And Clearlove now isn't necessarily spotted, but Rox is hunting.
Walk into 2, just kidding. Around the side he goes, gets the double slow.
Ghosts away.
Yeah, actually burns a ghost summoner spell for that. He doesn't even have boots, so getting away would be hard otherwise.
That's actually pretty big summoner to blow at level 5, soon to be level 6. The Ragnarok ganks at 6 have been super common as the trading continues in mid. For now, Kuro getting pressured out. We've only seen him shop once, I'm sure. Another shop coming in for Kuro.
And you're seeing how close these 2 mid laners are actually fighting. Both mana pools are getting dangerously low over and over. Kuro is hard shoving and then recalling. This is, I think, his 3rd recall now. He got one back for boots, once for the Darksteel, now for boots too as well. But Scout's also constantly running out of mana, and these blue buffs are incredibly important to hand over because imagine Scout had a full mana pool. You could have forced a flash at a Kuro possibly.
Yeah, the one thing you want Peanut and Kuro to actually do more of is try and get vision control towards that 7-minute respawn of the blue buff, because that is a potential way of shutting down Scout. As of now, though, since Scout's gotten the blue buff, he's looking for a play. Do they realm warp in, or do they walk? Also a gank top side.
All right, double sides, the flash knockback. Here's the ward up in, the kick as well. Lands the Sonic Wave. That's first blood in for Peanut. Meanwhile, Prey has to do just that. He's running, gonna have Clearlove. Ash gonna lose his life. A kill in for Prey. Rox Tigers still not saying die. Finally, the kills come through for Scout. 2-2 overall, but Kuro is not done. Voice of Flight tags Mako, flash the chain.
Oh my goodness!
He's gonna try to get some of it, but they're inside the orbit. They're not taking any damage. He finally gets one and gets away with it. Kuro makes it 3-2, Rox Tigers.
And such a close series of events right there. The gank top was golden, but that just allowed EDG safety with their gank bottom, and Kuro was a little bit late to the roam. So close to being a triple kill for Scout, which could have had huge implications over the game, but as they trade it back, it ends up actually being a 2-for-2 bottom side and a positive play top side.
Might actually see some more information. So far, Jace is staying top. We don't have the vision toggle just yet. There he is.
Kuro does have flash. Does he use it?
Peanut is around. Kuro gonna go for the 1v2. Plenty of damage to deal to the Rox Tigers jungler. And at least he trades it back. That's the best it could have been right here. Kuro burns his flash for no avail, but at least trades a kill back.
And quite critical, actually, that both of those kills have gone to Peanut. So even though Smeb does get an experience edge, he's not going to completely slingshot him in gold. Only 400 gold could be much worse for Kuro.
See another push in. You're seeing and hearing the crowd chant for EDG. Their fans are here in attendance, hoping to cheer on their region's #1 team. And what is a close game so far?
This is the bot lane gank. So it was actually the realm walk. Very smart to actually put it behind the turret. They knew they were going for a dive. 4 men committed to the bot side. We already saw the kill in top. Clearlove actually doesn't use Ragnarok to start. He ends up taking an extra turret shot he didn't need to. This could have actually been better for EDG.
I feel like Clearlove misplayed that. He should have been running in with Ragnarok over top of the trap, but then Scout flashes out of the ultimate from Kuro, and a lot of shields come through all across the board. Deft doesn't stick for the last auto attack because he was afraid an orb plus a turret shot would kill him, but he most likely could have finished that kill onto Kuro.
And Scout himself actually picked a different combo from what he could have on Ryze. He put 2 spells in between the overload to grant himself a shield, but he wasn't the one taking damage, so he missed an overload to shield himself from damage that never came in his way, and that kill would have gone through probably before Mako would have died.
And because of the repeat gang top, obviously not ideal to trade 1-for-1 in the second half of it. Smeb did actually get to push the minions in. He did get the advantage of Koro using his teleport to return to lane, so the CS difference up top has grown, and Jace can run away with the lane against Rumble.
I actually feel like this entire Rox team has the potential to run away with the game if Smeb and Kuro get the mid-game power spike and then transition to a lot of turret dives like Rox is known to do when they're at their best. EDG does still have to hold on. They're 1,000 gold now. They need to hold on for a lot longer.
I mean, it's 1,000 gold, and they have to hold on because of the itemization. We didn't even touch on it, but double tier to start the game from Ryze and Ezreal, very old power trough that's been well covered, but still a relevant one here. So they're spending their gold in items that will pay off later. We haven't seen the Rod of Ages yet either, so the window for EDG is around 25 minutes.
Wow, and look at that top lane turret already dead below 11 minutes. Here's a quick 1,100 gold for the team. Rox Tigers ballooning now to 2.4 thousand ahead. Really, really significant lead for this squad.
And we also wondered how Clearlove would attempt to play around that top side. Even though Mouse struggled in his games in the group stage, Clearlove actually spent a decent amount of time kind of trying to rescue that lane. Here, Clearlove does walk up right at the very end, but only as the turret falls, and he spent his time elsewhere. So this is the strategy they're trying to go for. They're going to try and deal with Smeb and Peanut, trying to feast on Koro, who's on his own, and try and win the rest of the map. So far, hasn't worked out great. They have gotten 2 kills for Scout, which I think is very beneficial. And honestly, EDG could have had a much worse start than this. I think they should be happy with the top lane going down, but Scout having 2 kills.
And look, EDG famously bot lane focused, especially in the LPL, all about Clearlove, setting up Deft and Mako, who either get their own advantage or get snowballed from the jungler. Very important to say that against a Caitlyn lane, for once, they're actually in a good spot. They got the gank, they got the preferential backs. The Karma adaptation means they can have the wave in the right spot. And in general, they are keeping ahead of Rox Tigers and even canceling a back cheekily as well.
Nicely done. 8 seconds bot right there. Spray's gonna have to delay his run back. Looks like Clearlove was able to last hit the Scuttle Crab in the bottom river. Fought Peanut for that and did a better job. So a few small games for Edward Gaming, but it's still 2K deficit.
Yep, the 2K deficit, and that's what Rox is going to try and punish right now. Even though Deft does have a CS advantage in the bottom side, Scout's yet to really complete any of his major items. Ryze still pretty powerful with just the Chair and the Catalyst, to be completely fair, but the Drake is going to be where Rox looks to make their big advantage. Rox doesn't necessarily have a good tank line in this game, but they have enough damage that if they can draw EDG toward the Drake, that's when I expect them to pounce.
Peanut soling out the Drake in this situation. The numbers for Rox are really interesting. We saw at the start of the game, 10 minutes, they're negative 700 gold, which not a great deficit. Peanut's probably going to have to duck out the back here. To 15 minutes, it goes to negative 75 gold. They continue to poke around the Drake. But from 15 to 20, there's actually a 1,200 gold shift. And we're coming towards that 15-minute mark. From there, it's consistently, Rox have got ahead.
Mid-game still looks pretty good. Teleport coming in.
Very late
Great
TP.
grab on
EDG
the
must
dragon,
want to
but
fight.
Here could be the fight. Peanut's rooted up. Nearly goes down. Struggles wants to buy some time. The knockup comes through in a flash to get Peanut to safety. The chase still for Edward Gaming. Can they get the damage they need? Looks like not. Rox Tigers take the Drake, get away, and save the TP, of course, for Smeb. So that's an advantage they also get.
A little surprising on the set of events that happened right there is EDG were a little bit late to pull the trigger going in there. Koro teleports as the Drake falls, so Rox doesn't have anything left to fight over, and they use the acceleration gate from Jace to disengage. Pretty close on a lot of those fights, and they actually end up burning 4 to 5 summoners defensively to get away from that.
But I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Koro was known for teleport when he was playing, but again, has been out of the competitive scene for a long time. There is going to be those teething problems, especially in game 1. There's scrim comms and there's stage comms. And for here, we're seeing a little bit of a discrepancy between the two for EDG.
And speaking of discrepancies, I love how these teams are kind of approaching the game. Edward Gaming putting a lot of their focus on the bottom lane. They have the entire tournament. Of the 7 games, not counting this one they've played so far, the tournament, 6 of those, the first turret they killed was bot lane. Deft is the damage shared leader of all AD carries here at Worlds. That is about this AD carry on Edward Gaming. Meanwhile, Rox Tigers are tunneling pretty hard on getting Smeb ahead. Peanuts ganks have been up there, 2 of their kills. This is the first time Rox have taken top lane turret as their first turret the entire tournament.
I mean, analysts across the world were scratching their heads with both Rox and EDG and Grooves, but this is definitely the one where you're like, okay, my research pays off. Turns out you want to get Smeb ahead, and it turns out that EDG want to get Deft and Mako ahead. Finally, League of Legends makes sense. It's taken quite a long time at Worlds, but so far so good in this series.
Yeah, and even if you look at this game, you also have to wonder which lane is EDG thinking they're going to be able to kill first. After the draft, assuming the game plays out in a normal fashion, Rox almost always takes the first turret in this matchup. EDG need to make sure it's just that one turret and keep it pretty close so that they can win team fights, because that's what they've drafted for here with the Rise and the Rumble. And so far, 2,000 gold is not that bad, really, when I keep saying it, considering the early game laning of Rox.
In the late game, Rox needs to be ahead because this is a team that wants to have pink wards down, catch someone when they come in. Because if they try to face check and put down a ward, maybe Lee Sin has a tricky ward hop to get out. But otherwise, they're so squishy that putting down counter vision when they're behind, there's a gold deficit 30 minutes in. Their options to actually fight over objectives are limited. They are truly a pure damage, pure pick team.
That is true. There's kind of limited tank options. You're even seeing Peanuts build actually focus on a Hex Sprinker second item to go with his Warrior Enchant, so it's really not a big front line here for Rox Tigers, and you know Rise and Ezreal can cut through those champions.
I mean, Peanut only ever has the attack damage and ability power tabs open on his shop. He doesn't know anything about tank. This guy's never bought Locket on Elise. Full damage at all points, and he sticks with the Lee Sin as well.
Looking for the root, doesn't quite land it there on a Mako. Karma's able to run away. Deft with the shield, and the snipe not going to mean too much. Good Arcane Shift to get away with it.
Yeah, Deft, a very good mechanical player. Always expect him to wait to Arcane Shift until you've thrown your skill shot, and then instead of just blindly shifting away, he will actually look at the direction of your skill shot to make sure he shifts away from it. So expertly done right there. Also, EDG have completed the Rod of Ages. They're hoping for the Muramana transform around 20 minutes, and then they'd be hitting their power spike. If they can synchronize that with Leandry's before they get snowballed on, it would be very good for them. But Rox does not want to give them time.
Nice aggression from Rox Tigers already surrounding on this bottom outer turret, but the minion wave is cleared away thanks to Deft's True Shot Mirage. If he hadn't cast that, the turret probably would have fallen, but that was still just one roam from Kuro. He might revisit on the next wave, and it might go down soon.
A little intriguing item point. It is actually an Infinity Edge straight up rushed by Prey. It isn't BF's sword pickaxe into a Hurricane, which means that Caitlyn's going to be going mid and matching wave clear. The advantage here is that Ghost Flash Aurelion Sol, if he's in the mid lane, can reach top and bot so quickly that it's actually nice to have him outpush Rise and go across the map rather than be anchored to bot and top, at least for now, 17 minutes in.
Absolutely agree. There's a lot of dynamic plays possible for Rox Tigers here, and so far they have held onto this 2,000 gold lead ever since they got that top lane turret down, and with that outer turret gone, there's not much else to pressure. They've got to find other parts of the map to push, but they're finding that their opponents here, the opposition, a bit stronger, you might say. Scout doing pretty well for himself, actually has gotten a minion kill lead back, but now he's looking for top lane tier 2, forcing the early flash out of Kuro. He ults to kill the minion wave, not knowing that he's just going to die himself. That's going to be a kill put through, but he will save the turret for now and buy time for the rest of the team to do something else maybe.
Yeah, Kuro really underestimating the damage there of Smeb and Kuro as they fly in right there. The ult, if placed more on himself, potentially could have kept him alive, and Peanut was even there to prevent anyone else from EDG collapsing during that dive. Rox have really taken control of that side of the map.
It's a nice way to win a game. Play to your strengths, make sure nothing else goes badly, and continue to knock that down. If it weren't for the equalizer, the turret probably would have fallen. You watch this gank again.
I mean, watching this replay, it feels like he could have layered it on the minion wave because you want to pick up some minions even if you die, and also to dissuade a dive. But either he gave in or just misjudged the situation completely, was blown up. When Jace goes as offensive as these no-tier Jace builds allow, the more Malmortius into Black Cleaver doesn't take many shots to kill someone.
Thankfully for Kuro, Rumble is pretty useful even if he doesn't have many items. The Leandry's Torment, the really core one that you need in that champion, and he'll at least be useful, but the problem is it is still a point of pressure that Rox continue to push at and gain advantages from.
Yeah, I do want to mention, though, that it's still just the one turret down for the Rox Tigers. The game is teetering on a knife's edge right here. If Rox is able to take down these 3 outer turrets, it's going to be a gargantuan gold lead that I don't think EDG will be able to overcome in teamfights. But if they keep this up and they get a good Realm Warp in, they have a chance.
Look for the play on the bot lane. Gorilla running out of health rapidly. The first kill going to come through, and Friendlove is just running out of HP. He's going to shift out of this one and run for your dear life. Kuro finishes the teleport to buy some time for the rest of his team. Will they get much going on, though?
Looks like the chase still continuing as Rox Tigers really want some more kills. Mako eats a cupcake. Egoza comes back in towards Peanut, but Koro taking all of his life and damage, gonna get dropped down for it. He turns around and gets killed for the transgression, and it's a 1-for-0 Rox Tigers coming out ahead.
Really not impressed with Clear Love's Olaf right there. With a few better axe throws and auto attacks, that would have been a dead Zyra at the start of that fight. And then the turnaround does show the rust of them playing with Koro. The equalizer comes in. While it was good to have it, he then gets caught up in Gorilla's snare, who should have been dead at the start of the fight. So a misplayed fight there by EDG cost them.
And you can't excuse lack of Ragnarok initiation on the turret dive either. Rox looking for more than just the turret.
Gonna land the Q, the flash and chase is slow, and a clear the kick into the wall. The kill comes through to Kuro with the orbiting stars, and more comes through for the Rox Tigers. Now a death stun's gonna land. Double kill for the mid laner. One more chase for Spab. Actually gonna run away from this one. Doesn't want it out of the turret, and wisely gets away in time, but there's plans to tank. There's a mini wave here. This turret could go down.
And this is vintage Rox Tigers turning on the acceleration. No Jace pun intended. After 15 minutes, up to 5,000 already. Second turret taken on this push. This is what Rox Tigers did so well in LCK Summer, and it's a pleasure to see them back on the Rift in this fashion.
Yep, the knife's edge we were talking about, the game just fell off of it because Rox has a huge lead right now, 6,000 roughly, and a Drake that they should be able to take because they've taken so much control of the bottom side. We're gonna watch this one more time.
What is it with Rox members escaping on low health with no one just wanting to finish off kills?
Clear Love threw his axe too far initially, could not pick it up, and then did not have an axe to execute Gorilla. Now keep in mind, Gorilla's still in the back of the fight. He should be dead right now, assuming proper play, as EDG is retreating. So they retreat into the turret. Peanut doesn't get the ultimate down, and then Curl thinks, okay, time to turn it. He moves up, then gets caught by the grasping roots. Peanut can then execute him there. This fight could have actually been much different with different execution from EDG. But Rox, always the ones to execute properly, have to give them the credit. They turn the game in their favor.
From Rox is still something a little different, guys. That's what we have to talk about, is that SKT ran this comp a lot. These Jace top, they look great with it 3-0 in the group stage. But Rox haven't been running these kind of delicate comps. They're more known to throw themselves for kills, as we saw in that replay, as we saw in the last passage, rather than ward up all their flanks and play really conservative League of Legends. This is not a conservative team, so the fact that they can close this out is still left up for debate. It's still a nice lead at 21 minutes.
And good, but there's always a chance for the comeback. We can see mid lane outer going down as well, and that makes it 4-0 in turrets with, again, that 6,000 gold lead. Edward Gaming, during the replay, was able to pick up that Cloud Drake for themselves. Rox Tigers chose to reset and not go for the objective, so there's some things for EDG here. And as Papa Smithy is saying, there is always some risk with a bunch of squishies. Maybe it does fall over.
Correct. The squishies are a concern for the Rox Tigers, but unlike some other compositions that are full of damage dealers, this is a spectacular sieging team that the Rox Tigers have put together. We've seen the combination fairly often of Aurelion Sol, who I consider a setup champion, and Prey, who I consider a carry champion. So when they sit outside of a turret with the traps, as well as the Aurelion Sol orbs flying around, as well as the Zyra, the ability to engage and stop that siege is really low by the other team because they essentially would be engaging into exactly what Rox wants them to.
And they don't have the Kennen, right? That's famous for those flank engages, the Lightning Rush, and the ultimate. They really have the Rise Realm Warp as their realistic initiation. They've tried it a couple of times, gone a bit wide, and if we can see Gorilla ape what was done in the previous series by Wolf and his ability to control any sort of initiation, you just plan it down where you see the Realm Warp coming, and you're pretty safe, at least relatively so, for the Rox Siege.
Might see that siege continue very shortly. It seems to be really nothing in Rox Tigers' way as they continue to push towards what might be a World Championship title to them. If they can knock down the rest of the teams in their way. Wave clear from Edward Gaming, gonna buy some time for now, but it's Rox Tigers' map to do whatever they want with, waiting for objectives to spawn, looking for turrets to kill, champions to assassinate as they send their various members across the map. Peanut gonna control topside jungle vision as it's gonna be Kuro pushing in that wave.
Yeah, and they're trying to make sure that all of their waves are pushing at the same time. Koro being bottom is a slight concern for them, but Rox Tigers know when they should execute. They have a mid lane wave pushing right now, and watch the setup here. Aurelion Sol will probably be in the mid lane with the next wave, and then you'd want the Caitlyn to set up right there. But it was actually cleared away preemptively by EDG, and they're going to get the bottom side turret.
The turret might fall, but he's got company coming down. The Zyra and the Jace played by Smeb here, looking to cut off Koro 1, and he's got no teammates around him. So Smeb, how much CC he's going to go for? Gets the acceleration, And that's going to be a nice flash to get away from to the skies. If he had landed that, he'd be slowed, and the kill probably would have come through.
The one small gap in Rox's comp, and talking again about the damage, is that Peanut has a locket, but he has no armor. So actually taking Baron, which is what you want to do, what would stop or force a teleport from Korra, because they have complete control of the enemy red side jungle, for now is unrealistic, even though they have so much damage to actually take the Baron.
Yeah, I think the Zyra will help substantially for Rox when taking that Baron. The plants can take a lot of the hits, and that can help Peanut in that regard. But also, as far as setting up the sieges, I actually felt like Prey's trap line was too far back in that situation. He placed the traps at the fallen middle turret instead of in front of the interior turret on the mid lane side. All those traps have since been cleared away when Rox backed away, but if they set up that siege again, I would hope Prey actually places his traps further forward so they can take down the turret.
There's just never be breathing room for Scout to be bottom lane without teleport. Sure, Realm Warp is a quasi-global, but it doesn't get you to Baron Pit from bot, and Baron will become a realistic objective when we see, say, a Dead Man's Plate, or just some armor onto Peanut.
We'll see what these players can do right now. Rox Tigers have been controlling top river control pretty well. You recently saw Def's True Shot barrage come through the Baron Pit to give them a brief glimpse of vision to put some wards down, and they say, well, we got enough top control. Let's go for the top lane tier 2. Not even a problem. No contest here for Edward Gaming, and that's 5 turrets now to 1. Rox Tigers once again hitting that 6,000 gold that they've maintained since the 20-minute mark.
And making it very difficult for EDG to find their way back in a game. This is also a team that does not give up, even if you fall back to the group stage. The game they played against AHQ towards the end, where if EDG would have lost, they would have been out of the tournament. They were facing a 10,000 gold deficit against that AHQ team, but were still able to pull the game back with some clutch team fights in the Baron Pit. So that is what EDG would be hoping for. Unfortunately for them, Rox Tigers much better with a gold lead.
Korra respecting the vision deficit there. Says, yeah, skill shot. All right, juke around. Nice, thanks very much. Predicted it pretty well, but it's still Edward Gaming trying to claw back a very dark map. You see Grilla just put a ward down, but the problem is the pink ward in that pit, so all someone has to do is walk in that little circle, and the ward goes away once again. Prey gonna grab his red buff, and it looks like Rox Tigers have all the tools they really need. Next Drake spawns in 40 seconds.
Yeah, EDG have kind of been inching wards towards the Baron. They've never really been in a position to put wards down. A second Mountain Drake, and again, we creep closer to Rox, just DPSing down a Baron instantly. So a good Drake spawn for Rox Tigers, the second Mountain.
Absolutely. Double Mountain is super great in the late game. Really helps closing these out. And the Rox Tigers didn't need any of the earlier game focused ones like an Ocean Drake to get through the laning phase and smash these things open. So based on the way the game is already going, I gotta say that feels pretty good for them. Once again, mid lane gonna be cleared away, and we once again check their lane assignments. No one right now contesting Koro. He gets to shove the top lane out, and no one stopping Clear Love and Co from clearing the mid lane wave because Rox Tigers care more about the Drake.
And I think EDG should be completely okay with Rox taking this Drake. This is standard play across the board. Rox is taking the bottom side Drake, which means EDG is going to attempt to steal on it, but basically use this time to reestablish some semblance of vision control around the Baron side, because ultimately if EDG is going to come back in this, it's going to be when Rox goes for the Baron.
Exactly. This exact play that is the hopeful beginning of an Edward Gaming comeback. They say, well, first of all, Scout facing Smeb, the nice flash into the knockback, flashed away from Brilliant Soul, Ghost Burned as well, Voice of Light flash. The damage is going to be enough. They try, they're not quite going to get it on the Scout, but how about a re-engage? Smeb running out of health, his flash is down, and Edward Gaming actually find a comeback kill. 45 seconds of 5v4. Can they get anything else for it?
I think it's unlikely that they get something for that, but it will definitely stall the game. This is the time where Rox should be reestablishing vision control on the Baron side of the map, but Smeb thinks he can get a kill because he expects Kuro to be able to make the roam, and it feels like Scout just baited him, and the rest of EDG came out of the base. Smeb went way too far without backup, and it cost him.
Yeah, it was overly hyphy, definitely. He missed the first EQ, which would have been the burst. They probably would have had the damage take him down there. Instead, they used everything. Even Kuro used double summoners to try to make that kill happen, so it buys some time for EDG. For now, no other damage, just Peanut dueling with Koro.
He's got the teammates coming. Zyra just below, down on that side of the map. Aurelion Soul coming as well. That's that yellow orb on your screen. Koro able to get away, not burning any summoners. And here's the rest of Edward Gaming. Smeb has teleport, and here's the re-engage. 2 members already picked off. Make that 3. Koro doesn't even need to snipe. A double kill for Kuro in the mid lane for Rox Tigers. And that was a 5v4. Theoretically, Smeb wasn't really part of that fight, and it gets smashed.
What an absurd combo from Gorilla and Kuro there, catching the grasping roots. Now they early turn for Baron. Smith be damned, he fell down. The rest of Rox did a 4v5.
Double mountain, so easy. The fact that they turned, they realized that Rumble still had flash. Taking him down wasn't trivial. Turned on the other two members, and this is the team playing at their best. Clear communication between the 5 Korean players. It looked like Koro was their only target, but when they saw the reinforcements, that's when they realized they could get more.
And to be fair, Clearlove just missed the Realm Warp when Scout was coming in, so that's why he's late to the fight. He actually doubled back towards the Realm Warp before getting there, but they Realm Warped straight into his Iris, so they were all going to eat the CC anyway. Probably a fight where they should have just allowed Koro to continue to run away and taken it as a 0-for-0. Rox then gets EDG for those kills.
And maybe a little bit of desperation, saying if we make the comeback, maybe it's got to be right now. Hopefully they overextended. And of course, that was not the case. A better played team fight by Rox Tigers. They get Baron Nashor as well. It is a 9,000 gold lead. The #1 team from South Korea looking to balloon this even farther. Pressure on the final tier 2 turret in the bot lane.
And I'm super happy to see Gorilla adapting to one of these more squishy, ranged mage supports. His Bard at the start of summer season was unacceptable. Very poor, died frequently, 10, 11 deaths. He was actually the highest average death player in the whole of LCK for the first half of the season. But now he's playing the Zarya, a pick he hasn't played since 2013, so bringing it back because it's in the tournament meta. And the fact that he could turn on an instant and get that double snare was great stuff from Gorilla.
Yeah, many of the Korean supports have looked great on Zyra this tournament in particular, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if Rox can close this game out decisively, because this is one of their most powerful windows. With the Baron, with the Aurelion Sol, trapping up the base, will Prey be able to eat down this turret, and can they open up multiple inhibitors?
EDG not going to give him the chance just yet. Equalizer comes across and at least buys some time. Health bar is getting hit a little bit, but looks like Rox Tigers still okay getting the damage across the enemy champions they can, and healing up well enough. The next wave is probably just another siege.
They're just going to wait for Aurelion Sol to push up the bot wave and meet as well. Still has Baron buff, so those minions will come very soon. All 5 from Rox need to be there. They cannot afford to have Kuro looking for cheeky auto attacks on the bot lane turret because they are squishy. They can be zerged down.
They get poked down a little low with no Rumble ult and no Ezreal ult, though. The engage is less likely. Prey took a lot of damage.
Prey gets chunked, but Kuro goes into the mix, and Clearlove dangerously low as well. A lot of health bars clicking to this point, but it's still no casualties on either side. A bit of chip damage still happened, and Rox Tigers feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, Peanut had to use ultimate defensively. Kuro has no health, so realistically, even though they probably would have got the turret on the next wave, the health bars weren't high enough for it to be safe. They just go back to really pushing up the map.
And I think it is the smart choice. When you're the team up 10,000 gold, getting closer to 50-50 in a team fight is the way you let the comeback happen. So they say, hey, a full minute left of Baron buff, reset, get back to the lanes, and it looks like Rox Tigers are still in complete control.
Especially if either Kuro or Peanut get taken out, it's very trivial to just mow down the rest. They need there to be some threat of tankiness or damage in the front line. Otherwise, they're in trouble. Whoa!
There's the giant stun from base.
Not going to land the stun on anybody just yet, but ooh, is Peanut looking for the knockback, but not going to find it. Maybe overstepping. Jumps to a minion, running out of health pretty rapidly, but they don't quite have the damage output. Equalizer buys a little bit more time, and he's not quite going to burn down. Gorilla gets the kill into Kuro, and now it's Edward Gaming forced to retreat once again. Clearlove slowed down, chased out. Kuro is not going to be stopped. Finally lets him get away back to his base, but it is a 5v4 that Rox Tigers secure the middle inhibitor with.
And how many fights have we seen Rox Tigers get away with slivers of health? And while it is attractive to just say, EDG should be finishing these kills, Rox Tigers do know their limits, and they are very slippery dodging skill shots towards the end of fights.
Most of them know their limits. Peanut actually went for an insect play with no kick available, so that was a little bit awkward. Ended up being a zoning ward jump, I guess you could say. That's the nicest way to put it. Bit of a mess up there, but it worked. They got the inhibitor. They got what they came for.
At the end of the day, they get the turret, the inhibitor, no one dies, and they get a kill on Koro. So all of those things are completely worth.
Well, it is 11,000 gold that puts Rox Tigers ahead right now. It's a best of 5. There are several more games to play, but right now all the Korean fans can be exceptionally happy at how their team is doing right now. Once again, look at the play on Scout. He is able to dodge some of the skill shots and actually flash away for a few more seconds. Maybe Peanut finds the re-engage. In fact, might just do so. Flash the Q, gets the kill with the kick. Nicely done there by Peanut, turning one in. And Edward Gaming is still the one-man show. Def doing almost half of his team's damage this game. And no one else pitching in enough.
Might have been surprised to see that kick damage. Of course, there's a serrated Dirk in the inventory of Peanut. Why not? Going to work towards them more. He's tanky enough with these pseudo-tank items that he's picked up, and that's a third Mountain Drake, so if they even just put down some traps, taking a turret is going to be trivial.
Yeah, that's 30% additional true damage on objectives like turrets, Drake, and Baron. So very easy pushing for prey. And as far as the side lanes are concerned, EDG has done that extra +1 that they didn't need to on a lot of these waves. They're getting the wave pushed out, and then they're going one step too far, and it leads to pick after pick. They still have pretty good wave clear, though.
They do, and they have Scout back up in about 5 seconds, and roam warping outside of your own base after level 11 to find a flank play is definitely an attractive option for breaking sieges. The Bear buff has timed out, and maybe EDG find that opening.
Yeah, based on the 13,000 gold difference, EDG needs to land a substantial amount of poke before they try a roam warp play. Otherwise, they get obliterated. The problem with that, Rox has more poke, so generally EDG will always be lower on health.
See Smeb doing a lot of work with this one. Kuro also holding the front line quite nicely on the Aurelion, still durable enough to make it scary. Clearlove running on the team, getting nothing done for it. Kuro's dominating. A nice ulti by Gorilla disengages. It's already 2 kills picked up for Rox Tigers with what could be the end game push right now. 35 minutes in, triple Mountain Drake, 5 versus 3 for 40 seconds. Looking now for Nexus turrets, looking to be another team into the semifinals if they can do this and more. The 3-man defense, Mako not long for this world. Exhaust is not enough. The dive out of the fountain, Peanut nearly loses his life for it. Was able to safeguard back away. The flash to re-engage, looking for a little bit more damage, and it's still only 2 members alive. Edward Gaming will not be able to defend this one. Scout's gonna lose his life for the end of it all. Deft, the last man standing. Nexus falls. Rox Tigers convincingly take down game 1.
Welcome back to the big stage, Rox Tigers. They had a 5-game slumber, but 3 games in a row, they've looked like the team that captured everyone's hearts, finally took down an LCK championship, and have finally shown up at Worlds.
Exactly. They were feasting on Koro in the top lane this game. Peanut and Smeb made repeated visits up there. Not to mention, Kuro was also on a strong champion that could have impact in the game and not get pushed into the laning phase. I really loved their draft as well as their play this game because they were shoving almost every single lane, and then when they needed to transition it to the big advantage, they did.
And it means so much going forward as well, especially on blue side. When they're on blue side, you're on red side, you have to ban Elise Nidalee. Now you have Aurelion Sol. Now you have a champion you have to ban from Kuro. Always the afterthought when you're drafting against the Rox Tigers. The Aurelion Sol looked much more on point this time than last time. Clearly been practicing. And that's another headache for EDG.
Yeah, and when I look at the side of EDG, they did draft themselves into a bit of a losing situation that would require them to play their way out of it because most of their lanes were getting shoved in. And you're thinking that Clearlove was put in a very bad situation because he couldn't make ganks happen if his lanes are pushed in. But at the end of the day, he has to play better mechanically. So many missed axes and missed kills because of mechanical misplays did cost EDG pretty heavily in this game. So I wonder if they go for the all-off again.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because Edward Gaming, as much as they are about the bottom lane, it felt like the bottom lane was the only players even playing well in this game. Deft actually obliterated the damage charts, nearly triple what his mid laner did. 31,000 damage from the Ezreal, 11k from the Ryze. This was a first pick red side Ryze. This was a high priority champion. Like, yes, we secured Scout this Ryze pick, and he did absolutely nothing. He made a roam happen, I guess, to be fair.
Yep.
And with those 2 kills, he did less damage than the 1 in 5 Kuro in the top lane, did a third of the damage of his AD carry, and it feels like more if EDG needed to step up. Either way, though, a beautiful game from Rox Tigers. A great way to start the series for sure. So now, let's send it on to the analyst desk to break down that Tigers game win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's exactly right. Rox Tigers going to be very happy to pick up game 1 and in dominating fashion here. Ultimately, though, I want to start from the very beginning because we had questions around, champion picks, given the fact that EDG had this emergency substitution. We haven't seen Koro play in a while, and we were talking about the possibility of putting him on a tank. Of course, the Poppy was banned out, but Rumble being the opted-in pick here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really terrible situation for Koro in the first place because he's picking against the Jace. And, he could have gone for a tank in some sort, but no, Poppy is gone. You can't really go Maokai up there. You can't really go Echo against Jace either. There's really nothing he can pick in this situation that can beat the Jace against Smeb. So he goes for the team fighting pick and is like, I'm going to try and survive. You guys go bot lane, and then later we join together. But that just gave such an easy opening for Rox to camp a lane.
But to his credit, I mean, double flash burnt first time. He comes back second time, gets a return kill. He probably played that laning phase as best as you can when they're willing to throw that many resources at you. Then his decision-making got a little bit shaky as the ganks kept coming. The first 2 were actually played very well, and then he started flashing a little bit trigger happy, and the It's just a slippery slope.
Well, it's also incredibly difficult to play the laning phase in the side lanes when you're dealing with Aurelion Sol. Just give Aurelion Sol to Kuro. Don't bother about laning. Just never be there. Push and roam, push, roam. And if you can roam to the top side, it's the implication that he's going to top that makes him have to back off. I mean, you know that Aurelion Sol can roam at level 1. We saw CLG do it to Rox. I'm sure they picked this up themselves, especially with the likes of maybe a Caitlyn. And you kind of have to give him some credit, although I think that the pick might have been a little bit difficult, maybe a Gnar.
Again, problem is the fact that you give away Jace, you don't have a pick against it, so that now means for next game, if you don't have an answer, you got to ban the Jace, and then suddenly you got to remove some of the jungle bans maybe, or you got to remove at least the Jhin ban. But then you also look at Aurelion Sol, which I think is the perfect pick for Rox Tigers in the mid lane, because it's not about their mid lane, it's about the side lanes. Aurelion Sol is all about going to side lanes and snowballing side lanes. So you got two picks I'm looking at. Jace, who can snowball so hard for Smep in top in a skill matchup, and then the Aurelion Sol that can impact all the lanes. Both of these picks have insane high value for Rox Tigers and have to be removed.
Yeah, game one was evidence to me that champ select is going to be a very tough puzzle for EDG to crack. But now I want to kind of identify the play styles with which each of these teams approach the game with our first replay here. Cross map, we've got Rox focusing in on the top lane while EDG goes bot.
So we figured that Rox would be focusing the top side. This is a nice little flash from Smeb on top of another flash from Peanut. But on the reverse side, we're going to see EDG going for it, but this is going to be the world's worst Lumberjack. I don't know what Clearlove is doing. He pretty much lost this play for EDG.
Yeah, and you know, this in the end nearly was a 3-for-1 still with EDG going down. Mako actually gives dangerous game over to Kuro at the back end of this play, and it means they will be able to do it. Sure, Def missed ulti and a couple of Qs here, but realistically, this is going to be a theme of the game. EDG under pressure, not mechanically executing, and Rox Tigers stepping up and getting away on slithers of health and turning that into big advantages.
It just looks like the rigged carnival for all the abilities that kept getting missed. I'm not sure what EDG was doing. You know, we know this team as being one that can play in the best of fives, but for opening up like this, I'm a little bit worried.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, you can be nervous for your first game, but Rox Tigers, they were able to execute when it mattered, and that's a problem because we look at the pick and ban phase and say that's going to be in favor of Rox Tigers due to flexibility. We look at the early game and say, okay, that's probably also a bit strong for Rox Tigers because of the Smep on top side. If you can't mechanically then execute when you actually get a chance to pick up kills, then there's no way you're going to win this game. And that is such a big problem, something we don't normally see when you look at top 8 teams in the world.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Nace replay that shows just how good Rox can be. Party in the bot lane. Everyone's invited, but that doesn't mean everyone's going to have fun.
Let's look at Clearlove.
And one more time, Clearlove actually gets unlocked here, and the CC's burnt early, so he should be able to chase him down. Goes looking for an axe, stumbles over his own shoelaces.
Yeah, like, sadly for him, he didn't have vision actually in that bottom side bush, so he couldn't hit the Zyra with auto attacks until he was inside the bush. And then it was too late, he ran away. And now Koro is like, hey, I've done my job after this ulti. Let me just go back in for some reason. My entire team is low and gone, and I'm just gonna walk in and die.
And the biggest thing around this play is when you watch EDG play domestically, all of the playmaking comes from the tank jungler and the tank support. They play Braum, they play Alistar, they play Rek'Sai, they play Gragas. When they are not the two champions that are hitting go, Mako on a very reactionary support, you can see how confused and lost this team looks in team fights.
And then you try and make up for a loss, really. You try and stay around and see maybe we can catch a guy. If someone stays to push a tower alone. Problem is, the guy wasn't alone. That's just beautiful in the end also. Swep stays alive, doesn't get the kill. But like, yeah, it's one of these problems we see from teams when they kind of panic. Like, oh, we just lost that play. Let's try and stay and see if we can get something in return. And that often means you just lose even more like they did here.
Well, that's what I felt like how EDG was playing, very reactive to what Rox was trying to do. We know that they were trying to go for the topside focus, and one of the key ways to play in League is that you want to have vision on the side that you want to be making plays. And we know that EDG wanted to focus onto the bottom side, but it looks like it was just a reaction to the top side, and that just is evident with the vision. All the vision from EDG was just defensive for Koro in the top side, and that doesn't allow you to make anything happen on the map. Had the vision been bottom side, we might have seen more teleports from the Rise and focusing more of that lane.
And that's what we want to see, because we expect top lane to go down 50 CS and 2 kills. That's fine. Koro still did his job. It's the rest of the members of EDG that were so disappointing this game.
I want to see EDG on blue side. I don't want to see Nidalee being banned because I actually think they have to be able to first pick it. Instead, you remove Elise, you remove Aurelion Sol and Jace, and you remove some of these strong Soul laners. I know Clearlove hasn't always been the greatest Nidalee, but I think you have to trust in him right now. Or give him Elise first pick, one of the two.
I mean, if Rek'Sai's not going to be there, I would rather see maybe even the likes of a Zac. He has such a massive champion pool. Maybe that champion is there.
You gotta get rid of one of the two junglers.
Remove the skill shots there. I want to see him on something that's easier.
All right, but let me ask you this. We saw both teams utilized the playstyles that we expected coming in. We had Smeb with a 31 CSD at 15, whereas we had Deft dealing 46% of his team's damage in this game. Clearly, that did not work for EDG. I mean, you've already mentioned it. EDG has selected blue side. They will be going to that side. Aside from champions, like, what can they change within the game to help themselves come up with a victory?
I was just going to go with they need a bigger gun. I'm sick of seeing Ezreal like get a Jinx or a Twitch in there. If you're going to do that much damage, actually just play Protect the Deft comp. I mean, we've seen them already run Karma mid lane, just get full supportive, because I think that is a way that maybe you sneak a game. I have no idea anymore. That was just really poorly executed.
Well, a couple ideas there for EDG, but Rox Tigers out to a nice lead here, 1-0. When we return, Rox Tigers and Edward Gaming are back in action for game 2.
똥이 마려워 똥이 마려워 똥이 마려워
Knockback, here's the ward hop in, the kick as well. Lands the Sonic Wave, that's first blood in for Peanut. Meanwhile, Prey has to do just that. He's running gonna have clear love. Ash gonna lose his life, a kill in for Prey. Rox Tigers still not saying die finally.
저거다 나이스 얘들아 빨리 수 있어
Coral able to get away, not burning any summoners, and here's the rest of Edward Gaming. Smeb has teleport, and here's the re-engage. 2 members already picked off, make that 3. Koro doesn't even need the snipe, a double kill for Kuro. Rox Tigers convincingly take down game 1.
I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. With 2016 World Championship live from the Chicago Theater. We are in our quarterfinal about to get into Game 2 between Rox and EDG. But first, I am joined by H2K's Freeze. Of course, unable to play because of the injury still, but you're very close to the team. Tomorrow is our quarterfinal versus Albus Nox Luna. What are your thoughts? How has practice been going? What H2K will show up?
I mean, obviously, if I would be playing, it would be 3-0, but nah, just kidding. I think they can take one game away from us, but as long as we are able to reset our game and our mind, we will take the 3-1.
There's been a lot of hype also and about people speaking out on the individual talent on the roster. How are they all keeping a level head and know that they really have to win that match tomorrow?
Well, we keep getting invited by our owners to New York and how New York is an amazing city and stuff like that. Even though I feel like Chicago has been the best place so far. Yeah, but I mean, they keep bragging about New York, so we have to go. We have to try.
You have to try indeed, and a lot of love for Chicago as well. Quick prediction, Rox is 1-0 up over EDG. How's the rest of the series gonna go?
So we played a lot of Asian teams, and they usually are disciplined, but like, not to say that Rox is not disciplined, but they are the only team from Asia that they play to have fun. And it looks like it. They have the play style where they just go ham, they go amazingly crazy, and they do plays where everyone survives by 10 HP. So I feel like EDG can take one game away from them, but they will win in the end, like, yeah.
We will see what happens, and I hope that we do see a lot of fun games yet. Thank you very much, Freeze. Good luck to H2K tomorrow, and our casters are going to get us into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Rox, and thank you, Freeze, for your words as well. Game 1, talking about Rox Tigers, they definitely played better as a team, and they put a lot of emphasis, kind of for the first time all tournament, heavily onto the top lane. First turret 10 minutes in, smashed that one. Peanut did a great job getting Smeb ahead.
I mean, we got the stat as well in terms of jungle proximity. 20% of Peanut's time up top lane to 4% from Clearlove. Now, that shouldn't be too surprising if you just have the blanket of EDG top laner, but with Koro, nothing has changed, and they put him on Rumble, a champion that traditionally has the strong early wave clear, will overextend, does have snowballing matchups. Against Jace, if you get the Jace going, Rumble has a hell of a time.
Yeah, and I also want to add that Rox is just simply playing better mechanically. We knew that EDG was a good team-fighting team. We knew that Rox was a good team-fighting team. But what I didn't expect coming into this series is Clearlove missing a lot of skill shots, bad Rumble ultimates from Koro, just some uncharacteristic mistakes from EDG that ended those fights where Rox would be getting away with 10 health instead of actually dying.
Right, to underscore Clearlove in particular, coming into the tournament, the battle was who's the best jungler in the world? Is it Peanut, the jungler of Rox Tigers, or is it Clearlove, the jungler of Edward Gaming? Well, in this first game, Clearlove plays Olaf, a champion who really only provides damage, no real utility to speak of, and did the lowest damage to champions of all 10 players in the game. Support Karma did more damage than him. And this is what Clearlove has been bringing with his team right now is, as you mentioned, Jat, missed skill shots and just not really much happening.
I mean, the fun thing between these two junglers, you have an invading mechanics-heavy jungler in Peanut and more of the pathing, intelligent jungler in Clearlove. But even his decision-making, the late Ragnarok on the turret dive cost him his life in a position that he could have gotten out of. So even the decision-making, what he's known for, is kind of going away from Clearlove.
Yeah, and Peanut, despite the 3 jungle bans we saw in the previous draft phase with the Nidalee Elise and Rek'Sai, was incredibly effective on the Lee Sin. It's his most played champion by far in North American solo queue, really using it to get that early game pressure going.
Interesting is that he has Olaf as his second most played in solo queue, has never played a competitive game on Olaf, but have a feeling we'll see it somewhere in this series.
It might be likely right now. 2 bans through on each side. Nidalee banned away red side. No big surprise here, but that does free up a couple bans for Edward Gaming. They're actually going to ban the Olaf themselves, so 3 junglers off the table. But a lot of things that were available still up. The Rek'Sai that Rox Tigers had banned before, the Poppy that Rox Tigers had banned before, as well as the Jhin that was afraid before, and it's just going to all be left up. So Rek'Sai banned away. First pick, Kennen, comes through for Koro.
Yeah, interesting set of events right here because I think Clearlove would love to get in some type of Rek'Sai matchup, and Rox is just not going to let that happen because they're not that fearful of many EDG players, and they can almost just use the Rek'Sai ban on them. The Kennen ban also puts Koro in a very dangerous situation. You talk about that jungle proximity, Papa Smithy, the 20% to 3% amounts to 2 minutes and 20 seconds that Peanut spent top lane versus 26 seconds that Clearlove spent top lane. So if that's going to happen again, it's going to be hard for Koro's Kennen to have any impact in this matchup.
We saw the Fiora hover. Smebo, very well-known Fiora player back at Worlds last year. Hasn't played it as much, especially in summer season, but man can dream. I'd love to see some top lane carrying from Smeb. Jace was a nice start. Let's see if he has another gear to the top lane carry.
And I'm also waiting for the moment when someone will prioritize the support Zyra more than the Korean teams. Because obviously there is a pluritude of reasons that the Korean teams can win, from coordination to teamwork. But the support Zyra has been so good because it's helping you push the laning phase, it's helping you with objective control, and it's helping your late game as well as having a strong laning phase because of how you can scale with Leanders on Zyra. So once again, Rox Tigers get Zyra, and you can see how important they think it is.
I think the interesting thing about the Zyra pick is that you can see the Karma is kind of a lane nullifier, maybe has even more lane pressure early, but late game, you compare what Zyra brings in the team fight with an amazing disengage to Karma's speed up and then damage that gets soaked by tanks. It feels like Zyra really outscales and goes 50-50 in lane, which makes the Zyra very priority.
Yeah, definitely a strong laner on the general spectrum right here. Maybe a Nami or Karma can handle up against it, but also considering that, imagine if EDG got the champion with how little. Those are not locked in. Those are not locked in. It still hovers actually on both these sides. You've got to correct us here for a second, but that's not guaranteed Twitch and Reliant Soul unless my champ select is desynced. I don't think so.
Okay.
You can see the timer still ticking down for Rox Tigers. There we go. That's actually lined up now more properly. But talking about a Zyra point, and again, Rox Tigers prioritizing it very heavily.
Whoa.
With the bot lane being the one that works well for Edward Gaming, I'd actually like to see a carry support, right? Get more damage out there alongside Def, because someone else needs to do some of the heavy lifting. And finally, we do see Reliant Soul and actually Maokai to pick up here for Smeb.
Yeah, the Maokai lines up fairly well with wanting Peanut to carry the lane, because if you're going to be running a tank top lane, it's a setup champion for Peanut's ganks if they're expecting to be able to get 2v1s in the top side.
And that's really succinct itemization you can go into to deal with double AP as a Maokai. Loves to build Spirit Visage. Any more magic resist, then you put down that ultimate, and suddenly you're negating a lot of the AoE damage that Ryze and Kennen are putting out. Smeb hasn't played Maokai, hasn't been a common pick in Korea for a very long time, but you have to say, they're holding AD carry for last pick, and they're setting up for high damage, so that's why I don't mind looking for more engage, because Twitch, a famous Prey Twitch he's been playing since Season 1, is certainly an option as a last pick.
Definitely a thought right here. We've got to see what else comes through for Edward Gaming first, though. When you've got a champion like Hecarim, it's a little bit harder to play Twitch without dying here on this one. Of course, his team still has plenty of healing tools, but Hecarim going to come back in here for Clear Love with that same Karma support.
Yeah, Clear Love had some questionable games on Hecarim during the playoffs in the LPL, but with so many junglers off the board right now, they want to bring at least a little bit of tankiness in that jungle position, because the other option would really be something like Graves, and they don't feel confident in that matchup apparently.
I mean, interestingly, his Hecarim was his best performing champion. He had unique champions all the way through groups. I actually think his Hecarim was on the better end. He did struggle on some of the more meta picks, so it is a jungler that has ramp-up time, wants to build damage from the jungle where possible. It's going to be a support Karma, so the shields won't necessarily baby him through fights if he goes for Trinity Force first, but onto the Rox Tigers. Is it going to be the Ezreal who can do the damage? Caitlyn is another option that does do good damage as well. I think they would have considered the Twitch, but with the Hecarim, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I think there are many reasons you haven't seen Twitch so far in this tournament as far as the laning phase is concerned, so the Caitlyn makes the most sense. It's actually incredibly similar to the team composition the Rox Tigers played in Game 1. The Jace was banned away from them, but aside from that, they picked the same champions. The difference with this is you're replacing a high damage poke champion with a really tanky engaged champion, which means Rox actually wants to play more aggressively in team fights and expect more teleport flanks.
You could also say they're losing the potential for a champion to take over the lane. It's very difficult for Maokai to get far enough ahead where he has any semblance of kill pressure on Kennen, so it might be one less pressure point for Peanut to be super aggressive around, because maybe equalizing top, but taking over top, very difficult for Maokai to do.
I totally agree. I think it's very interesting that the brightest point for Rox Tigers was smashing the top lane open. And okay, they still got the Lee Sin for early gank pressure, but you're right, you don't expect Maokai to completely smash the lane open, take a 10-minute turret, and continue to be a major split push threat. So Rox Tigers kind of need a different wedge to break into this game now. Still be able to handle the rest of everything Edward Gaming can throw at them.
Yeah, we've seen a very small amount of Maokai so far in this tournament. And oftentimes it is because he can get pushed in a laning phase, but in a sense, this is just confidence with Smeb and Peanut in themselves that they're not worried about Koros Kennen and can then bring that monstrous tank against a double AP team in team fights.
All right, well, we'll see how this game unfolds. We are getting ready for game 2, and you at home, make sure to share your memories from 2016 Worlds using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. Tweet to us at LOL eSports. We're on the lookout for the best fan tweets always, and let's see what the biggest plays were from the quarterfinals as we get ourselves ready for the second game. Rox Tigers of South Korea up 1-0 against the Chinese LPL's Edward Gaming. A best-of-5 about to unfold, and here we go with game 2.
Dream Series kind of started the way we expected. Rox Tigers did actually parlay their strong 2 games at the end of groups to a strong first game of this best-of-5, but EDG have always excelled in a best-of-5 scenario. The best-of-5 got them to MSI to famously beat SKT, was a nail-biter against LGD, went 5 games. The best EDG series go the full mile, and if they can bring it back here, we have a really intriguing series on our hands.
Yeah, and it's going to be so difficult for them to bring it back. You need a lot of mental fortitude to recover from the types of mistakes they're making in that game. So easily you can turn on each other if you see a player making a lot of mistakes in team fights, especially if he is one of your leaders like Clearlove. So the teams need to double down on their efforts, supporting behind Clearlove, and have faith that they can make the plays happen, because you have to be an initiator sometimes against the Rox Tigers if you want to punish their aggression.
They've definitely got initiation tools here on Edward Gaming, though. Kennen with a Karma to speed it up. A Realm Warp again for the Kennen and the Hecarim to get into the back line. Deft can help as well on Jhin. Everyone is empowered to start fights here on EDG.
And I actually really like this from EDG, because when you look at some of the overall trends from the summer split, where they were undefeated in the LPL, you often saw a lot of the initiation coming from other roles that weren't the jungler, so that Clearlove could follow up on fights that had already been started by Defs, Sivir, or Ashe, or even by something like a Maokai in top lane or Lissandra in mid lane. So here, because they have the Kennen, the Jhin, the Ryze that can all start fights, Clearlove can follow up better in a lot of these fights.
Smep's going to actually have an experience advantage when he gets to lane. The 3 saplings at the Raptors took out the little Raptors, so might actually surprise Kennen with a nice level 2 trade.
Any player worth their salt should be pressing tab and seeing that he walks in a lane with 3 minion kills, but he misses that. Smeb will level up on the end of the first wave instead. Kuro doing something very similar, of course, taking away the Raptors on the other side of the map, and 2 level 2 solo laners for Rox Tigers.
And this happened last game as well. Note that Scout had to spend time to clear the minions that had crashed in his turret, therefore could not defend that Raptor take by the Rox Tigers. So they take the Raptors very quickly in this early game. And Kuro actually doesn't care that much about the harass, because Aurelion Sol with the Corruption Potion can heal up and then also return to lane very quickly.
Ooh, and unfortunate for Scout right there. The Q actually didn't bounce off the melee minion onto the range once. He would have gotten 100 damage on a Kuro right there if they were just in bounce range. He had set the spell flux up, didn't quite get it. And we'll see how the rest of this plays out. Mako steals a minion away. Doesn't really mean too much, but Deft only on 9. Unlucky. Otherwise, bot lane's pretty much equal. We're going to see Koro1 facing off against Smeb, who again had that early Raptor take, inflating his stats, but even still, Smeb's winning the lane. You can discount that. Looking for a play in the bot lane.
Now they're hoping that Rox use either a Grasping Roots or something aggressive in lane before he would even try that gank. They end up giving it some respect, and Clearlove goes to clear the rest of the jungle.
One of the reasons why it's smart to path around bot to look for that unlikely Hecarim level 3 gank is if you actually get Zyra's flash down early, Karma can just kind of run at the Zyra. She's still very squishy. The tether comes in, and that can be another potential way to attack the bot lane. So if you get the flash, it's a big win, but Clearlove, this time at least, time wasted.
Nice little deadly flourish there by Deft, getting a bit of damage in. So far, bot lane a bit equal. It's just the major push lead here for the Rox Tigers duo. Would you expect, based on the champion select here, and it's really on either Clearlove to put in gank pressure to stop that from happening, or the rest of EDG to survive a lane that's under their turret more often than not? You might see something more volatile happen in the next couple of minutes here, as they've been trading blows back and forth otherwise. So both junglers far enough away that nothing should be happening.
Notice Kuro also gets the blue buff handed off to him by Peanut. Might be less likely that Scout can get a blue buff. There is a mana-hungry Hecarim in the jungle on EDG's side, so this actually just increases the amount of pressure that Kuro can have in the mid lane, and also increases the rate at which he can roam to other lanes.
And the way he shops, he actually prioritized fitting in the pink ward.
The play on the Kuro, he's gonna flash, the knockback's gonna still happen. Oh, he doesn't go far enough back, and Kuro gets back to his turret anyway. That was tight, nearly first blood for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, but it does burn both summoners, which is actually super critical. Scout can flash for the next gank, and if Clearlove is level 6, that actually would be a kill. So they now have a way of getting an advantage in that mid lane if they can execute it, and if Peanut can't be there for the counter game.
It's only going to be the double pink wards. So one just placed down by the Aurelion Sol on the top side of the lane. Lee Sin has one, but traditionally Peanut will be using that pink ward to actually help his top laner. But on Maokai, maybe there is a bit more priority for Peanut to be around the mid lane more than he has traditionally and in game 1.
You're actually seeing the push pressure mean a lot now in this bottom lane. Look at the gold deficit right now. Or I should say gold lead for Rox Tigers, 600 up. Ooh. Decent. Tricora wants this actually. Doesn't have the Q up in time. It just now came back from cooldown. Smart of him to not complete the dive, but still took a turret shot he didn't need to. The earlier point, though, was the bottom lane matchup. -11 right now for Def. The push, of course, is always very hard for Jin to last hit properly under a turret. The reload and the limited shots are all very difficult for him, and the repeated push from Rox Tigers, and the fact they're not really getting ganked, is denying gold out of Def's hands.
Yeah, and you can just see how good Gorilla and the rest of the Korean supports have been getting at this support sire. They have so much confidence, and in almost every game you're seeing the Karma pick directly into it. And you'd want the Karma to be able to land, harass, and have the kill threat, but it just hasn't been playing out that way. And Peanut is on the hunt. If Def can complete the recall, no!
Oh, gonna get hit up with a couple of plants, but not rooted crucially. It's actually Gorilla saving that one for Mako, so Def stays alive.
Here for the follow-up.
Here comes a lot of the rest of the team. It's a bit of a 4v3 right here. Clearlove hoping to do a little bit of helping. The question is, when can Scout make it down? That Rise is on the roam. Gorilla to help control the brush. How brave does he really feel?
Both top laners use TP to get back to lane, so everyone was shown down bottom side, and Rox actually decides not to go super aggressive this early in the game. Even though heal was down, Mako is still Karma and can have a very powerful shield in an attempt to dive, not to mention the exhaust. So for now, Rox understands that the poke on a Def gives them even more lane pressure, and that's enough for them in this moment.
It was still a win for the Rox Tigers. Still got the heal down. They couldn't get a flash, which would have been really big. They could get the flash down on Def, but we'll still give them lane control and allow them to overextend as they have been the whole laning phase.
This also handcuffs Clearlove to the bottom side because Peanut is spending time down here as well. So Clearlove really wants to rush level 6 so that he can go back mid lane and execute the gank we talked about with Rise. But the longer Peanut keeps him down here, the lower the jungler experience stays and the closer Kuro gets to his summoner spell.
And there's even more importance there because remember, we're expecting expensive build for Clearlove. Trinity Force is an option. In general, the budget from the jungle is hard for Ekram to really get ahead. A lot of poke coming onto Clearlove and friends.
And Victor's getting behind as well, trying to absorb a little bit of XP down to this lane. And at the very least, yes, he's getting experience for the minion kills, but still not what he would have wanted in the jungle itself. And Kuro staying down here for several waves.
And the thing is, if EDG abandon this, they're still giving up first turret. Even if they stay, they're likely to be giving up first turret. Clearlove still level 5, and he's caught.
Caught out with Chain CC. First blood comes through. The flash into the kick for Peanut. Gets it down for himself. The re-engage by Scout means nothing. A body block on the overload is nice. And that is 600 gold in for Rox Tigers.
But as Jat's saying, it was a lose-lose for EDG. Lee Sin can just get a warrior enchant, build some tank items. He'll do his role in teamfights. Clearlove desperately wants to be farming to keep that economy up on the Hecarim pick. He had nowhere to go. He ends up overstaying in lane, body blocking to allow Def and Scout to walk up, and good focus fire and good macro from Rox Tigers.
Peanut was level 6 as well. The flash kick while he still had his safeguard up makes it a completely safe execution in that situation. And that just really helps Rox Tigers early game. Once again, Peanut gonna look to punish.
It's actually really important, judging the fact that Peanut has been able to last hit with his ultimate twice now, because I have seen Lee Sins who misjudge their damage and kick someone to safety and go, oh, what a bonehead move, we could have had him. Peanut comfortable enough with the champion to be okay with this one. The trade of ultimates in the top lane meaning very little with how durable they are compared to their damage outputs, but Peanut definitely has been on point in this series.
I think it's a mindset thing as well, Freak. A lot of junglers don't want to take the kills, but Peanut, even on a champion like Lee Sin, this team trusts him with gold, even if the champion doesn't necessarily play to it like Elise. Taking a casual 2/3 of his life in one trade.
But he got 10 gold back from killing plants, so you tell me if it's worth it. It wasn't, but I just wanted to bring that one up real quick.
Yeah, and it makes it a tough lane too because they're already pushed in and they're up against an Aurelion Sol plus a Maokai who's going to have his teleport up shortly, so they can't really push up in that lane.
Wow, look at that, the preemptive flash from Koro. He was so afraid of the Twisting advance coming through, but now
kill that plant.
Sniping towards the minions, and Def just gonna wave clear with his ultimate. Not getting a lot out of that one, to be honest. Just trying to get rid of the minions and push on forward. Clearlove is level 6 now. Peanut, though, fighting Scout. to fight for the blue buff, but be careful, there's Hecarim around, the knockout's gonna come through regardless, and now it's Mako dodging away from all the
Great side
CC,
steps.
running out of help, but actually get away with it. Beautifully played by Mako to survive.
And that's just it. It was beautifully played, but they burned 3 summoner spells just to survive, and they're not getting advantages anywhere else on the map. So this is actually looking quite grim early on for EDG, because Rox Tigers have actually taken their game 1 early game and pushed it to the next level.
And it's a return to form for Peanut. Suddenly he's that battle ward again, fighting at the top, making people accountable. That means that there was no pressure of a counter gank in bot. They'll take the first turret blood, the first brick, if you will, in the bot lane. Another casual 2,500 gold lead at 10 minutes for Rox Tigers.
Absolutely a smashing of a game right now, Rox Tigers. The question I had was, ooh, you didn't pick a smashing top lane matchup. You're not going to win the lane for free. Are you going to win the other lanes? Turns out they're going to obliterate the other lanes. The first pick red side, Zyra, you can have the Jhin, don't worry, we'll push you in a turret and make your life even harder than it was in the previous game. And Rox Tigers have an answer for everything Every Gaming is doing.
And I think that's why a lot of the Chinese analysts really object to the Hecarim pick from Clips. Not necessarily the mechanics or the decision-making, which at times have let him down. It's just this guy is known for being kind of a second support for bot lane, helping the bot lane get ahead. And Hecarim's kit and item build just doesn't lend itself to that. There's a Sheen in the inventory. It probably will be a Trinity Force. He doesn't want to be wasting lane trying to salvage 2v2s in the bot lane.
It's so difficult right now for EDG because they want Clearlove to become a damage threat, but if he continues on this itemization path, he will be something that Rox can slice through like paper in these team fights, because even though, yes, they have a Maokai instead of a Jace, with Prey and Gorilla being damage threats, they have easily enough damage in these team fights, not to mention the map pressure they gain from having that bottom turret.
And a lot of the Karma nerfs will actually hit support Karma the hardest, where the shield value nerfs, you only level shield second, you get to that level 11, 12, 13 a lot later, and the amount of shielding to just try and baby Clearlove through a fight with an extra 200, 300 effective health isn't there now that a lot of the shielding is backloaded to the higher levels.
The whimper of a... Oh, this is rough stuff right now for Koro. You've got the rest of the team coming in for him, and it's a 3v1. Nowhere to go. Goodbye to Kennen, but now they're re-engaged on the bot side. Prey gets one on a Mako. A trade kill for Clearlove. Something finally on the board for Edward Gaming. Not a complete shutout, and Scout wants in as well. Lands the Rune Prison. Spiraling in past the minions, and they're going to block the rest of the skill shot, so nothing else for Scout to do on this one. And at least forcing Summoner Heal out of Prey, but that is still a 2-for-1 long-term for Rox Tigers.
Exactly. The cross-map play comes in, multiple fights happen at the same time, and in the top side, you got to see the inbuilt synergy of the Maokai and the Lee Sin. We're going to take a look at the bottom side, though, where EDG recognizes there's everyone top lane, try and make a play on the bottom side, and it's actually a bit of a disaster that Mako gets caught in the traps while Prey can hit him over the wall, and that Rox actually gets a kill out of this, considering they invested 4 people against 2 on the bottom side.
4v2 and a 1-for-1 is just obscenely bad for EDG. It continues that snowball, even though Clearlove was the one to pick up the kill credit. Rox using their resources better and a lead to show. So more resources, smarter with them. Rox Tigers, big lead.
And we expect them to continue to play very well. Rox Tigers, at about 20 minutes in the previous game, had just absolutely broken the game apart. They're doing so a little bit early. The flash engage on Nakoro. More CC to follow. Not even a chance from the runaway with his life. It's going to be the last hit on Peanut. Why not secure another one? 2-0-1 here for the jungler. Rox Tigers getting farther and farther and farther ahead.
It's just schoolyard bully stuff on Takara, the new guy in the lineup. Keep going around his lane, even though the matchup isn't the Jace where you expect the ganks to come. They just parlay the Maokai CS lead. 24 CS lead on Maokai in a range versus melee matchup is so big for Smith.
But the thing is, he's going to get that CS advantage if he can stack magic resist and has the gank threat in that lane. So what EDG need to be doing, and this is kind of what Spawn mentioned on the analyst desk, is if EDG wants to strategize around this game, they almost need to accept that Kuro was going to lose lane, as long as Rox has to invest in it. And they have invested in it. Kuro has been roaming multiple times on Aurelion Sol, and Kenan has been going up there continually. So if EDG is not actually making the plays on the other side of the map, they have no chance.
Exactly. As you're saying, Jet, look at the rest of the map. You're like, what did they get for so many people being invested tough? And the pink wards are sticking for Rox. The first Drake, very likely to go to Rox. There it is, confirmed. EDG are losing and not trading for anything.
He's just been really unable to. Scout has kind of picked himself into the same matchup he did in the previous game. Picked the blind, picked Rise into the assumed Aurelion Sol. Gets pushed in, gets roamed on, and so far Scout's been unable to really capitalize on the farm he's been getting. It's just been leave the mid lane, go elsewhere, and get kills over and over for Rox Tigers.
Exactly, and let's talk about some more things that Rox Tigers are doing well, considering they had a poor group stage where they missed on a lot of different areas. In group stage, their vision control in the mid lane was abysmal. And you look at it in this game, they have multiple pink wards in the river, and Kuro has total command of that mid lane. So not only are Rox Tigers playing around the sides of the map, they're also playing through the heart of it, which amounts in total map control and a crushing in the early game, 4,000 gold at 15 minutes.
Games like this just don't happen for Rox, where they have a wave clear advantage and a roam advantage from mid, but that's the unique thing that Aurelion Sol can provide, and I think it's quickly becoming a must-ban champion against Rox.
And that's the thing. Aurelion Sol has been a must-ban champion against teams that struggle with mid-lane pressure because he gives you all the options. He does shove against every champion, and he can roam, which makes it very surprising that this wasn't a super high priority pick for Kuro earlier, and it also makes it even more surprising that it wasn't then thrown on the ban phase for EDG or an early pick because it enables so much for this team.
Aurelion Sol's definitely had ebbs and flows. Only person in Korea who was playing it with any regularity was Fly. Same thing with Huhi in America. In the boot camps, everyone was saying Aurelion Sol must play, must have in the champion pool. A lot of people put a lot of time into it, and it's paying off finally for Kuro. He looks very practiced on Aurelion Sol.
Definitely looks good on it, but you asked, Edward Gaming's bans, why don't they put that one in there? Well, they decided to add an Olaf ban to the mix, one that they had picked early in the previous game, and, well, didn't do much with Clear Love, but wanted to deny it from Peanut, but it clearly shows that Peanut's Lee Sin seems to be just as deadly, and I agree, Aurelion Sol definitely appears to be a bit of an issue right now for the Edward Gaming camp, as they're not trying to take it for themselves. Kuro's just doing very well so far today on this champion. 5,000 gold lead for Rox Tigers. They recently pressured down top lane outer. That wasn't too difficult either from the prior lane advantages Smeb was getting, as he's constantly pushing Kuro in around the map, up 27 minions, up a turret kill. So far, so wonderful for Rox Tigers.
And you just kind of think about what could EDG do to get back in this game. It's quite difficult thanks to the Magicers is stacking on Smeb and the fact that Deft is very far behind the item curve of Prey. So you would hope that they can realm warp somehow into a numbers advantage fight. And this is what Scout hasn't necessarily been able to do on the Rise against the Aurelion Sol. This is the 4th or 5th time we've seen Rise picked against it, because theoretically, you can match the Aurelion Sol roams with Realm Warps and counter gank, but they haven't done that a single time.
And for a lot of those engages, you need aggressive vision. Their vision line is so shallow, very, very defensive vision for EDG, so you just can't hope to just launch people blindly. They tried that in the top lane in game 1 and found a Zyra who killed them, so they just really don't have the latitude to make the sort of aggressive moves, and in the end, they just have Caitlyn's walking up to their turrets and they're super defensive and lose and bleed objectives slowly.
Now, the bleeding might continue. No tourniquet in sight for Edward Gaming as they continue this 5,000 gold deficit. Rox Tigers just continuing to push farther and farther ahead. Prey rotated towards the mid lane. He's going to be the big battering ram down for the mid lane outer turret as they hope to knock down the 3 of them in the first 18 minutes in. Gorilla around to help. You've got the Aurelion Sol making sure everyone is zoned away. And that's going to be the 3rd consecutive turret kill now for Rox Tigers. 6,000 gold ahead. Looking for a bit more now as the re-engage might come through, but Kuro not even wincing as he takes those 4 shots. Did he even take damage? I'm not sure. Rox Tigers in complete control.
Definitely not much. You can see Deft is behind in items. He's only level 9. That's the rank 1 curtain call. Kuro with the GLP already has some health built up, so relatively tanky. And now they look to roam bottom.
There you go, bot lane tier 2. Smeb is there. If they need to dive the turret, he can engage no problem. Tanky enough on the Maokai. And look at that, from full health, you get a couple of guys to walk down here. Prey just here for show, shoots it once, shoots it twice, turret goes down, gets credit for the kill. Typical AD carry mentality, didn't do any of the hard work, but gets the scoreboard point anyway.
And the Hecarim pick just really hurts Deft the most. You can count on Clear Love to get Deft through laning phases after dying early, after losing the turret early. Casual 50 CS loss below his opponent number in Prey, and that's why that damage is barely tickling even the Aurelion Sol, let alone someone like Smeb.
And it really has just been consistent and persistent map pressure from the Rox Tigers. Look at the wards they're able to get everywhere they go. They had the early Tracker's Knife, they've upgraded to the maximum Siphon on Gorilla, and they always have the aggressive wards that let them make plays like this.
The kick is in, the chase through as well. Mako's gonna survive, gonna land the root into Peanut, but there's just not enough damage to deal. Clear Love really wants in though. Can he get the attacks? He's gonna go for the ulti. Nice dodge from Peanut. Still alive somehow, but Scout's there with a vengeance. Now on to Kuro they go. The root's gonna land a couple more shots should do it, but he's tanky enough. He lands the stun, he might kill off Clearlove, but no, now he's in the danger zone. This could be enough, and no, it's still gonna be the one picked up. Nicely played by Kuro to get away. The fight continuing on the bottom side. Gorilla getting a ton of damage across on this one. Kuro gonna lose his life as well, and that is the ace for one. Beautifully played by Rox Tigers.
Woo, and that is how Rox Tigers love to fight. The other team desperately trying to chase after them while they just walk further and farther into enemy territory. And all Rox has to do is walk down the rest of the map, have Smeb collapse over the wall. Gorilla with a beautiful flash to finish off the combo. Rox Tigers extend their already massive lead.
They just don't have the items to make those sort of plays. You're hearing the cheers in the crowd. Rox Tigers are playing with their tails up, with the flair they're known for. They all started with this pick on Mako. Action was pretty slow at the start, but EDG thought they finally had a chance to go in.
And they did, because you look at where Zyra is at the start of this play, and also where Smeb's Maokai is, but Peanut just walks to the right while Clearlove also to the left, completely misses that, and they think, okay, we got Peanut, and we have everyone here. It's time to fight. Kuro lands an ultimate on almost everyone, and then Smeb is finally here.
And Zyra ends up being the MVP of this fight, and for now, just slowly walking, and then you see everyone grouping up, and Gorilla licks his lips. Second time, he's got the wombo engage. It was a disengage one in the first game. It's an engage Zyra this time. That's how you know you're doing well, when your Zyra's confident to flash engage on the enemy.
Triple grasping roots, and supports often get cut off of the damage champs in the last team fight, but I assure you he was going to be really high on that one. Still Kuro, as they're chasing after him, consistently damaging them the whole fight.
Casual 10,000 gold lead for Rox now. Trinity Force, not even a Cinderhulk for Clearlove. It's just going to explode instantly when he tries to walk into a fight. Hecarim is only powerful if he can threaten and engage. And if he just takes a couple of auto attacks from Prey, it's going to have to go back to Fountain.
And it's so interesting, because I feel like this happened yesterday as well in Royal versus SKT, where you had the Korean squad coming out ahead very, very well, and this is, of course, all credit to Rox Tigers being up 10,000 gold. Then you have these fights where it's like, ooh, Royal could have made it in, or EDG in this case could have made it into that fight, but the items are so disparate with the 7,000 gold difference, 8,000 gold difference, that those kills don't come through. And when Kuro lives with 200 HP with a Hecarim chasing him, if that game were tied, that kill comes through 100% of the time, and the gold lead just kind of ballooning on itself. That ace happened because of the prior lead, and Rox Tigers saying, yes, we would be happy to fight you with the items we have, and they get farther and farther ahead.
Can't just, get even further ahead than this game and then see Rox Tigers in this form and lick your lips at what SKT versus Rox in the semifinals may look like, because these are two practiced powerhouse of Korean League of Legends, but they play so differently. And when Rox has their fire up, they look like the one team that can actually unsettle that consistent, balanced approach from SKT and really take things forward. First things first here, of course, but Rox Tigers finally bringing that LCK form into the next level.
I agree, and you consistently see this Caitlyn Aurelion Sol combination, which I feel like has to be disrupted for anyone that wants to beat this team, because we've seen other teams do this in this tournament like COG. All they have to do is walk towards the turret with the Aurelion Sol, and if you want to harass the Caitlyn off of auto attacks, you walk into the danger zone of the Aurelion Sol orb. So it's incredibly difficult to stop. They move up, get to map control, now field Baron with the Zyra, who's tanking a lot of the damage from Baron for them.
The crazy thing in all of this is that I think the Aurelion Sol is the one champion that has thrown EDG's pick and ban off. They thought they could keep Kuro in lane wave clearing. It didn't work, but Baron time.
The Baron's already been picked up, but maybe this is the fight that Evergaming needs. Exhaust on right in time, and it's already one kill picked up. Make that two. Baron's gone, one trade kill, but it's a 4 versus 3, and it might just get worse. The snipe gonna come through, gonna tag Mako in the back, below 1,000 HP.
Smeb is taking the long way around to cut off the retreat.
And there's nowhere to go. Depth gets shut down once again. Peanut gets that kill. Now Mako also rooted up against the wall. A double kill for the Rox Tigers jungler. It's 4 for 1. Not even a problem right now. Rox Tigers with Baron looking to push through.
It's 23 minutes into the game and 14,000 gold ahead. Game in the books. Not going to break the record books for this tournament at least, but this game might end on this push.
This is an incredible display by the Rox Tigers, and EDG have to be very disappointed as well based on their pre-tournament expectations and being an undefeated team in the LPL to then be down 15,000 gold 24 minutes in against the Rox Tigers. EDG is getting destroyed.
Absolutely blasted is one way to put it, because this is a crushing tale right now for Rox Tigers. 24 minutes in, top inhibitor already gone, quick reset, still 2 minutes after the Baron buff. We'll see how much more they can take on the next time.
The Baron's just so fast. They have so many items that no way for EDG to be in there. And Clearlove walks up. Remember, it's Trinity Force and a bit of a Cinderhawk, I believe, still at this point. Exhaust is on point. Sure, Gorilla gives up his life, but because Smeb is smart enough to take the longest route possible to the inner turret, there's just nowhere for EDG to run.
Exactly. Def realizes he's going to be cut off, was hoping to sneak some damage in, but Curl gets the stun from Aurelion Sol. And then Mako was cut completely off by Smeb, so 4 kills. Clearlove was the only one who managed to escape.
Just explain to me who is going to kill a Spirit-Visaged Iceborne Gauntlet Guardian Angel Maokai in this game. And the answer is no one, even if it goes pretty damn late.
Whoever is commanding the Nexus.
Okay,
if he decides
that's true.
the Nexus time, because GA will not proc on the Nexus. But aside from that, there's just such little damage on EDG right now. Baron minions pushing up, 1 inhibitor already down. Let's watch Rox work.
One more attempt to try to keep the game alive. Edward Gaming going for the roadblock. Floral gets in without the exhaust this time around. A shutdown comes through. They got prey. The knockup already came in. 4v4. How much more can happen? Smeb is invincible as we know. 4v3 as another kill comes through. Now Def caught out. There's the stars. There's the kills. Clearlove gets a bit of a terrify, but has to run for dear life. Smeb gonna drop the turret. Gonna put it on the peanut. By the way, only Clearlove left alive. Now, yes, Prey was killed, but it does not matter. Another flash kick for Peanut. Secures the ace. 5-1 and 5 on the Lee Sin. And Rox Tigers gonna make it a swift 2-0.
And very high kills for Rox Tigers. They averaged 18 kills per game in the group stage, but this was 18 kills in a much faster and more dominant fashion. Rox Tigers is gonna go 2-0.
People have their preconceived notions about what Korean League of Legends looks like. You see SKT, you see Samsung, you see the controlled play. That's not Rox Tigers. These guys build damage. These guys dive towers. Their Baron power plays are massive. And when they start going, 15 minutes on, they end the game before 30 more often than not.
And they definitely didn't start the tournament this way, so we really have to credit their ability to prepare and adapt in the week between the group stage and now, because as you mentioned, Papa Smithy, they do kind of change the way you think about Korean League of Legends. They are very different than the other teams that play in that region, and we saw a display of it right here. They play so much faster, are so much more willing to take risk because they play the percentages and they're very good at it.
Yeah, it just incredibly perceptive and understanding what these plays are going to be. And again, even taking the roads that aren't as obvious to other people. Again, going off of the carry top lane and saying, you know, we don't need that one. Oh, you picked the Jhin. Oh, that's nice. We have a bottom lane plan for you, Def, and you're not going to like it. There's plants. It's scary. You're going to take a lot of damage. And Rox Tigers show different play style. It's funny because you changed one champion and the way they played the game entirely changed. Instead of top side, it was bottom side. The way they won the game, entirely different. It wasn't split pushing, it was grouping up and diving turrets and rotations. And with one champion, Rox Tigers played an entirely different game and beat Edward Gaming even harder than the last one.
And the magnifying glass has been on Smeb. This guy got the big nod, #1 player at the tournament. Summer wasn't Smeb on Fiora on carries. It was Trundle. It was the more tanky picks. His team kind of lost games around him, and then Trundle, he can split push against Poppy, but he was forced to be more defensive. Didn't get much done until those big late game engages on the cannon. But he also plays so intelligently, so smartly. He knows how to go for these flank engages. He's still what his team needs, even if he's not kind of this hope of the top lane carry that just kills everyone.
Yeah, and even Kuro has played very well in this series as well. He was kind of perceived as the worst player on the team coming in. Like, if there was a weak point, it was this guy in the mid lane, 2 Aurelion Sol games, 2 great ones, and this one he topped the damage in the game. So far, it's been beautiful for Rox Tigers, 2-0 to start it, but now let's send it down to Dash and the analyst for a closer look at the decisive victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Decisive is one way to put it because that was just pure domination in all seriousness. 26:09 game time. That's close to approaching Samsung Galaxy status in terms of the group stage wins that they put together. And this is in the quarterfinals against, you know, arguably stronger opponents.
And the first thing I thought was, why would you put Smeb on Maokai? It just looks like having a fine wine. Drinking Coke with it makes no sense. But when you're outclassing your team by so much, who cares? They just spanked our EDG and no chance.
Yeah, this pick and ban phase really again shows one of the things we had in the pregame about like the flexibility for Rox Tigers and in what they can do. Not only the players, but like the champion pools they have, understanding of like counter picks. So Kennen first pick from EDG makes sense because they removed Jace. So like, okay, let's give him the safest laner top. You know, Kennen, no counters because Jace is gone. Well, then suddenly you pull out a Maokai, which you don't expect right here, which once you get like just one MR item, you can actually lane just fine, and you even outscale the Kennen coming into team fights. So that was just a super smart counter pick, and everything else just went in favor of Rox. Aurelion Sol again.
But the thing that's incredibly frustrating, I guess, when you look at this draft is where, like, they lose top lane by an acceptable amount, in at least my opinion, in game number 1. And then game number 2, they play further towards top side of the map and leave bottom lane even more exposed. They pick a very risky AD carry in Jhin, who, if you do not get ahead, is immobile and cannot really dodge all these ganks. And then you give over Aurelion Sol for Ryze, which didn't work in game 1. That's just, when you look at this pick ban phase, picking yourself into a worse situation on the bottom side of the map is just so confusing.
And to top things off, banning the Olaf as your last pick, you know that the 2 remaining junglers that are pretty contested are the Rex and the Olaf. You need clear love on that Rex side. Rox has not banned it yet. Maybe you can get the Olaf, shake off the jitters from that first one, but getting rid of it, you just end up picking the Hecarim, and all you do is turn yourself into the glue that will solidify Rox for the semifinals.
Exactly. Like, if you keep banning one guy, in this case Peanut, and he just keeps playing Lee Sin and like outperform your jungler, well, maybe banning him is not the solution then, because you use 2 bans every time now. But yeah, really, as you said, Spawn, this comp made it so hard to play around bottom side because they're a weaker early jungler, so they can't camp the bot lane. They're also against a mid laner who will roam first every time, so you can't again gank that bot lane because he's going to come first. There's no way, I feel, for EDG to win the game with their players in this draft. And then you got to look at the coach and what happened, because there's no adaptation.
And I have a feeling you guys have some suggestions for game 3. But before we get to those, let's go ahead and take a look at this replay, because it really says it all. Let's look at Rox's mid-game ace here, brought to you by Acer.
And this starts off with, you know, a potential catch coming on Mako, kick towards the back of his team, and he does the right thing. He lives, and then EDG is just so far behind at this stage. They're like, you know what? If we're going to throw the kitchen sink, it's going to be right now.
Whoops.
Zoning
nice little side step, but look at Gorilla. He ran all the way from the top side, and you see all the amount of 2 carries being able to dish out the damage here with the orbs, with the Caitlyn Hurricane. Smash's not coming in the end, and this is just disaster.
A little bit unlucky here, not getting a kill on Koro. The flash from Def was actually fine, but there was a stun flying out just at the same time he got hit by it. Even if they had killed their Aurelion Sol, they would still have died, because now the rest of Rox Tigers
they're running into their blue buff. So
yeah. There's not really a way out, and we were very negative now on the draft. We obviously are very negative people here in the analyst desk. Positives for Rox Tigers. Man, there's a million. Like, it's fantastic to watch them play. One of the things I love about this team is how good they are at communication. Like, every single member, I've actually stand behind them when they were scrimming in the past, and like everything is just like, every member talks all the time. Everything is being called out. I obviously didn't know what they were saying, but I could hear they were constantly talking and pinging and moving around as a team. So like, when you have these picks that can roam between lanes, it's just even more powerful because the coordination is always there. And that's one of the benefits of having 5 members speaking the same language, because they can set up these plays so easily.
And you know, we keep saying that they're in play style really like non-Korean. They're quick, but they're still disciplined. I mean, this draft, we beat them so convincingly game 1. They've left it all available again. Just pick up the exact same thing, have a little bit of a tweak in the top lane, and then be able to carry over that momentum, be able to increase the way that they played the game and squeeze even harder. That's impressive out of the Rox Tigers.
And I think what really shows about that is that the fact that when they go for a play, you don't see their success rate be very low. If there's a gank happening, they know it's going to work. We saw the flash, they know what they need to commit, and the only time that it didn't really show was when Kuro saw it coming from a mile away and had to preemptively flash. That's the way that you can avoid the success rate of the Tigers, and that's incredibly impressive.
All right, so here we go. EDG has to win 3 in a row, but let's maybe see if we can get them to win 1. Spawn, you're going to be sorry to hear this, but no subs are coming in. That means Scout will be playing in Game 3. Rox is swapping back to the blue side. But gentlemen, we've talked a lot about Champion Select and our distaste for maybe some of the bans and picks on the side of EDG. What do you suggest they do here going into Game 3?
I think that you wait for the Aurelion Sol to come out first, and this time around, you just go all in. Pick an assassin for Scout. You try and get him on something like a Zed, see if you can control and have legitimate threat in the mid lane. Because if they can't get this mid lane out under control, then there's just no way you come back into the game.
If you want to leave Aurelion Sol open, I think you should actually pick it yourself. And you have the roaming mid laner. You remove something like Zyra, and you try and get an even better 2v2 matchup in bot lane for Deft and Mako. And then you actually use Aurelion Sol to camp that lane. Think about that, actually, you can actually give them Zyra as well, because you can camp it pretty easily, but you need something that can set up a gank bot lane and someone who can roam.
But I do feel like this is 2 years in a row where EDG has been outclassed going into their final. This isn't Rox, you know, getting a lucky pick ban or, you know, performing a little bit better. They're crushing them at the moment, the exact same way Fnatic did last year.
I mean, why don't we see something like Maokai, for Koro in the top lane, a Karma in the mid lane, a Jinx and an Alistar in the bot lane, and really, as you mentioned going into Game 2 Spawn, building something entirely around Deft, saying that, hey, but give clear Lovely Sin. Now you have disengage on your jungler as well.
Well, I feel like at that point you're just dropping the morale of the team completely. You're just saying, hey, all of you are actually underperforming. We're only going to count on Def to do this. And you just don't go into a game feeling very good about yourself when you're doing that.
IMA did it, and this is why I was thinking about it.
They lost. They're not here.
They did lose, but they were the best performances that the IMA did put on when they were like, we're going to just go completely late game. We're acknowledging our laning phase is bad. I think that you go one or the other extreme. You either go all in on the early game, get the Aurelion Soul, get an assassin, try and roam around, or you go all in on the late game, get a hyper carry, see if you can.
I'm going to let you get into okay. But here's the thing. I mean, yes, I may lost, but EDG's losing right now, doing what they're doing. So suggesting that like this other thing might not work just because it's like they're losing currently. I would say that switching something up entirely, right? Giving themselves, and look, we just saw what Maokai Lee Sin can do in the early game. If you talk about taking pressure off of a top laner, giving him a point-and-click CC and a jungler that can capitalize that, maybe that lane doesn't go so horribly into Smeb's favor.
I mean, it also has to be the hands of the players. I personally don't really think EDG has much of a shot here. We even saw Hecarim missing ultimates left, right, and center. I don't think that...
you only missed one ultimate.
There was only one that we saw.
There was only one that we saw, but you only missed one. You said
0% success rate.
There was a plural in there, Crumbs.
And again, I mean, we're recognizing that this is an uphill battle for EDG, right? All three of you predicted that Rox is going to win in the first place. That's the way that it's going right now. We are grasping at straws. I recognize that. But that's why I'm just trying to push you guys to find as many maybe different avenues that EDG could come out with here in Game 3 to scrap together a victory.
So if they want to run a tank top, it's most likely going to be Poppy. Even though it was banned in Game 1, obviously, when Rox were blue side. Yeah, you can try and surrender that lane, definitely. But then you need a strong 2v2 bot side that has to be able to win that 2v2 lane. And you need something that can both gank early game and actually roam down and help them from mid lane, and then you just surrender top side and camp bot lane only.
And we talk about it all the time. You either need pushing side lanes to be able to collapse on mid, or pick a side of the map that you're going to play towards with a lot of your utility on the other side of the map that just, is a Poppy, is inherently tanky. But at the same time, when you have a look at this, when you have a look at the tools that they're working with right now, it's just so telegraphed. Because if you pick a side of the map, well, EDG is always going to pick bottom right now because they're playing with an emergency substitute. And unfortunately, the Rox has the best top laner in the world right now on the top side of the map that is going to crush you if you play that way.
Final thoughts here, Crumbs?
I mean, I really don't think that EDG has much of a shot, unfortunately. As you mentioned, the tools, looks like EDG sitting with the wooden age and Rox is sitting in the futuristic era. Like, it really is just such an outclass in every single aspect of the game that I just don't really see anything that they can grasp to actually make a comeback here. If Pawn was in, I would be like, okay, maybe now. All right. With Scout, no.
Odds stacked against them. I don't think anybody's questioning that. Don't go anywhere because the match point is coming up in just 3.5 minutes.
Even if they stay, they're likely to be giving up first turret. Clearlove still level 5, and he's caught.
Caught out with Chain CC. First blood comes through the flash into the kick for Peanut.
나왔어.
Okay.
왔어. 야, 솔카이팅.
Smeb is invincible, as we know. 4v3 as another kill comes through. Now Def caught out. There's the stars, there's the kills. Clearlove gets a bit of a terrify, but has to run for dear life. And Rox Tigers going to make it a swift 2-0.
It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, hey, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
But I just want it.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and night with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She's saving my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
Okay.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
Oh baby. If I'm just a mistake, what do you come back to me? Every step that you take, echoes through me. Don't let me go. Don't let me go.
Welcome back to the historic Chicago Theater here for our quarterfinals for the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. Rox Tigers have been absolutely smashing it today. Forget what you saw in week one. Forget what you saw in the first couple of games in week two. They are back on championship form and poised to get yet another rematch with SK Telecom T1.
Exactly. Forget weeks 1 and 2, but remember all of their domination this entire year in the LCK because they seem like they found the right champions, the right play style, the right level of confidence to play their game, which is really unique to them.
Yeah, translating it to the world stage wasn't something we could take for granted. It's what we were questioning after week 1 and week 2. They ended the week strong, we said a couple of times, but there was no guarantee they'd come into this series with that level of form, and they've exceeded our expectations so far.
Definitely agree. We'll see if these expectations continue to soar for this squad. Rox Tigers, we've talked about SK Telecom T1 coming into Worlds as the defending world champions. Keep in mind, Rox Tigers were the runners-up. They made it to the finals last year, and now they come into this Worlds, maybe they're the pre-tournament favorites, then that confidence was shaken, but now they are back and poised and looking stronger than ever to make this run if they can close out this or any of the next 3 games in this series.
So the one small change here is that Jace replaces Jin from our Game 1 bans, so potential, Spray was the first person to bring Jin into the meta in Korea, but this tells you a lot, and this is something that teams will not go amiss going into the semifinals.
Exactly.
Zyra, specifically for these Korean teams, has ascended to first pick status, even over the Caitlyn, because Zyra Jin is just as strong a lane as Caitlyn Zyra.
I agree with you. The Zyra has been the story of the quarterfinals for these teams, aside from the total dominance of the Korean region. One thing I'm a little surprised about, not even with the draft phase, is that EDG is stuck with Scout for the 3rd game. I was expecting Pond to come in when they're down 0-2 and try and rescue EDG once again like he had done so many times in the past, but they want to play with the mid laner who they went undefeated with, and I can't fault them for that.
We'll see what other changes are up here. This time he's not early picking the Rise, so maybe something else is in the mind of Scout or maybe of Rapid Star as they wait to see what they actually want to pick in here. I would definitely wait for a mid lane pick last because getting some pressure back in onto Kuro could be incredibly important. And right now they're looking at maybe a top lane and support pick.
If they blind the Rumble, I think we will see Cannon from Smeb. He's actually 7-0 on that champion. They do lock in the Rumble. Cannon was a champion he played out of meta last year. They actually had three-way flex on Rox Tigers, playing support, AD carry, and top lane Cannon. Maybe we'll even see something a bit more frisky because you know Rox Tigers are playing with so much confidence right now.
And that's the thing. A lot of times Rox Tigers are more relaxed than other teams, which can also make them more likely to just do whatever they want. Look at the laughs coming in from the entire lineup here on the cams. And I actually wouldn't be surprised to see something a little cheeky from them in these last two picks, but we'll see what type of champions they end up locking in.
Top lane Kha'Zix, do it, Smeb. I believe in you. It's unlikely.
With the Rox Tigers, there's always that outside chance.
I'm just hoping. See, that's okay too. He just needs to style in this one. That's what all the fans are hoping for, is something flashy.
Look at it, he does.
And he's gonna lock in the Fiora!
It's style time, guys. Smeb's gonna have a good time, and people wanted to see the guy to justify first in the world in terms of players above Faker, and when he's played that Fiora, it has been poetry.
Yeah, interesting that they don't go with the Aurelion Sol at all because of the mid lane pressure they've had elsewhere, but I think that is because they really want to be able to play around that Fiora, and it's not like it's a bad matchup up against the Rumble. It can definitely have some snowball potential.
So I actually like going for the Rise here just to show Rise. If Kuro can show the same level of play on Rise that he did on Aurelion Sol, think of the teams, especially on red side, who already have to ban Nidalee and Elise, and now you're just struggling between what the hell is that last third ban.
I think there's definitely two sides to that argument, because if you can play it and dominate with it, well, then you want to be able to show that with the victory in your next series, whereas now you're just kind of confusing the pick and ban if you can show effectiveness on it. It could also just be to have more practice against the Aurelion Sol and see if you can manage it on the other side, because like we said, there is margin for error for the Rox Tigers right here with the dominating 2-0 lead they've jumped out to.
And keep in mind, Rise was the earlier picked mage every single game this series. It was a contest, let's try to take it away from them, from Edward Gaming. Scout tried to take the Rise away from Kuro, lost the Aurelion Sol matchup. Now saying, okay, you're right, we'll try to play the other side of it, and Rox Tigers can do just that and potentially smash the game just as hard as before. The games have looked more and more convincing for Rox Tigers, but now, backs against the wall, Edward Gaming needs to make it the reverse sweep to get themselves into the semifinal. They must win 3 straight, and we'll see if they can do it. Coming in now to the third and what could be the final game. Match point for South Korea's Rox Tigers here in Chicago, heading to the third game.
Yeah, with the win, they would advance to face SK Telecom and have a rematch of last year's finals in the semifinals, which is a little bittersweet in this series, knowing that they would not get to face in the finals once again. But Rox Tigers, I think they want to finish strong here.
I mean, SKT 3 times have taken Rox Tigers out of tournaments right at the business end of them. The storyline for next week is set up, even if it's just for that one match.
And here we go. Amidst the cheering fans of Chicago, amidst all the people watching online, we might have SKT looking at Rox as their rematch opponent. Here we go, Game 3, Rox Tigers 2-0 up over Edward Gaming as we hit the Rift.
We do still have to talk about EDG, though, because when their backs are against the wall, they have been able to succeed this year. The undefeated best-of-3 record, being able to close out the sets, the 5-game series they won in the semifinals. The game they won against HQ at the end of the group stage were all moments where EDG had to get a gut check and then play better than the opponent. This has been the biggest possible gut check because they have been getting obliterated, and it is easy to roll over, but EDG have to not succumb to that, and they have to play better.
I mean, there's gut checks. That's what SKT received in Game 1 against RNG, and there's demolitions like Game 2 of this series. So every game is match point for EDG. They are a great best-of-5 team, but with all the outside factors kind of factoring into where they're at right now, it'd be disappointing to see a team, a pre-tournament favorite, go out in this manner, but it's been a really rough tournament for EDG.
And Edward Gaming might be able to pull a little bit of support. Yeah, we're seeing Fervor for Koro 1 didn't change his keystone from whenever he picked. Maybe it was he might have been running that on Kennen, but either way, Edward Gaming may be able to find some support from the audience here. As we were getting into the game, we were hearing GSM chants, fight with EDG chants, actually. They're trying to overpower each other to cheer on, their very favorite teams as well. Edward Gaming, as you'd mentioned before, definitely travels well. There are a lot of fans internationally, even here in America. And you hear that right now. This is the audience hoping that we have more than the 3-game sweep. And we'll see what happens.
Remember, if Rox Tigers do win, it's 3 Korean teams in the semifinals for the first time ever. You don't need a train whistle to know that is pretty big domination from Korea.
Exactly. Their quarterfinals have been so impressive here, and they've really all shown up so far at Worlds here. It was close for Rox Tigers in the group stage. Lose one more game at the end of CLG there, or against G2 when they were down 7.7 thousand gold at 23 minutes to pull that game back.
Good trading, dodging the skill shot, but here comes Peanut
the
up
early
the
game.
lane. This is going to be a tight one. Jumps in, and Scout doesn't even flash it, but they don't go in for it anyway. Peanut didn't follow the Q, I don't think.
He didn't hit the Q, he didn't
hit
flash.
Oh, I thought he hit it.
No,
Yeah.
it went wide.
Oh, that confused me.
Very close, though. I mean, that's Peanut's reaction to the early shoving from the Aurelion Sol, trying to fight back from it and getting the 2 summoners down early. Then Clearlove just ghosting in right way at the end just to throw an axe at the minion wave doesn't really help matters too much.
But it is pretty massive that they're going to be able to get the really favorable back timing. Kuro, it turns out, will stay in lane. Got the corrupting potion advantage for Scout is Koro, making a hell of a trade in top.
And he's already down 7 minions like he has been almost every single game this series to...
Yeah, and there's a jungle invade right now from Clearlove, though, recognizing that Peanut didn't start blue buff, trying to sneak in. Meanwhile, Peanut's like, that Olaf didn't have a red buff. Maybe I should go invade his red. Like ships in the night, they go try to steal each other's buffs.
But Peanut actually waiting around. He thinks Olaf's about to be joining him up here, and that's actually not the case. He's going to stick around near the top lane. Peanut wants to be available for what could be a top lane dive. Keep in mind, Sveb is pushed up so much. It wouldn't be a surprise to see Clearlove's Olaf come in and try to fight that, but Clearlove playing patiently so far, not exposing himself until just now he walks by the trinket ward.
Because they had so much top lane pressure with Smeb, they're actually either looking to take the red buff clean or just wait for Clearlove to start and then kill him. They know he has no ghost. So if they can catch him doing this with low mana and low health, it's over.
Fiora's missing, walks into the camp, actually gets away from the skill shots, but doesn't really matter. Smites for a bit of healing, trying to run out. One more hit will do it, and that's first blood in for Smeb in the top jungle.
There's just no information provided from Koro. Smeb was out of lane a long time. He wasn't on the ward. The ward was placed after the invade had happened. Worst case scenario for EDG. Now, a big lead for Smeb. No surprise, he gets the kill credit. Here's Peanut again.
CC back and forth, no summoners for Scout. He's got nowhere to go. That's gonna be the assassination. Peanut gets one as well, 2-0, and Scout should have known better.
And really, where is the communication from EDG right now? Smeb missing for 15 seconds in the top lane after walking clean out of the lane. Clearlove doesn't care about it. He goes for red, he dies. But then after Clearlove dies, after Peanut misses the Q, you have to expect, hey, mid lane, there is a jungler taking our red buff. He's probably coming mid next, but that communication also falls through. Scout pushes up and without summoner spells and makes the gank easy for Rox.
He tries to play the opposite side of the map, but that's not enough to play on that side of the river. Peanut's flash was still up if they needed it. And now this game's kind of off to the silly stories already.
Yeah, Rox Tigers have decimated EDG when EDG was playing a lot better. Now it really feels like EDG is mentally shattered because they are making mistakes I have never seen them make this year within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, they did it in pregame as well. You talk about the fervor that Koro 1 picked up. That wasn't just using the Kennen mastery page. He had Thunderlords the last game. This was him clicking fervor instead of Deathfire Touch. A choice that I'm sure he's made hundreds of times playing League of Legends. The master's been out for a year at this point. It's not that hard to pick the right keystone, and this is what's happening to these teams.
I mean, the comfort seems to have just been completely gone from the Chinese teams. We saw the same mistake from RNG, of course, when it came to Mada taking wind speakers on Zyra. So just these small out-of-game mistakes to just take over. I mean, given with the gameplay already that we've seen, you just can't afford to make these very fixable mistakes outside of game when you're already backs against it in-game.
Now, the one saving grace for Edward Gaming is they do have a bot lane looking pretty good. Now, some of those farm numbers are inflated by last hitting Zyra plants, but it's still actually a 13 last hit lead right now for Def in the bottom lane. The gold may be a bit close. Now a stun on the Kuro as they want a bit of health. And ooh, that's going to be a whiff equalizer, but still the damage comes through. A roam down for Kuro 1, helping with that one. Kill comes through to Scout.
Great job by EDG to take the initiative and punish the low wards in the river right there. They walk all the way down. Koro's able to make that roam on a recall pattern from Smeb, so the missing call didn't come through, and they then finally get one back on the Rox Tigers.
Sort of a sudden move we haven't seen all series as Koro teleports right into
He also
Smeb.
has no flash now.
Ulti in for Smeb, pops the Tiamat, goes in, can't quite get the last vital, but still plenty of damage dealt. Pops riposte, and actually, Koro gets the better side of the trade, but that's not a good vital. That's an easy jump in for Smeb. It's gonna be a tight one. And he's regenning up with the potion. Looks like it's gonna be okay for Koro. Scout pushed out of his lane though by Peanut, and now they should know there's a Rox Tigers jungler on the top side.
Peanut's level 6 with flash. He would have loved to get the easy jump over there with the Krugs, but he is still going to be all in the hunt. All it takes is a flash kick to connect his
Still
Q.
likely to be a kill. Walk into his face, kick into the wall. There's the Q. There's the chase in. Not even difficult. And flashed out to make it easy. That's a nicely played gank there by Peanut. Not even a problem.
Teleporting back into the middle of lane against a Tiamat Fiora who is level 6. Just should not happen at this level of play. Smeb is always going to take that chance, even if he didn't get the kill. The summoner spells were enough to decide the map. We see Rox trying to set something up, but for now, worries about that turret.
Here comes Rise. Here comes a slow and a clear love. Gonna get rooted as well. Gonna save his open for this one. Kuro spending some time down here to keep the turret afloat. You're not seeing a ton of turret damage, though. Edward Gaming making very slow progress down here.
Yeah, and a very conservative realm warp there by Kuro. You'd often think the Rise would come in behind them and try and turn a gank around, but he recognized that Prey and Gorilla were actually fairly pushed in there and just teleported in to clear the wave. The question is now, we were in a similar situation last game where Rox was trying to seize this turret with the Caitlyn, but this time EDG is not as coordinated in their push. Scout staying in the mid lane, Def very low on health and mana. They don't have the same presence when trying to push in this turret.
It's the reverse matchup in the mid lane, and Kuro is still the one to roam first, still the one getting more farm, still the one with all the pressure. He's just simply playing it much, much better.
And they're not losing minions to the turret either. Peanut was smart, went from Raptors to the mid lane to pick up the chest coming in. Over a pink ward, so he's spotted.
Looking for the play in the top side of the map. Smeb gonna have to flash away from this. Will riposte the stun. Nicely played here. And now in with the ultimate, but he's running out of health rapidly. Voice of Light, and the drill comes through. The drill of Defiance. There's a kill finally in for Edward Gaming in the top lane. Bringing it a bit closer, and it's only 300 gold apart, but Scout wants it back. Ooh, yep, gets away from Peanut. Not too much damage dealt there. He's gonna be able to get back to the base and back to the mid lane.
The game has opened up, but EDG are rolling with the punches.
a little greedy. He wants to kill with Koro in his face. Definitely delaying recall.
But it is really good after that start to see EDG rolling with the punches. They're actually going for counterplay. They're not just accepting after those first 2 kills. A different game, a different psyche. You kind of give up at that point, but they're rolling with the punches, and this was another really nice roam from Scout.
Completely agree, and one of the big reasons people were talking about Scout over Pawn is because of how apt he is to roam to the top lane. That was to help out Mouse. This one is to help out Koro. Koro, even though he had been punished for teleporting into the lane, is able to get one back on Smeb. They also burn the flash, which just makes things better.
And a ton of CC now onto Mako. He's getting shot down. Nice play by Def. Oh, but Mako gets himself out of the way and takes the shot anyway. That's a poor misplay, and a kill comes through to Rox.
And then he healed after the fact because he was really expecting to have the angle on that one, but Prey just manages to get the angle because Deft and Mako were not in line.
Strangely, Gorilla panic flashed afterwards. I don't know if it was a celebration, but regardless, flash down on the Zyra. Maybe some counterplay around that.
And potentially so. And the weird thing as well, if you're willing to heal, you should heal at the very start. There's no reason to heal late, really ever, against the Jhin ultimate. Watch that fight again.
Exactly. It starts out very well in a sense because Deft is able to block shot too.
Some of those Jhins can curve bullets, chat. That's all I know.
And some supports walk away from their teammates.
Celebration flash.
Woo! We did it! Who needs that? Not Gorilla.
Now here we go, another roam to the top lane, really trying to wedge this matchup open. Scout is here again. Rinse and repeat, back in onto Smeb. What's it gonna look like? Equalizer not the best, but it still cuts off some of the retreat angles. Koro takes Zagger, but Voice of Light still gonna be enough. And another kill comes through. Top lane is actually finding some teeth now for Edward Gaming.
Absolutely, and Kuro's not able to match those, and Peanut's not there to show up because those aren't actually the cleanest ganks you would expect, but they just have so much more power up there when they send Aurelion Sol.
You're only purely getting kills from them, though, not objectives. That's why you see Rise pushing into mid, but certainly gets their confidence up, which is another underrated part of League of Legends is that after those 2 losses, getting some kills, especially to Koro, who has been bullied out of top 2 games in a row, can only help the communication, because it's so much easier to get precise communication out when you've got a little bit of confidence in your belt.
Exactly. You cannot underestimate the impact of an effective play when you just lost a game in 25 minutes by 20,000 gold. It's so important that EDG get this confidence and continue to push. And also, because Rox decided to go with this Fiora, who you want to be able to snowball ahead, it lowers their wave clear. It doesn't allow them to actually defend these sieges too well if EDG is able to set up them. It's EDG that have the Aurelion Sol and the Hyper Carry and Caitlyn. So if they do get an edge, they can still rotate towards these lanes and just kind of push Rox off and make it a necessity that Rox try a risky team fight if they can keep making these plays and actually create a goal.
The last time Fiora was in the meta, a big pick that was played around it was Lulu mid, because then you could actually allow Fiora to go in, choose the target, wild growth, slowing and knocking up enemies. There's no such utility on the side of Rox. Sure, they have snares, sure, they have AoE, but this is very much Smeb going for a lane-focused pick and being punished for overextending.
And it's still a team with no tanks, much like the Game 1 composition. If it starts to fall flat, you can get evaporated by an Equalizer and Hurricane Caitlyn. Deft is the damage share king. He is the hard carry of Edward Gaming. Laning phase so far so good for him. The tools of a Game 3 win are definitely in the toolbox for Edward Gaming, but it's a very tight game. It is still a lead for Rox Tigers. We just have to see more happen.
Given the early ganks onto the enemy jungler and mid, you might think, okay, Drake's stacking up, but actually no Drake started yet because of all the map pressure that has been applied. Clearlove's mid.
Yeah, Ghost on, though, for Kuro means not too many difficulties for him. Saves both summoners, had him in case he needed it. And Clearlove continues to have no effect at all in this series. No kills resist for him. Even when he walked to the mid lane, didn't do any damage last time around. So this Olaf sort of denial from Peanut so far not meaning a lot.
Yeah, and you wonder if we're going to see a 2v2 in the mid lane here. Both mid laners really cheating to their side with the jungle. This actually gives an opportunity for EDG to roam bottom if they wanted to try something really aggressive. Koro could even teleport in the theoretical world, but the roam could match the pink ward. Very important for Rox there.
They do go through the vision. Quick ulti on the prey to soften them up. Nice
just
little
want the turret.
there, but they've got 4 members to knock down this turret. The flashless Gorilla has to be a little bit careful.
Fiora's coming
Lands
in.
the root, and they don't quite dedicate themselves to knocking the turret down. Naka comes through onto 3. How much more is the
Fiora's here.
Grab Smeb and Peanut are here. A late teleport for Koro. It's a 5v4 momentarily, but the kickback doesn't land the root. Now Mako gonna run out of health. Voice of Light plus Equalizer getting a little bit more, and Gorilla running down, but no, he eats a trap. Can they find any more? A realm warp doesn't quite get him out, and look at all the kills for Edward Gaming. It's 3-1. Now, maybe a little bit more coming through. Smeb wants it, and he finds the heal down. Gets healed up a little bit more, and now getting barbecued to the backside. Takes a harpoon to the back, and a snipe in for Deft. Edward Gaming with the lead.
It's exactly what Rox didn't want to happen. EDG set up with the siege. Rox try to fight them off of it, but they lose the fight and the turret, and EDG has their biggest lead of the series.
Rox, like their support Gorilla, may have started celebrating a bit too early. Sure, they were way ahead in this series and in the early game. They had the early teleport coming in, but they don't have the same sort of item leads that they did in previous games.
Exactly. The level 9 Fiora teleporting in is much different than a Spirit Visage Maokai, for instance. They have no lockdown when that happens, and Koro arrives, does get an ultimate down that hits prey. It wasn't the best ultimate, but then the Flame Spirit that comes in afterwards is very effective. Clearlove stays in the fight, lands the axes, and while Smeb does pick up a kill on the backside, that too costs him his life because EDG is able to chase him down on the backside.
The heal field came in earlier, maybe on the first target, just to have a burst of healing for the rest of the team. Maybe the fight goes different, but bit of greed there from Rox. Doesn't pay off, and EDG with their first gold lead of 15 minutes.
You can see actually some real participation for the rest of Edward Gaming now. It actually wasn't just Deft 1 versus 5, hoping his team would pick up the dead weight, but it was actually 1,700 from this rumble from Koro with a great equalizer, and you can see staggering numbers out of Scout's Aurelion Sol. It seems that the change in mid lane pick seems to be worth it, and even though these teams are happy to early pick the rise, it's the Aurelion Sol who's doing more so far in these games. 1,500 gold lead for Edward Gaming. We'll see what else they can do.
You really can't overstate how much Scout has done because he's basically doing Clearlove's job for him. He's the one that was ganking top lane, making the plays around top. The Aurelion Sol, the mobility that he has on this kit has really been what has changed from the previous games. It's much easier to jungle when your mid laner does the ganking part for you.
Yeah, the power of Aurelion Sol, and kind of displaying the reasons why so many of us analysts thought he was going to be a high priority pick ban champion. in this tournament, as we're seeing a lot of effectiveness in this series. Of course, as the game gets super late, the damage does fall off, and you would then want to rise to have the insane teamfight power. But in this situation, because it allows you to get a Caitlyn to that point, you don't necessarily care as much about the late game fall off. But we also have to remember, this is still the Rox Tigers. They were still dominant in the first 2 games, and it is but 1,700 gold that they are behind. Not to mention, Koro is a fervor of battle rumble.
That's true. His top level damage is, I mean, most of that ability to scales off the raw ability power anyway, so it means more and more over time that he's missing that keystone. But again, the trade in the mid lane, minions blocking the overload. Scout still takes one and gonna slink away for this one. But yeah, Rox Tigers are, to be fair, actually used to playing with some level of a deficit. Domestically in South Korea, they actually get behind plenty often and still won the regular season and won the playoffs. And you know, this is not exactly unfamiliar territory for Rox Tigers to pull themselves back up in this game and complete the 3-game sweep. But we'll see, only 17 minutes in.
Exactly. Now we have to think about the next steps that these teams should be taking and what should EDG do with their lead, because remember, Rox doesn't have great wave clear or a great way of actually getting into fights. So EDG should be rotating this Caitlyn around as much as possible, go to the lowest wave clear lane, which is Smeb's lane, and trying to push down that turret. It's even better if they could kill Smeb before they arrive for the siege.
Oh, that's Smeb jumping back into the core, because suddenly here's the rest of the squad. He's gonna block the ulti, but now comes Peanut, and maybe he shouldn't have been here at all. That's 1 kill picked up for Def. The rest of the squad is now here as well, and Peanut's got nowhere to go. The kick means not very much, but still, they get the kill through with Def. That's good enough there for Edward Gaming. 9-6 the scoreline. Almost a 3,000 gold lead, pushing top lane outer.
And now Scout's trying to go for more. Will Rox trying to defend this turret.
Gets the stun on the Gorilla. The knockup's gonna mean nothing. That's another one picked up. Mako makes his mark. 10-6. Look at this game.
We were just talking about it. That was EDG's next move, and somehow it catches Rox by surprise. They didn't think EDG would be there for the play, and even though EDG was throwing equalizers in one direction and ultimates in the other, they still managed to overpower Rox, get the kills, and take the turret.
I really liked Koro sucking in Smeb, trying to make him come in aggressively. It worked. They got the extra kill. Peanuts stuck in no man's land. Hold on to the kick for a long time. Got very little from it, and this is just an attempt to keep this turret up as long as possible with the Jhin ultimate.
Plenty of damage back and forth, trying to snipe down, and yes, with the minions gone, it's Edward Gaming who have to wait a little bit longer. Plenty of gold in their pockets, in fact. We've got over 1,300 on everybody except one. As we watch that fight again.
I was actually really patient here, but Smeb just decides to go all in. They want level 1, that's just a bit of a spectator bug, but the moment that this happened, the numbers advantage was there for EDG.
Exactly. Clear Love as well, able to stick close to Peanut, the equalizer. Does allow the final kill to be picked up by Def, but then even after the fact, when they have 5 people there, Gorilla trying to defend the turret 5v3 when they're gonna have the siege anyway is a little inexcusable, and it means they're down 4,000 gold.
What's funny about that final kill with the equalizer is it was subtly really a good equalizer. The reason being, if Peanut was going to live, it's him safeguarding to a minion and getting away, and if he does that, he just jumps onto the equalizer and dies.
Fair enough.
So, Koro might have been a mastermind there and outthought all of us with the missed equalizer.
What we're seeing in this game is the Rox Tigers, when they fall behind, they're not teams like Samsung and SKT. They are much more likely to try and throw themselves for picks, look for fights, even when they're behind. Sure, we've seen other times, especially last year, where they could pull games to late, but Rox, more often than not, in the regular season in Korea, would go for those big plays and kind of go big or go home.
Well, I would also say that that is forced by this composition that they picked themselves into. When they pick the Fiora in the top lane, they need to be able to push them off these turrets. Otherwise, they will just siege down everything. Scout is in a lot of trouble here, actually.
Goes to get away. Nice flash. Times it properly with Smeb's Q to make sure that goes on the long cooldown, missing his target. But that is double summoners down for Scout, with just the cost being Smeb's ulti. Much shorter cooldown for Smeb.
We also talked before the game about how forget about the Rox Tigers of the group stage, weeks 1 and 2. Remember the Rox Tigers from the regular season. But in the group stage, they had a lot of team compositions that maybe didn't make a whole lot of sense. They did lose the game to the Aurelion Sol and the Caitlyn because they fell a little bit behind early, and then they got out-pushed by the immense roaming power of the Aurelion Sol. That Rox Tigers is actually rearing back here as they were hoping to close out the series in style by picking the Fiora.
I mean, I can guarantee that the Champions League comms was, I want to play Fiora from Smeb, and they just kind of went with it, just like with the Nocturne pick earlier in the series. And this is something Rox will do from time to time. First game of a best of 3. In this case, it's third game of a best of 5. When they feel like they have the latitude, they can go for these picks that are very much just them trying to flex their muscles, and it's credit to EDG that they can actually punish for that for them, at least in the first 20 minutes.
Exactly, and they need to really, because at the end of the day, it is 3 wins that gets you through to the next stage, and Rox Tigers did feel with the Fiora pick that they were trying to show off a little bit. So if EDG can just get that 1 win, even if it's not likely that they win the next 2, they have to be able to just stay in it and make sure that they can punish this Fiora.
Make a back and forth, gets shot. Good job by Prey, predicting 3 out of 4 times which way he would juke. Gets him very low. I think if he'd actually gotten all 4 correct, might have gotten the kill into Mako at the very end, but either way, it does chunk the health bar down, but Ever Gaming, even without the health bar, their support player are going to go ahead and try to take down this Cloud Drake, and it seems easy enough to do. No one going to contest them whatsoever. Peanut? Nope, not going to be there quite in time. Just 2 seconds away from having a chance at it.
Yeah, the ward coverage is around Baron for Rox Tigers. That's the far bigger objective for them to play around.
Oral bait again. They can sneak Deft into this brush.
It's there, but the rest
Rox is also here with Rise.
This is a bit of a 2 versus 3. Do they have the damage on Smeb? One more shot will do it. They switch back into Kuro. They get 1. Now how's the trade kill going to work? He's going to get a crit, and Deft gets it. Now the battle versus Gorilla. Flash the way. Deals through the Ignite and is running through tier low. Get their vengeance. All said and done, though, still advantage Edward Gaming 3-2.
That was some vintage Deft mechanics right there with the flash, but still down in the back end.
Scouts around the back.
Mirlo's here to help. Prey is running out of health pretty rapidly, but gets the 1 kill picked up. Another execution kick out of Peanut. Another 1 for 1, and now it's time for Peanut to run, but he's on the long cooldown. Nice Q to the Baron Nashor pit and gets himself away.
Still overall, the 4 for 3 trade, and Scout looking to see if he can find an angle, but not to be.
He's going to be fine. Ocean Drake regen kicks in, and all is going to be well here. 14-9, the gold lead still about 4,000 here for Edward Gaming.
And look at the way Deft plays this fight. He got the trap right at the start. The Zyra bailed out on the play at the very end. That's going to have a big impact, and that allows Deft to trigger all the headshots. He was in the brush for so long, flashed out at the very end. And those cheeky little plants in the brush that Deft wasn't even thinking about at the end of that fight get the last hit.
You don't have that Zyra passive anymore to look for the kills from Death, but the plants do the job for you this time.
Yeah, Deft can outplay all the human characters, but the AI gets him at the end of the day.
He'll stay in ranked queue, I guess.
Yeah.
No co-op versus AI for him. Unfortunately, I think if he did run to the right, Prey would have been in range for an auto attack, so he was kind of in a darned if you do, and he did. Well, Deft's gonna get not quite rooted actually. Prey wasn't in range. It's okay. Still a tight game, 4,000 up. Edward Gaming once again trying to play the control. They've got the outer turrets down already, and Dragon's dead and will be for quite a few minutes. They've got to find something else to do.
Yeah, even though EDG has looked a little chaotic at times, I think they're going to win this game because Deft is so incredibly far ahead on Caitlyn, and the composition suits him. Notice how he's actually going for rapid-fire cannons, the 3rd item. We've seen a lot of Caitlyn's have to go Last Whisper on the 3rd item to cut through an armor user, but there is so little armor that Rox can actually put up. Not to mention they have the setup of the Aurelion Sol and the shielding of Karma, that if they just group up and fight with Deft, I think they win. This is the kind of stuff they need to avoid, though.
And that's going to be a pretty quick kill on the Scout. Does get some decent damage on a Prey, but not enough to matter. And you're seeing Rox Tigers pulling the trigger, saying, we are not going to go quietly into the night. We're going to find these 3v1 kills. They knocked that one down. The repeated attempts to claw back in. Very smart by Rox. They finally get one to pay off here.
And even though it's been a really bloody game, 24 kills in 25 minutes, there isn't the same sort of ward coverage that Rox Tigers was able to get when they're ahead compared to EDG. Obviously, the margin is a little bit smaller, but there isn't really many ways for EDG to punish 3-man rotations to the top lane. And it's been kind of team deathmatch for the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's been a much more chaotic game, but I want to reiterate that everything that has worked for EDG have been when they've grouped the Aurelion Sol with the Caitlyn and pushed, because there are very few correct answers that the Rox Tigers have that aren't fight. Yep. And if Rox Tigers fight, because of the advantage of Deft now that he's completed his rapid fire cannon, I think they win those fights. So EDG just need to maybe not even care about shoving out all the lanes and just push straight down wherever the farthest outer turret is, which is in the top lane or the bottom lane, and just force Rox to come to them.
I like some of the itemization choices here. We see Seeker's Arm Guard, a Chain Vest onto the mid laner, and the armor predictably onto Clear Love, but just some armor, because the 2 flat armor penetration items, 2-item spike from the Jhin is very powerful, and someone is going to be in the front line, may not even be the Olaf. So just having some armor to not be deleted outside of range is very important.
Here comes the attempt, going to be the Rune Prison in towards Koro, puts the equalizer down, but just not enough damage dealt, nearly rapidly enough, and again, it's Rox Tigers finding a kill in a side lane with Edward Gaming late to react.
They're doing exactly what they need to do to win this game. They are preventing EDG from grouping up as a 5-man unit, and this can start the Fiora split push. It's a Ravenous Hydra with a wave in a decent spot. This could be just the first of many turrets that Smeb take in a split push.
The fact that they get the objective here is oh so sweet when they picked up the kill just before, so finally shutting down Koro like they were able to do in games 1 and 2, but this does cede over Baron control to EDG.
Exactly, but it's also incredibly dangerous for them because they do not have a true answer to Smeb. So I just mentioned that I think EDG can win a game by grouping and forcing fights, but if they do not force the fights, Smeb will solo win this game because even if he's 3-5 on Fiora, that champion scales like none other when you're comparing it to what EDG has on the team right now.
And you talk about initiation, is that an axe from Olaf? Is that Aurelion Sol getting very, very frisky, pretty much has to come from the front? I think it's more about the Baron control and forcing Fiora to react rather than, you know, a linear initiation like a Malphite, obviously.
And sometimes those moments are finding those flank kills. We had seen Smeb ganked earlier on in this game. It was Scout roaming out of his lane, getting behind him, but you're seeing Smeb give the proper respect over. He backed off as soon as Scout went into Fog of War, and those flanks aren't happening, and he's still safe in that split push.
Look, Smeb is considering another all-in if he sees Rumble. This is another time where Rox is very different in that he doesn't have anywhere near the ward coverage he needs to go for this aggressive trade, but Rox don't play the same level of methodical League of Legends as other Korean teams.
Right, it's not enough words to guarantee that he's alone, but if you're a smart enough player to think about where would I be if I were a Scout, you say, no one should be in this jungle, this is probably fine. And you might be wrong, but he's right enough that they won over in South Korea, that they're coming in here 2-0 in this series.
And he's been there so long.
Koro doesn't expect it. He doesn't need to go in there. Very smart to get the pink ward.
Very smart to ward it, and Clear Love's around the window as well. So here comes the chase. He's got a couple of slows, but here's the Realm Warp, and Kuro is going to bring him to safety. Smeb doesn't even have the flash to get away.
Gorgeous timing for the escape right there. But still a strong play by EDG, suspecting that Smeb would be laying in wait, getting the pink ward down, taking the Drake, and even though they didn't get a kill, they can still now go and get Baron control because the wave is shoved, the Drake is taken, and they can move straight for Baron.
They're not going to have an easy chance getting onto Peanut right there. Nice ward hop over the wall, definitely done by him, and now it's EDG trying to pull the trigger on Baron.
Yeah, and Peanut's going to want to steal. He's had a great steal rate on this one, but you try and zone him with the Aurelion Sol, and you actually want to take a 50-50 if they go for it.
And here comes the teleport in from Smeb. Scout is in the front line, losing a lot of health, and rises on him, and Scout's going to lose his life at the very start of it. That's going to get him popped with the Guardian Angel. Now it's Smeb still chasing through Koro, jumping into the Baron pit, but Deft is still alive in the back line. Scout will go down to Smeb. The re-engage on Koro, though, is good. That's a lot of damage into Caitlyn, and Equalizer kind of splits up the team. Koro buying what time he can with the Zodius, but still goes down to the plants. Meanwhile, Deft, and it's Clear Love picking up everybody. That is 4 kills for Edward Gaming, and the resulting 3v1 is Peanut still alive.
He is, and we've seen this story before. Just when it looks like Rox will lose at a Baron fight, Peanut comes around the side.
Oh, Deft going big!
Happen.
2 more shots will do it! He's gonna knock down Peanut, and that was a huge play!
Should be Baron over to EDG. The Guardian Angel so important. No healing field coming through from the Fiora. No real way to re-engage that fight, and free Baron to EDG.
9-1-5 on Deft. Beautiful play by Deft in that fight. I will say EDG got a little scattered around the Baron pit. This has been a pretty scattered game, but he was always doing the maximum DPS.
Gorilla almost picked off at the start of the fight. Just look at the target selection here from Smeb. We're waiting to see where that ult was used. It's used onto Koro, actually. I apologize there. But the healing field, because he's just kiting, and the time that it took to kill the Guardian Angel means that it wears off and no healing.
Also note that he kited towards the Guardian Angel, so Smeb didn't want to follow through, but really it's Deft on the backside of this fight. He had traps already set up. He gets the Karma shield to come through, and he's able to execute. And then because they have the Olaf and the Karma enough to just shield the Baron, as soon as Peanut looks for the steal, note the very quick pink ward as well to make sure that Peanut can't come over the top. Deft is like, Peanut, I've seen this story before. Immediately shoots him, hops over the wall, knows he's got the karma speed from over the wall from Mako as well, which was incredibly clutch and allowing them to catch him. And now they execute. Smeb's trying to push top lane. EDG's going for the mid inhib.
Continuing to push all 10 players alive, but Baron buff going strong. Mid lane 2-2 already gone, 6,000 gold lead into the inhibitor turret.
In that last fight, Deft out-damaged every member of Rox Tigers put together. This is the Deft we know. 40% damage shares, 50% damage shares. They got that last hit on the inhibitor, and EDG don't want to go down 3-0.
Edward Gaming finding extra morale on the back of the audience here in the Chicago Theater and finding morale off the 7,000 gold lead they've built for themselves. Okay, yes, Smeb able to split push one thing down, but it doesn't mean as much as that middle inhibitor does.
But if Smeb was grouped, they would not have kept the inhibitor up. So it's still good that they're trading objectives with EDG. Not done with this Baron buff. Still 50% uptime.
Exactly. They want to be able to push through for the second inhibitor. Smeb would actually want to solo kill Koro to force something back, but he is now, if he completes this teleport to go back to base, with Koro having the teleport, this means EDG is in for it. They're going for the second inhibitor.
Looking for the CC on a scout, plenty of knockbacks, the kick in for Peanut. It's a trade of 1-for-1 jungler for mid laner, but maybe that's a good thing for Rox Tigers. It's now the rest of the fight to go. Minion waves running out though. The snipes don't mean too terribly much from Crazed Jin.
Deft doesn't have a tremendous amount of lifesteal here, aside from his Keystone Mastery, but without the mid lane, they don't have as much setup. They still want to go.
Top of the traps, couple of shields coming through, finding a few auto attacks to get some purchase here. Ocean Drake may help when they disengage. One more shot will do it. Turret goes down, and it's still the 4v4. And it's a 4v4 with an 8,000 gold lead, making it quite difficult for Rox Tigers to really want to push in onto this one. A few more shots come in for Smeb, and Edward Gaming says, you know what, this is good enough for us. We're going to disengage, going to reset the fight, and come back to our base, buy some new items.
Yeah, Peanut was going to be alive in 10 seconds, and EDG did not want to opt in to a 4v5, even if Deft is incredibly strong. But that is a lot of progress that they needed to make, and because they pushed that wave in so far, it's a very long time before Smeb could set a push coming back towards that lane. So instead of going for the explosion inhibitor, I think EDG is actually going to be going for the open turrets on the bottom side, since they are mainly concerned with Smeb's ability to take their own inhibitors, and he hasn't even started on the other waves. So they may as well push the lane in which Smeb started.
This feels like Smeb's job right now is to try and take the easier objectives. He's pushing in a wave, doesn't have the coverage to take outer turrets, but just keep the gold lead in touching distance. No 20,000 lead here. It's 7,000, which is still pretty apparent, but at the end of the day, Smeb can do his best to buy time. He was relentlessly ganked earlier in the game, but now in the grouping phase, you can get away with perhaps knocking out an outer turret.
You're seeing the pings on the map. It's actually EDG who pinged not only their own outer turret, but also Smeb's brush. So they're acutely aware of the play Rox Tigers is going for. Smeb, level 17, will have incredibly long death climbers, and EDG, knowing what was going on, Smeb sniffed it out, but with the red buff on, does it even matter? Running for his life, the flash is the chase, the flash to run. Smeb, voice of light, and the kill for Deft. He's unstoppable. The stun on Peanut didn't even need to be there. 2 for 0 to Edward Gaming.
And already inhibitor down, they just go to where they think Smeb's gonna be. They catch him out. GA up on Clear Left, GA up on Deft. He's got a 5,000 gold lead against Prey. EDG is gonna look to end here.
Mid lane inhibitor already gone anyway. 40 seconds in the respawns for 2 members of Rox Tigers. Gorilla caught out as well, forced to flash. The chase is in. The kill comes through once again for the mid laner for Scout, Clear Love, Guardian Angel. Who even cares? The same popped here on the Aurelion Soul, but now it's on to the Nexus turrets. It's on for the comeback for Edward Gaming. They dropped the first 2, but convincingly they take game 3 off the back of some excellent play. Deft 11, 1, and 8 on the Caitlyn, and that's game 3 going to Edward Gaming.
With their backs against the wall, and Rox trying to show a little bit of flair. Edward Gaming stay alive in this best-of-5 series, and Deft was incredible that game.
This was vintage Deft, as you say. Almost had a tremendous outplay, died to the plans in top, but kept up his level performance, outputted more damage than Rox Tigers in team fights in the late game. And Rox, their feet were off the ground, or so they thought. Suddenly, feet back on the ground. They need to regroup, they need to play a 4th game that did not look possible after those first 2 kills early in the game. The steadier for EDG was getting that first kill back in, targeting out the top lane and the Aurelion Soul, and how much work that did without even requiring them to bring in Clear Love, I think was key.
You really saw the mid lane open up, and also the way that EDG can come back in that game with the way it started, some very poor plays in the top lane, mid lane, and jungle within the first 5 minutes, but then the fact that they can reset and then start making the big plays is actually very promising for EDG.
Yeah, I definitely agree. An incredibly tight game. Really interesting to see the adaptations coming through the teams as well. You had a more conventional carry come out for Deft here playing the Caitlyn. That paid out beautifully. I know some were talking about, oh, what if it's Jinx? What if it's one of these big carries? But Caitlyn is almost Jinx, but can also actually win her laning phase. So I think that champion worked out very well. The Aurelion Soul, I think, was huge as well because it let them snowball a top lane advantage over Smeb, which I think very few would have ever predicted, but that was beautifully played by Edward Gaming as well. However, Rox Tigers still have 2 more games to go to have that shot at winning it regardless. Now, and toss it over to the analyst desk to break down that first Edward Gaming win.
Thank you very much, Freak. EDG extending our series to a 4th game here. And gentlemen, at the beginning of the day, I called you experts. I'm beginning to Hold on, to your defense, you denied it, but I'm starting to rethink that title after not a single one of you suggested Fervor Rumble as the key to victory here for EDG.
Also, we didn't know that Rox was going to troll because they would pick what worked twice in a row, and they're like, actually, we're going to give it to you now. And now EDG figured out that actually
Do you mean the Fervor Rumble? Or?
No, I mean the Aurelion Soul Caitlyn that works wonders. And they say, oh, here, have the winning composition. And now they learn.
And you know, we give a lot of credit to EDG's coaching staff in big games. However, this was a 5th time in a row that Caitlyn was on the board. H2K played it twice against them. All of a sudden, you know, Rox has played it twice against them. This champion is just so safe that you can't win a laning phase against it. They've only just decided to pick it away.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Deficio.
Yes.
Aurelion Soul was available for Rox to take at any point during this champ select. It was last picked by EDG. So what's going on there?
Okay, so Dash, we are experts here, obviously. we look at the pick and ban phase, and we've now seen 3 games in a row where a team decided to pick Ryze blind and then say, take Aurelion Soul, please. It's good against the Ryze. You can roam out of the lane against the Ryze as well. You can pressure the entire map. Now happened for the 3rd time, so I feel like we need to understand that Ryze is the better blind pick and definitely not the champion who won 3 games in a row and had insane impact in every side lane. Please pick Aurelion Soul or ban it.
The other problem is that you actually pick no wave clear because you have Jhin and Ryze. So who's going to actually...
And Fiora, man. Where's the wave clear?
Well, who's going to stand up to Aurelion Soul Caitlyn with the traps? You just can't even defend a wave. And that's when we saw with the Baron power play from EDG. They just push this lane, thank you for the inhib. This lane, thank you for the inhib. What can they do?
And you could see that the confusion was even in pick ban phase because they were obviously like, this is Aurelion Soul, we're going to lock in Zed. Mako, get ready to hover Zed. And then it's like, Ryze, do you want Zed still into that matchup? Like, not really.
All right, so but now let's get into the actual gameplay elements of it because, hey, the comps fell the way they did. And I think a lot of people would still look at these champions for Rox Tigers and say, well, okay, I mean, Fiora, Smeb, Fiora, I've got a lot of confidence in the way that he plays. But our first one here coming 14 minutes into the game, 4 for 2 for EDG here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and this is just what Aurelion Soul does because comes down, zones the turret, lands CC, and has mass amounts of damage. And you see that Rox is actually going to decide to fight this one, and it all goes pear-shaped.
Yeah, actually looked kind of scary at first. With the chase come back, Mako even goes down, but then turn around, Aurelion Soul ulti with Rumble ulti on top of it. Everyone drops low, and now you can actually start chasing. Coral picks up a few kills here, and even in the end, despite Smeb getting that 1 kill, it doesn't really matter because that's just another kill onto Deft on the Caitlyn. And when you get kills on Kate early, you remove her weakness, which is the mid game, because you just get her so quickly to 2 items, and she can stop being extremely impactful again.
And it's also in an extended fight like that where Aurelion Soul really shines. He doesn't really have that much DPS, but when the fight goes on for 20, 30 seconds, those orbs are going to rack up a lot of DPS and actually maul down a lot of people, and that's exactly what happens in every single one of them.
And I still feel like Rox allowed EDG to play themselves into this game because that's not a clean team fight. I mean, if the comps are a little bit closer in team fighting prowess, that is much harder to win. And you saw that the communication still wasn't there. They're chasing Peanut, and Scout is running in circles around the rest of his team like, can someone please get the damn Fiora off me? And finally they do turn around. So I still think that like this was a good start for EDG, but you can still see some kinks.
There were, of course, a few like issues here and there, but I actually think EDG, once they got the advantage, played it really well.
Yeah.
They didn't give they didn't give Rox Tigers many ways back into the game. Fiora obviously was a bit of a risky pick. I understand it as a pick against the Rumble to try and snowball against him in a side lane. But it's more to me the Aurelion Soul. Like, that is just the key pick here. Stop picking
And this is just a little
Ryze.
bait from Kuro baiting Smed, but surprise, here's Johnny, because Olaf is about to come in and just wreck his day. It's a 5-man rotation to the top side because Aurelion Sol can come in, and this place in the net EDG, a nice little advantage to a top lane turret, and once they get the 2 outer turrets, the map is theirs.
And there's a criticism we didn't think we were going to use today about the Rox Tigers because they were winning so hard in the first 2 games. When they do fall behind, they tend to try and fight their way back into the game. Like you see here, they went very aggressive despite getting ganked actually on top side. See if they can outplay the situation. Sadly for them, ends up costing them more kills basically because then they stay around also, and fighting their way back against roaming champions is not going to work.
Well, and this is where, in all seriousness, I do love your point about Aurelion Sol and the priority that should be placed on this champion in this series, because that pick dictates for EDG the way that they must play the game. Right? And so with that champion, that's when you see them motivated to make plays like that, actually going to the side lanes.
And one of the oldest criticisms of Clearlove is he needs a jungler on his team because he likes to farm. Even on Team WE, you know, they used to talk about Messiah's Twisted Fate, Messiah's Scion, and he was a very farm-heavy jungler. Used to play things like Zed. Now all of a sudden, you know, Pawn's always played Twisted Fate. Scout is a heavy roamer. None of these plays in the side lanes were actually set up by the jungler. All of them were set up by the mid laner, or in the end, like even a Karma getting up there first and setting up the play.
Yeah, it just becomes this game where whenever, like, being it a Twisted Fate or Aurelion Sol, maybe a Pantheon mid, whatever it is, you know, whenever they leave the mid lane, it just stops you from playing aggressive in side lanes. Even if they don't go to your lane, you have to respect the fact they're out of vision. They could show up in a few seconds, and that's again where that pick offers so much value. You see mid laners, they just walk out of the mid lane when the wave is dead and just sit in the bush and wait a little bit. And maybe they go to side lane, maybe they go back to mid, but it's again, it's the pressure.
And we saw the difficulty for Rox in terms of having a team fight or being able to operate in team fights or through that mid game against a 5-1 and 5 Caitlyn. Let's go ahead and take a look at the ace that busted the game open here for EDG, brought to you by Acer.
Finally wanted EDG to start the Baron. They do so, and while Scout gets kind of cut out, he does have a GA. Peanut goes for a very greedy kick. He had a better one in hand, but they're able to play the fight. And notice Koro's ultimate right here. He's inside the pit, but he's going to lay down a very nice equalizer with his flame spitter on. That's going to zone out Rox and kill the rest.
And what it does is it guarantees Prey's flash and also separates the fight into a 3 and a 2. So even though Scout's fallen down, odds are still in EDG's favor. And this is what I actually like about a team like EDG. They don't give you 50-50 smart situations. Once they have that lead, Def's going to go over the wall. He's going to challenge Peanut and comes up with a heads-up play.
Yeah, we get to see EDG pure team fighting comp versus a 1-3-1 split pushing comp. EDG actually before this, they kept kind of playing side lanes, got caught out a few times. They learned just start the Baron, take the fight. Deft obviously became the big carry in that one. Hey, he was actually kicked back right next to Koro, who just had used his abilities on something else and couldn't actually lock him down. Def stays alive, wins the fight obviously for his team.
All right, well, here we go. Game 3 in the books for EDG. So that brings us to 2-1, but they still got to put together 2 victories. And you already mentioned it, Spawn, in this segment, that this game wasn't devoid of mistakes for this team. So how do they clean it up even more? And particularly since they're moving back to blue side here, how does Champs like go for EDG?
I think one more time you have to go aggressive in the bottom lane. I'm actually looking for them to pick up the Zyra, get the aggressive bottom lane because it unlocks the rest of the map.
All right, any thoughts over here, Defizio?
Yeah, I think first picking Zyra definitely is an option. I wonder if first picking Aurelion Sol, and now I keep talking about it, is also an option because I'm actually waiting for one of these teams to just pick it super early in the draft and not wait for the Ryze pick first, unless they only want to have it against Ryze. Obviously, Malzahar can be a pick against it, but you can still roam on him, you can still impact the map. And it was so huge for EDG in this game.
See, I think while the Soul is really important, we're overlooking the Caitlyn and just not just her laning prowess, but her ability to just dictate the team fights later on. It's very difficult for her to actually get collapsed on with the lack of the heavy engaged junglers. Lee Sin trying to get into the Caitlyn is not an easy thing to do, especially when you have to deal with Karma or Zyra that are just offering so much peel. So I do think that the first pick Caitlyn from these teams, as we saw in Game 1, is what they should be prioritizing.
EDG clawing their way back into it. We'll see if they can bring us to 5 games. Don't go anywhere because Worlds 2016 continues in just 3.5 minutes.
Yora's missing, walks into the camp, actually gets away from the skill shots, but doesn't really matter. Smites for a bit of healing, trying to run out. One more hit will do it, and that's first blood. But the kickback doesn't land the root. Now Mako can run out of health. Voice of Light plus Equals getting a little bit more, and Gorilla running down, but no, he eats a trap. Can they find any more? A Realm Warp doesn't quite get him out. One more shot will do it. They switch back into Kuro. They get one. Now how's the train kill gonna work? He's gonna get a crit, and Def gets it. Now the battle versus Gorilla. Flash the way, deals through the ignite, and is running for tier low. Get their vengeance. explosions. That's a lot of damage into Caitlyn, and Equalizer kind of splits up the team. Koro buying what time he can with the Zodius, but still goes down to the plants. Meanwhile, Def, and it's Clear Love picking up everybody. It's on for the comeback for Edward Gaming. They dropped the first two, but convincingly, they take game 3. Welcome back to Chicago, ladies and gentlemen. We are here and ready for our fourth game in this best of 5 between Rox Tigers and Edward Gaming. Game 4 side selection goes to EDG. They chose blue side, as every team has done so far. Also no subs. Scout still starting, as he has in all of the games so far in this rack. The series, there we go. The set, that's how it was going.
I bet you didn't expect to be here for a fourth game.
I really didn't. After the second game, I was like, oh my gosh, wow, let's start telling the Rox Tigers love story about how good they are at League of Legends. And EDG does finally fire back, and it was a great game.
It was really a reality check for Rox Tigers. They tried to just style with their last set of picks, go back to the Fiora. That's certainly very out of the meta. Try something different. There were other control choices they could have taken, and they were punished. And honestly, Koro, I thought, was kind of overlooked because I thought he played the team-focused play. He did his job in team fights. That was the best Koro we've seen so far this series.
I agree with you, and I will also say, Freak, that this just kind of adds some flavor to the Rox Tigers story. Instead of being that unbeatable powerhouse from Korea, we know the way the Rox Tigers play. They play a little loose. They play some fun games sometimes. That one got a little bit away from them. I think we'll see a return to normalcy in this draft, and as the desk was talking about, would we see an Aurelion Sol first pick? How about we just see no Aurelion Sol and also no Zyra?
Yeah, I think a lot of smart bans here in this one, especially after Rox Tigers graciously banned the Nidalee themselves. So those two super scary Peanut champions. Also keep in mind the Rek'Sai that's been banned every single game by Rox Tigers as well will continue to do so. So several junglers still off the table, but that Caitlyn's still all important.
Really love that Caitlyn pick right now. You can pick the Jhin against it because that's really the best AD carry in meta against it in lane, but it still doesn't even win lane. The interesting thing here is they know they can get the Jhin later, and the Karma with the Zyra band is the pushing support. So maybe we see a return to Nami, but that wouldn't need to happen until later in the draft.
Finally see the predicted first ever competitive game from Peanut on this Olaf. First sighting of it, has never played it before in his short career, so has been playing a lot in solo queue. It was Lee Sin by far most played. Olaf bringing up the rear at second place, and maybe we'll see the reverse matchup here of the last game.
Yeah, we see some gasps from the audience, but you're looking at the junglers that aren't available, and Clearlove doesn't have too many options. They want him probably on something that has a little bit of tankiness. Instead of going with the Graves or the Hecarim, those would be his other two options, I would feel.
Right, there's a lot of versions of jungle he can play. He can play a later game tank team fighter like a Hecarim or a Skarner. He can play one of those sort of marksman carries like a Graves or maybe even a Kindred, or some early pressure like this Lee Sin could afford him, which seems to be the hover and seems to be the play. You mentioned the Nami, and it seems like that's going to be the pick, as EDG don't want to show either solo lane.
Exactly, because Rox haven't shown either of their solo lanes, EDG doesn't want to show any of theirs. They want to have the option of the counter pick. They banned away the Aurelion Sol. Would not be too surprised if we see a Rise here from Kuro.
Could also see a Victor. Maybe it's time to go back on Ultra Comfort. They have the Karma to help with wave clear against whatever Caitlyn is paired with. I guess the Nami. So something else to help the wave clear game. Victor, as associated with Kuro as it is with Crown. So would not be that surprising and would leave last pick to potentially be something special for Smeb.
Yeah, the Jhin would be the AD carry pick for them. They definitely discuss this.
Still going to be the Rise, sought after and highly important. And Edward Gaming, of course, had the chance to pick it themselves. Unless they were worried about a Karma Flex pick and the Nami being stolen away, had they opted to take Rise away from Kuro as they had in the earlier games, didn't do so, so they must have something prepared.
Yeah, you can definitely kind of feel this series meta starting to find itself. So the picks were becoming a little bit more predictable for the Rox Tigers. But now, what's surprising is even though the Jace had been so effective for Smeb earlier, it falls all the way down in the draft phase. But the question would be, hey, did they trust Koro with it? Probably not. Remember though, Scout has practiced a lot of Jace in solo queue, so they do have their options open, and they don't think Rise can punish the Jace laning phase, and it could actually let him go tier Jace in scale.
Yeah, Kuro was actually one of the mid lane Jaces, played that in the first game of the tournament for Rox against Albus Nox. They won, but has almost exclusively been a top lane pick subsequently. However, taking it away from a last pick status does relieve some pressure here from Koro, and I guess it has to be the undefeated, for Rox Tigers at least, Kennen for Smeb.
Yeah.
All right. A lot of damage here in all these roles now. This is going to be a very fun champ select. Once again, only a single tank for Rox Tigers. That's the Olaf, and really none to speak of for EDG as well. Clearlove going to build at least a little bit of damage.
Yeah, so much of this is actually going to revolve around whether or not Deft and Mako can get a foothold in the bottom lane, and if they can absorb the ganks. Because we know Kuro can roam down to the bottom side against Jace, who most likely is starting tier, teleporting Kennen. Olaf has been much more effective as far as Pina has been much more effective than Clearlove this tournament. So that's a party in the bottom lane that's going to be trying to stop Def from Mako from pushing.
And last time we saw that Kennen from Smeb, of course, it was that explosive late game team fight where he did more damage than you could ever expect from a Kennen. And he looked down the lineup from EDG. This is a flankable team, so if they ever get the sort of aggressive vision that Rox will be looking for, definitely a team ripe to be exploded by the Kennen.
especially if you manage to get through the exhaust of Mako. You know that the exhaust will have a longer cooldown than Slicing Maelstrom, so round 2 might be all you need to knock that one down. Of course, you expect the Locket coming out as well, but yeah, it's a bunch of very squishy teams with explosive damage up, but Jace can take half a health bar down. A Rumble Equalizer can do almost as much as Slicing Maelstrom can as well, and we've already seen what Deft's Caitlyn can do against all of Rox Tigers. Now, there's definitely playmaking tools as well. You've still got a Karma Olaf here on the side of Rox Tigers. You can definitely break things down. We've seen how good Kuro's Rise flanks are as well, and it's going to be an incredibly fun, very explosive game, and it is still Edward Gaming back against the wall, and it's double match point still for Rox Tigers. Whoever wins gets their match against SK Telecom T1 in the semis next week in New York. We've got to see who it is. Here we go with Game 4.
All right, we are in it right now. EDG gets that Game 3 win, and now pay attention to Clearlove in the early game, because he has been mostly a non-factor for most of this series. Last game, they got away with it because, as the analyst desk was mentioning, Scout was doing the ganking role for this team. That is not necessarily an option with Jace this time. So, if EDG want to be able to get an early game foothold, Clearlove has to find a way to get an advantage on Peanut, who has been so dominant this series.
Clearlove has had strong performances on Lee Sin, more so in 2015, especially in spring. It was one of his best champions as they took a big season into MSI and won that tournament. So it's definitely no stranger in terms of champion pool for Clearlove, but I agree with what you're saying. Scout's gone exhaust. He needs the combat summoner for mid lane. So if anything, Kuro has a pretty significant roam advantage, especially when he gets the second point in the ultimate. So it's going to be on Clearlove to actually be the ganking jungler that he sometimes is.
And a clutch play by Kuro 1. He switched his Keystone Mastery despite playing the same champion, so was made aware of his mistake, and well, his damage is even higher than the last game.
He was undefeated on Fervor Battle Rumble. I mean, he's trying his chances now. Nah, it's definitely the right match for here with Deathfire Touch.
And let's see how this game unfolds. Top lane leash for Edward Gaming, of course. Koro gonna pull in for Clearlove. Meanwhile, the solo blue buff once again for Peanut. Actually throws his axe too far, and he's gonna be slow. Well, you mentioned it's his first ever competitive Olaf game, and he's now slowed down.
Yeah, he's played a lot of it. It was even banned against him because of the solo queue records on it, and I assume some scrim knowledge these teams have, but not a great start. Nice thing about Olaf, though, is when you're lower in health, you do clear faster, so
I'm sure if you asked Peanut, that was all calculated. It was all about falling low and getting the clear.
Because clearly, you can't have the axe on cooldown if you want to get to low health.
Never, Chad.
Well,
he's going to be juggling pretty fast now. He does get attack speed the lower he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to like cut through this camp. Like, here we go. There you go. Like 2 attacks per second, no big deal.
Is he going to actually chug one of those potions? I guess not.
You actually don't want to. As long as you don't think you're getting counter jungled, optimally you don't potion up at all in Olaf.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, and judging what he's seen from Clearlove thus far, I mean, it's actually, in a normal sense, a really risky play because Lee Sin would actually want to counter jungle the Olaf early because he likes to be so low. Not to mention they got a Jason as Raptor camp, so Peanut would be really scared right now. Clearlove just doing a normal clear. Getting his red in level 3.
I really like that scouting ward from Jace, just because if he tried to go for that full clear, just brute force through all the camps, would have just died to an EQ, you'd have to think. So, smarter to get that information. Moves around it, but power farming for Peanut in the early game.
A very interesting actual situation for Clearlove. He, I believe if I have this right, he was leashed, of course, his Gromp as normal, saved Smite for the Wolf camp so that he knows if Peanut ever counter jungles the blue that he's trying to take late. And now Clearlove can give like a 4-minute blue buff over to Scout. Also know that's not being stolen by the Olaf with Peanut because of the Wolf Spirit. And I don't think I've actually seen that exact jungle pattern before, but it's very smart from Clearlove.
I mean, things have become so predictable. Everyone was passing over their blue buff if they were non-mana users. Previously, people craved blue on the first clear from Lee Sin just for the energy regen to power through the camps, not the fastest jungler in that way. Yeah. Peanut's still here, though.
But also keep in mind, he smites the Wraith Spirit, or the Wolf Spirit so early, it expires. Peanut can still go in for the counter jungling. Clearlove also seeing an empty jungle. So Peanut, another smart thing he did is while he jungled at very low health, as soon as he was done his clear, he drank the health potion, so he was full health before the invade.
Clearlove saw the Gromp respawn, so has a very precise idea now of what the camps were in order from Peanut. But Peanut does get that lead, so Rox Tigers more access to neutral minions in the early game.
And we'll see right now, it's Smeb doing as we expect, shoving up in the top lane, getting a lot done here. Mako and Deft in a bit of danger right now. Nice root coming in from Gorilla. shots back and forth, but it's still a Nami lane. It's pretty easy to resuscitate the health bars here in this one. Mako should not be in too big a danger. The AD carries 6 apart. Def does have a lead.
Yeah, the main thing they have to worry about is the all-in. For now, they're just trying to eat as much harass and still shove the lane while not dying. So another smite to keep track of Peanut. Clear Love definitely a somewhat defensively Sin early up against the Olaf.
Yep, but that is 2 camps taken away for the 1 camp taken from Peanut. So it's a small individual gold lead for Clear Love. Peanut continues to be tracked on this board as well. And now they will know the Rox Tigers jungler must be topside.
Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised that he has the defensive mindset, even if he plays champions like Nidalee that only came to his pool in 2016. You know, it's more of the Athenes, Nidalee, the tankier, the supportive. The same story with the Lee Sin. It's not in any way the same mindset. That's why it's such a fascinating matchup between Clear Love and Peanut, because they don't share styles, but of course, given the small meta pool of junglers, they do share champion pools.
What these guys can do here. Smeb once again in the trade with Koro. Nice stun picked up there, and it's +8 for the Rox Tigers. AD carries the lanes reset.
And this is just so risky right now by EDG because Clear Love got river control for the bottom side jungle, but Peanut actually isn't even close to that. So they've lost control of their top side jungle where Koro is getting shoved in and pretty heavily poked. Clear Love trying to make his way back in here. Most popular smite of the game, for sure.
Very, very intelligent, tracking the opposing junglers when they're in their own side of the map. And Clear Love will actually be tracked going for this Gromp and aggroes it, and it's going to fight Peanut.
That was clever, actually, because if he's not the closest one to the Gromp will path to the next closest player. So it's kind of using the Gromp to be his own wolf spirit to show that Peanut's there.
Yeah, 1 wolf spirit each, so of evenness.
Again, doing it again, and he again knows where Peanut is. Keep
the ultimate support jungler.
Lee Sin Q gives vision of its target, so Clear Love twice in a row tracks Peanut with these plays, and Peanut says, all right, I get it, you're doing this to me, and hops out.
I mean, Clear Love finds new and innovative ways not to gank, just to vision.
Hey man, we're making a positive point about Clear Love for the first time this series. Let it breathe a little bit.
All right, look at this though. Honestly, a pretty substantial lead for the Edward Gaming duo as well. They're actually not going to recall, which is interesting because they were clearly on BF Sword Gold right here for the Caitlyn, but deciding a +6 minion farm is not enough. They're going to wait for the next wave as well. This will let them recall in front of a cannon minion wave if they do get pushed in by Rox Tigers afterwards. And in fact, this actually creates a situation where Edward Gaming will get a better recall because of the minion waves that they're going to be recalling against, essentially.
So if they get the lead on level 6, it would have been just the ultimate there to potentially take down, but as you mentioned, it's more about the minion wave and getting it in the favorable spot. So nice little stuff from EDG.
Yeah, Frey actually having to stick around, make sure the wave doesn't over the crash, has to recall on the cannon wave. Interesting, actually, how Kuro had a pretty ideal recall timing.
Yeah.
Catalyst and Tier 7 minutes in, whereas Scout has gone for the serrated Dirk and looking for a little bit of extra punch early, but still probably going towards the Tier build.
Yeah, he's actually got that Mana Crystal in. He knew he wanted to get himself some individual power, some immediate power with the serrated Dirk. He could have obviously finished here if he wanted to, so yes, it will be the more scaling of the Jace builds, but some immediate power in the laning phase.
He also went exhaust, something we didn't mention. We noticed that Scout went exhaust, but it's gone exhaust for his own trades in mid. Gorilla went ignite, so for a bit of lane control. That buys them 5-10 CS because the threat of the laning summoner and ignite just helps out Prey. Then it's probably a valuable trade, but double exhaust for Kennen is great stuff from EDG.
Yeah, exactly. And the ignite in the laning phase, especially when you're up against a Nami, is just so you have a little bit of all-in potential because the Nami Caitlyn isn't going to burst you down. They're going to wear you out. So the way you try and stop it from doing that is to have kill threat in lane and that extra tick of damage when you do get the gank. So I agree with the choice from the Rox Tigers. There's not many targets that really care about exhausting in teamfights or be able to reach with the exhaust. So I think the proper summoner spell choice really across the board.
That's going to be the route, nearly letting out a death. Ignite is in. Here comes the fight. Mako's going to tank it, and he lands the bubble. Now the re-engage. Exhaust on the Gorilla, who does have flash. Clear Love holding onto the kick. He's not going to go for the Q for a very long time. Landed on a Prey, and that just feels like a completely fumbled gank.
It's felt like he overthought it. Now we see some other fighting on the map.
Trade of exhaust of the two mid laners. They're going to walk back pretty cleanly either way, though, and both holding their flashes regardless. Once again, trading back and forth. Prey shot at. Ult is going to land as well. 200 HP, 300 left on the Rox Tigers AD carry.
And when you kick a player on Lee Sin, you can get a guaranteed Q, especially when it's up against the wall like that. I have no idea why Clear Love would wait on that play unless he was afraid of being flashed into the turret. But they do burn summoner spells, they don't get the kill.
don't even get that much lane dominance either. You're seeing the overall gold game be plus 200 for Rox Tigers. They are laning better as a team, but the re-engage on Gorilla means nothing because suddenly Peanut is here on the Olaf. A flash forced out of Clearlove, but he is still chasing on the Deft, who's nearly out of HP. The chase in for Prey. First blood. That's 2 for Peanut. It might be a third, and the re-engage for Coro 1. Can he do much of anything? It doesn't seem like a lot. Peanut very, very low. Slicing Maelstrom. Smeb says, don't you dare go for my teammates. Another one. Rox Tigers 4-1.
And it's an extension of the play earlier where EDG couldn't get the secure. Rox is then there for the counter gank, and that's exactly what Peanut wanted.
Just such a different mindset between junglers also. You watch Peanut. It was a really nice play from EDG. You understand what they were going for, but Peanut's in the exact right spot. Pops the ultimate. First game on Olaf. Was smart to hold the Ragnar to exactly when he used it. And from there, so many low health members, and Prey so aggressive on the Jhin.
Yeah, Deft actually saves his flash quite a long while. Thought they had a chance in that fight, but everyone was really in full retreat mode. So he took too much damage before flashing away, allowed the flash follow from the Rox Tigers, and that's a happy play for the Rox Tigers.
And you speak of allowances. Kuro actually made the faster roam, walked over a pink ward, and Jace stayed anchored to mid. Now, of course, Realm Warp is a lot more useful in getting to bot than the acceleration gate, but Jace could have matched it to some degree. Scout decided to stay mid, and 4-for-1 is a pretty damn big lead for Rox.
Right now it's 1,500 gold. Rox Tigers definitely can feel very nice about this 10 minutes in.
A different team is like, wait, 3 kills onto Olaf, but Rox is happy with this.
Yeah, exactly. It's a quick Cinderhulk as well as the Ionian Boots of Lucidity in there. Looking for roams with that rise.
Looking for a lot of damage on Deft as well. You can see how difficult it is to be up against Prey and Gorilla. Definitely 2 excellent players here. Kuro and Scout still trading blows in the mid lane. Their actual laning phase has been almost identical. It's the fact that Kuro was able to roam down for an assist in the bot lane that's been a big differentiator here. Mako is going to get rooted up into a lot more skill shots landing onto him, but that's a trap eaten by Gorilla. The flashless Karma, Clearlove looking for a bit more, dodging away from the tidal wave though, and that is nothing to be gained. And here's the curtain call, and it could be just that for Edward Gaming. Clearlove gonna get sniped. You expect it to happen, and that is the kill picked up once again to Peanut. They're giving it to the Olaf. 4-0 now, the jungler.
And a really obvious gank there by EDG that was not having a very high conversion rate. Peanut is so far ahead of the game right now. He's knowing he's stronger 1v1 than the Lee Sin right now. And he's thinking about the potential gank paths for Clearlove. Does he gank a Jace or a Rumble? Neither of them have good follow-up CC in these situations, so he just waits bottom lane for the inevitable play and turns it around.
Look at this one right there, actually. Smeb not even getting hit by the equalizer. That would have been quite a bit of damage. Either way, it is the minion wave cleared.
But this is the evolution of Peanut. Spring season, he had the famous game that everyone took notice of where he rendered the enemy Spenu jungler flawless, buffless, not granting him a single buff on the map. He was the battle ward, but he's turned into a smarter jungler in some. He's more about pathing, more about predicting the counter ganks, and he's just in the right spot at the right time. He's not forcing enemy movements like he used to, but in situations like this, the team benefits just as much.
Yeah, and just a strong play by Rox overall. Yes, Scout knocked Kuro out of that Realm Warp, but I don't think it was going to make much of a difference. The damage had been done. Prey and Gorilla staying back far enough, allowing their incredibly fed jungler to be the front line that really EDG can't fight against right now with just a BF sword and a recurve bow on their AD carry.
Definitely does not seem easy. A difficult road ahead right now for Edward Gaming. 2,000 gold there deficit. Rox Tigers, though, looking to punch their ticket into the semifinals off of some incredible play so far from
No, he's splashless.
Trying to turn it around, kicks him into the wall. Gonna wait on the Q and lets him dodge away. Clearlove having a terrible series so far, but it's still gonna be an easy kill because Deft is there to secure it. The ultimate was all that they needed, and now the race is on for first turret.
Exactly. This EDG sacking bot lane. They just decide to go top, they get a kill, even if it's a trade of turrets. Nice, aggressive, assertive move by EDG.
Yeah, and it's not even a sacking of bot lane. This is just a winning of the lane in a sense because they get the first turret and they get the kill onto Deft, which is exactly what they need if they want to be able to kill Peanut in the late game.
Meanwhile, you're seeing Scout push off his turret in the mid lane. Gorilla roamed up. You've got
They're gonna keep
Peanut
pushing
here as well. Yeah, and this is a much faster race right now. Look at how much pressure Edward Gaming's putting on the map. Rox Tigers not willing to commit any defense at all, and now the gold is back to tied. Edward Gaming, yes, this turret will be killed in the bot lane. Good by Prey to stick it through and knock this down, but this game got a lot closer.
But given the butt up in the killing fields, I think that's definitely the right move by EDG. They managed to get out of what was very hairy laning phase. They also had the Berserker Greaves, the recurve bow, the very standard Hurricane after BF sword. Caitlyn build, and they just pushed forward, and Rox not in a position to answer.
Yeah, definitely the right map call by EDG in that situation. It can potentially even make Koro's life a little bit safer, as Smeb's gonna have a lot more space that he needs to push up in that wave.
See how much pressure he actually applies, though, because this could actually be a no farm zone now for Rumble. He decides to just hold the wave atop. He has teleport. Again, that is exploitable. This is more of an old strategy, but for now, no way for Rumble to enter lane.
The equalizer onto the back line because they want to knock down Prey, but Gorilla is already there to defend him. Koro had the option of just playing wave clear. Instead, he went for that. Another chunk on a Gorilla. Keep in mind that there's no Drake to play for, though, so this damage might mean almost nothing.
Yeah, agreed. The Drake not up for another little while. Smev is pushing up that top lane. It's not the type of laner that likes to freeze, especially because they want to have that teleport play possible. Interesting as well that there's no gank lined up for this large wave to crash into the turret. It's going to be pretty nice for Koro as long as he doesn't get one-man dove by Smith.
Great. A lot of safety in pushing. There was actually 3 pink wards at that point around top. One of them's been placed around Drake now, with that spawning in a couple of minutes. But safety for Smeb. I imagine it's probably going to be a big item purchase here. Yeah, there is the Proto Belt.
And this is the fear in team fights as well. There's no cleanses on EDG. They don't have much magic resistance yet, especially on Deft.
Just
so
worry.
Close on him. That's the fight.
Worry at the bot side. Olaf has been able to get very aggressive wards for the aforementioned cannon flank. He's now got level 2 in the Slicing Maelstrom. EDG have to be very smart about clearing wards when they start to fight for an objective like Drake.
Smeb will definitely be scary. He's building towards what I think to be an Abyssal Scepter, which will help him and Kuro do plenty to this Edward Gaming lineup, as eventually that item will come through, and life can be difficult. Koro, the only real magic damage dealer of the team, but building for the matchup nonetheless, I guess, a little bit here. You're seeing the various lane assignments now. The Rise, the Jace, down to the bot side. Both AD carries. Deft and Prey holding on to the mid, and the top lane as expected, but 1,400 gold puts Rox Tigers ahead, and they are continuing to pressure heavily into the mid lane. They are always the ones pushing this wave in first. Their resource bar is always topped off by the Ocean Drake, and looking for their next big opening into this game.
Yeah, and it does seem like they're on a very minor timer in a sense that Peanut at 4-0 wants to be as effective as he can on Olaf before Deft can start getting the 80% crit type Caitlyn builds that can shred through him. But they have still a long time until that happens. So it's about capitalizing on these wards they've been able to get on the bottom side, maybe even using a Realm Warp and just stopping EDG from scaling up in the spots that matter.
See what else they can grab for this one. Of course, we still have plenty of cash on this Caitlyn. 6,200 gold, actually the highest in the game, not acceptable, except for Olaf. Peanut's got the most gold, Deft's got the second most in the game right now. Maybe those two can be the ones to continue the carrying. Now, typically, Olaf is considered a jungler that will fall off in the late game, that eventually just the ball of stats doesn't mean as much when everyone else has the items. If this keeps going super late, I do feel like there's Edward Gaming has the tools they need, but it's Rox Tigers still pulling the trigger. Looking for the dive.
For the counter gank.
They've got the dive. They've got the kill into Koro. Now it's about the counter gank. How much can EDG do 4v5? Peanut kind of on the wrong side of this one, trying to run away back through the turret. He's going to be just fine with it. That is a cleanly executed gank, and the escape afterwards. Great job by Rox Tigers.
And such a great job by Peanut there, knowing how tanky he is, running at EDG to buy his teammates time to retreat, and then running at himself because he knows the duration of his ghost. Just, they get the kill and get out, even though EDG was in position for a counter.
That's what happens when you have the extra gold. It's basically a snowball giant's belt, and I guess a snowball Randuin's completed already, so he could afford to juke forward, invite aggro, force people like Deft to walk back, and get the rest of his team out safely.
Because this is a play that EDG saw coming. Look, the whole team is right there, but Kuro dies, doesn't have his ultimate up. They completely dodge away from the tidal wave, and then watch Peanut. They have to respect him for going in like a madman, and that allows the rest of Rox to be able to run away, and they also can't stop Peanut yet because they just don't have the damage.
They really don't. He is huge, and the major carry force is a crit-focused AD carry in his Caitlyn, and Randuin's Omen, the best item you could possibly buy against that type of champion. So, itemization so far on point as well, and he's building even more armor because as long as you survive Deft and Scout, you're good.
And I think that Peanut is one of the big beneficiaries of this world's Olaf meta, because before it was Elise Nidalee, those two champions banned against him, and the next level was the Rek'Sai. His progress was decent, but not wonderful. The thing about a Olaf is you can kind of mimic the playstyle of a Nidalee in terms of actually getting in the enemy jungler's face, having a skirmish advantage, and putting down aggressive vision. When you have this snowball on Olaf, you can get in there, deny away enemy camps, play as aggressively as Peanut likes to play, and it feels like a great third champion to his top 2 picks.
See, the cupcake wall is up for Deft. It's Edward Gaming still trying to defend their mid lane outer turret. EDG still hold the turret lead. Theoretically, they can open up more of the map themselves because of that, but Rox Tigers, much more gold, better farm on several members here. You're seeing plus 30 for the top lane, plus 10 for their jungle, as well as that 4 kill lead. Still has Rox Tigers, the squad, in the driver's seat. Kura, once again, looking for a Realm Warp, we assume, from the Baron pit.
Yeah, there's just a smattering of wards for EDG within their jungle, so as Gorilla moves in to try and get some harass, they're kind of tipping them off. Rox is looking to feast on Koro, but they have to be careful not to extend too far because this game is actually pretty close right now, and they really need to find a way of getting onto Deft and Scout in these team fights.
Actually closer than the game looks, just because I believe Prey is sitting on a lot of unspent gold. I think he wants to go back for the complete buy.
Catch on to Deft, though. Deft is in a bad spot. Flashes. Mako's gonna block it. Oh, he almost failed to. And Deft should stay alive through this. Curtain call ends. That was a very near kill picked up, and Prey actually had the opportunity to land that final bullet just barely. His mid lane turret nearly dead, though. Edward Gaming gonna lose this shortly, I believe. Rox Tigers have done a great job of making that happen. Nice fancy feat by Peanut. Gets away from the bubble. Doesn't have to burn his ulti.
Yeah.
Turret's getting lower and lower.
Prey also out of mana, though, forced to recall. The wave clear on this EDG team is pretty exceptional with the Caitlyn and the Jace, not to mention the Rumble if he's there as well. But the map pressure is what's doing it. You cannot necessarily wave clear all the waves at once if Rox is attacking turrets.
Yeah, the moment that you draw multiple members to mid, the moment it can't just be the Caitlyn, suddenly Ryze pokes out the top tower. Kennen had free time on the bot lane minion wave, pushed that in. So while it wasn't the premium they wanted, which is the mid lane turret, they are inching closer and closer to growing a gold lead. It's only 3,000 though so far for Rox Tigers.
Still definitely decent. 2-0 and breaks as well. Ocean and Cloud let you play the long drawn out, play the map, regen up, out rotate. That's kind of been how Rox Tigers are playing this one, is getting around, looking for these side lane kills. Perfect kill participation for Peanut, just finding his way into these side lanes, into these kills, killing almost everybody on the lineup.
Yeah, and you're still kind of waiting for Rox Tigers to turn it on. They're slowly chipping away at the turrets, but when EDG have had enough and they try and stand next to the turret and push it out, that's when Smeb can come in the backside or Kuro can realm warp in, and they can speed them up with the Karma to try and go and make those big plays that really break open the game.
Yeah, for now, EDG are happy with the pace the game is being played on. They haven't seen their mid lane turret go down. We haven't seen solo kills from Kennen, but consider that the snowballed member is Olaf building armor, as Mako has to flash away. Olaf can be a soul tank.
Ulti gonna be burned just to land a bit of a slow, but Peanut pops the ult, but he's still gonna go for this chase. The Ragnarok is on, and Mako gonna run out of HP entirely. That is just unafraid diving. Great kill picked up there. Good job by Peanut.
And Peanut now with another kill. He is so tanky solo that he can actually take the Baron. We haven't seen early Barons because we haven't had frontline tanks like this Olaf to take them early, but this is the sort of game where they can actually look for a Baron to proc.
Oh, the axe landed, meaning Deft got rooted. He gets deleted, and it's Smeb who wants a little bit more. Scout running out of health. One more shot would get him, and no one blocks the shot. Clear Love, what are you doing? Another kill picked up. That's 3-0 long term for Rox Tigers in absolute control.
And that's the moment when they turn it on. Clear Love lands one axe onto Mako in the jungle, and the play just chains after that to kills, to triple kills, to multiple turrets. Rox Tigers, look at that, 6,000 gold.
Ability of this team to turn it on and accelerate out of seemingly nowhere, a single axe from Peanut. We're watching it on your screen. I was talking about a potential Baron. Suddenly, they have so much of a lead with so many objectives, the Baron is even more trivial right now.
And such a small amount of hesitation from Peanut right there after Mako flashes over the wall. He says, wait a minute, I'm a giant Olaf. I can run around this wall faster than he can flash it. And he manages to catch up because he's got the Karma helping. And then this is also EDG trying to stay at the turret to defend. And it's just the skill shots landing from Rox to be able to get this. The axe lands as the root happens, perfect, and that triggers the rest of the dive.
2 axes change the course of this game. We're kind of talking about the struggles of Clear Love to have that sort of impact, but Peanut's making it work, and that 100% kill participation you alluded to, Freak, it's not ending anytime soon.
Doesn't seem to be. Everything that Peanut touches turns into gold. He's King Midas himself, just farming enemy champions as much as he's farming every buff on the map. Now Krylov gonna lose his red buff, and it's going from bad to worse rapidly now for Edward Gaming. Rox Tigers almost looking angry, saying, oh, okay, you took a game from us? Never again. And they have been smashing this one open.
And we were hoping to see a return to normalcy for the Rox Tigers after that Game 3 where they picked the Fiore even though it didn't really fit with the team composition, got punished by EDG. They have to respect EDG for that, for being able to punish them on that, but now they're back into more of the picks that fit their playstyle.
The viewers might ask why, chat. Why are we looking for the steadying game 4? Why not just hope for that cool Game 5? And the reason is that we want to hold Rox Tigers to that standard we did pre-tournament. We want to hold them as a team that can take it all down. And how they react from a loss where clearly they took a couple of luxuries in the pick and ban and fell down, this is how they reply.
And the shot is there on Nemeko. He's got nowhere to go. Chopped down yet again. Peanut is godlike and playing like it. Absolutely. Kerr half health. That's fine. Who cares about that one? Rox Tigers have killed the support once again. Mako 0-3 on this Nami. And here comes the attempt to bait Baron Nashor.
Yeah, keep taking the kills if you're Peanut because you're doing work with it. Here they come, they get on a scout.
Scout's done so, there's the Rune Prison, and there's the kill picked up. Peanut
legendary
with another one. He's legendary, he's 8-0. Clearlove running for dear life through his own jungle. Ward hops through, okay, he's fine, he lives, but still more territory ceded by Edward Gaming, more of it taken by Rox Tigers.
And they're going to continue to run this play. They have vision control in the river, and they have a huge tank who can take a lot of hits from the Baron. EDG has to abandon it, and Rox is going to take it no problem.
Two things that have come for this series for Rox Tigers are not the things I expected coming into it. The first one was the Aurelian Soul. Now suddenly a must ban or a considered ban against Kuro, but the other one, Peanut, mentioned it. This is the third best of 5 of all time. First one, spring season final. Really out-jungled by Blank, of all people. His next one, the summer final, was out-jungled by Score. They still won the series, but Peanut was a liability. Third best of 5. He has hard carried the series for Rox Tigers.
And especially if they're able to complete this against EDG and then move on to SKT, that experience and confidence will carry through a lot, I think. And it's very important that they get the wins under their belt and realize that they can do it in a high-pressure situation. Because while Rox is an incredibly loose team, they play in a very fun fashion, that hasn't necessarily transitioned as consistently as they would want into the big matches.
And we knew 4 Rox Tigers could do it at the World because they were around last year. Peanut is the final piece of that puzzle. He is what has taken them to the next level, and him showing it in this series, suddenly you have 5 members who are ready for a semifinals of Worlds.
And what an incredible player, too. Peanut comes, in a way, out of nowhere at the beginning of the year. And by the time World starts, the thought is Peanut the best jungler in the world? Already in his, first year professional play. And now he's bodying Clearlove in this best of 5, who is potentially the other sort of hallmark to that, and Peanut continues to excel.
The question is answered, Freak. There is no one playing anywhere near the level of Peanut at this Worlds from the jungle.
I agree completely. Peanut is an absolute monster. He is now literally carrying Rox Tigers on his back here in the 4th game in this one. 8-0-3, perfect scoreline here on the Olaf, practically invincible, and it's Rox Tigers looking for what could be their final push. Peanut is on the hunt, he wants to kill off Scout, gets knocked back with a thundering blow, but it's still a turret being destroyed.
Yeah, it loses the Ghost, but the Rox push will continue. They have Cannon in one lane, Frey and the rest of the team in the other, and Peanut, because the Karma is also supporting him and because he has his ultimate, can maintain a certain level of aggression. Rox know, though, they have a 12,000 gold lead, don't need to take too many liberties. This win will get that matchup with SKT that they've wanted.
It looks almost certain now. 11,000 gold up. It would require a miracle for Edward Gaming to turn this one around. They haven't shown those signs of life. Here we go. On to the inhibitor. The turret's already dead. Baron buff is already on. They've got everything they need, Rox Tigers, to push through on this one. Looking for just a little bit more. Now this knife's gonna land on a Coral. The axe is there. Peanut decided to chill a little bit, not push too hard. But Kuro is splitting. He's knocking on the bottom inhibitor turret as well. Peanut joins him. That is now 8 turrets for Rox Tigers as it falls.
And this is one of the big problems for EDG in this game, is they just have no way of pulling the trigger and making initiation happen. They're a poke siege comp that has fallen very far behind, and their initiator has been underperforming to an extreme degree. Clearlove would be the one that has to go in, but he hasn't even been able to kick someone into a queue, let alone do an insect play.
There's the exhausted Smeb diving into this one, getting the health bars low. Rollwarp does much of nothing, but it does bait the bubble out of Mako. But it's all of EDG now stuck on their fountain as the inhibitors are falling. Those can't run away, and they don't heal nearly as fast. 2 inhibs down. Rox Tigers say, great, that's enough for us. Let's take the Inspire Shield, and we'll reset.
Yeah, the Baron buff was about to time out, so smart. They got their 2 objectives. Go spend some gold. Head up for the Drake. If you really need it, pick up an exit red buff. So, Rox Tigers, 13,000 gold. We penciled in their names to face SKT after game 2, and they decide, no, we're going to play another game. But I think we can start putting it with ink now for that semi-final.
Yeah, and such a performance by Peanut in this game as well. Definitely learning some things about the pick and ban phase throughout these quarterfinals. In a small extent, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when people aren't prioritizing Aurelion Sol, because he seems to just superpower some of these teams that have a weakness in the mid lane, whether it's pressure or control, and Aurelion Sol just patches those so effortlessly, it seems. And in this series, as soon as Aurelion Sol is banned, things kind of get back to normal. Kuro, while he does have a pressure advantage, it's not an insane one, and the rest of Rox can just kind of play their game. This is the Rox Tigers that we kind of expected to see. Peanut run all over the place, and Smeb has been effective, but it's really been the Peanut show.
And look, historically, if you look back at this tournament a year's time, you can be like, yeah, but it was the Rox Tigers playing their game. But we know, living in the moment, that there wasn't these sort of performances to counterbalance some of their very weak performances in week 1. They earn the right for you to say they're having some fun in the draft in game 3 by winning game 1 and game 2 as cleanly as they did. And then now, by sticking that level of performance, playing this level of game in game 4, only now can you say, okay, SK Telecom, this team's going to be no walkover.
There's not much left in their way. This could be the winning push right here. 2 inhibitors down. Plenty of gold in their pockets, and Smeb poised to make the flank play. Scout's the one who's wearing the exhaust. He's got to be the one to keep their team from being evaporated when Smeb does choose to go in. Gorilla's poke comes through. Another root on the Coral 1. Doesn't mean enough, though. Not yet diving.
Yeah, it's interesting how Rox is prepping this because they don't have the Baron buff to keep that minion wave alive. So instead, they're trying to kind of escort the 2 super minions into the Nexus turret, which will pull EDG off and then draw that wave clear to threaten to dive and prevent the wave clear from hitting that other turret, and it's working quite well.
With Scout down at the Nexus turret, this might be the wave as it comes through. Scout's still down there, and this turret is yet to be attacked, but they're going to eat up the traps, and here comes the play. They've brought in Smeb. He's the back line, and Scout's nowhere to be seen. They're getting evaporated, assassinated in the lightning storm. This is all they could possibly need. Clearlove running out of health. Scout nearly just nothing to do anymore. Jumps back towards the fountain. Who even cares? It's Peanut who actually stays alive. They flash to keep him up in this one, and this should be the game cleanly as Rox Tigers take a 4-for-1. They'll be taking the series 3-1 as the turrets fall. It's going to be the rematch of Worlds last year. Rox hoping to get revenge on SK Telecom T1 as Peanut is the best juggler in the world. Rox Tigers back on form, hoping to win a world championship.
11-0-5 Olaf. As I said at the start of the game, other junglers, when they get the first 3 kills of the game on the Lee Sins, on the Olafs, you're like, I don't know about this, but when Peanut picks them up, you know that he's going to transform a game as he did here, and the Rox Tigers are ecstatic.
He feels real good about that one. In clinching games, Peanut has been crushing double-digit kills on multiple occasions, and the crowd chanting his name for good reason.
Peanut gave an interview. He thought it'd be so cool to have his name said on the world stage, chanted out here by the crowd. He'll feel great, and EDG, they got the steadying victory. They did not lose 3-0, but the gulf between these 2 teams was clear.
This time last year, nobody knew who Peanut was. This time this year, everybody knows Peanut is the king of the jungle. Rox Tigers are back on form. The squad that continued to win Korean regular seasons and couldn't find the actual championship finally did so this split. Coming into Worlds, ooh, what is happening in the group stage? But finally in this best of five find their footing, and they are an amazing team to behold. And this is now the team that is back on form, that maybe is, again, the favorites for the World Championship.
Exactly, and I'm really happy the Peanuts had so many standout performances here fairly early on at the World Championship in the grand scheme of things, because so much can just focus on Smeb or Prey, the experienced one, but it's Peanut, the newest player on the team, and it's kind of showing us why he did transform this team into the best team in Korea from someone who was just competing at the top level. And he jungles like no one else does, has more confidence, and he makes some incredible plays.
There's going to be some fans out there disappointed. It's going to be a Korea versus Korea semi-final. But consider the storyline here. Rox Tigers versus SKT is the most emotional storyline that can come out of the Korean region. LCK Spring 2015, first ever split, but then the GE Tigers lost to SKT in the final. Worlds Final 2015, lost to SKT in the final. Spring season of this year, lost to SKT in the final. Finally got that championship win. Everyone's so happy. Didn't beat SKT in the final. So now, for them to have it be their year, and what a year it would be, they need to beat SKT to get there, and we're guaranteed that match in the semis. I, for one, am stoked.
It's actually going to be an insanely amazing semifinal. I cannot wait for that one. It's going to be super, super hype. And it's just kind of amazing to watch. I want to give props to all of Rox Tigers. I never got the chance to. Gorilla also had a perfect game, 0-0 in 16. Perfect enabler. I mean, didn't steal any kills, didn't die, 100% KP. That is the best line you could hope for in a support. And he was like, hey, Olaf, you like running at people? Have a shield and some movement speed. Go for it, buddy. Go smash some kids. And, you know, Gorilla played super well. The rest of his team were enablers. I mean, no one had more than 3 kills on his team. It's a 16-kill game. And, well, Smeb had 3.
Well, when your juggler takes 11 of them, I feel
one.
like it spreads it around a little bit.
Of course.
I do feel like they have kind of played their way into shape at this tournament a little bit. And they've been able to unlock the way they actually want to play the game. And it's really complex the way they play sometimes, because it's not the way everyone else plays League of Legends. So much of it is about, when people think of the way SKT dominates, it's Faker in the mid lane, you have super strong solo laners, you play controlled, reactive, you never let the team engage on you, and you just systematically take them down through turrets. This team doesn't have a dominant mid laner. They instead have a dominant jungler and top laner. I think their bottom lane is sneakily underrated. They usually win lane. Prey is exceptional in team fights. Gorilla, one of the best supports in the world. So they play the sides of the map so well. And it's kind of a curveball that other teams aren't necessarily able to even get practice against, because the playbook they're running is different than the playbook that a lot of other teams are.
And for the viewers that, of course, only tune in for Worlds, only get those international events, of course, no Rox Tigers at MSI. So different from Hojin and the Rox Tigers that were there last year. They go from having that defensive jungler, playing Zac, 35-minute games, extending the game till his team fighting could make up for his lack of ganking. You know, very much a Clear Love-esque jungler, and being very defensive was Hojin. It's so different. They've evolved, and they evolved so quickly. This team went straight out with Peanut in spring season and went from a team that had to play defensively to a team that had to play aggressively. Because Peanut, to your point, Freak, was playing on Nudge, and he played a bit, but his team kind of criticized him for not playing with the team because he was always aggressive and he didn't really have the backup to do it. He has that backup from the 4 other members that already have that World's experience. And it's great to see a team take a risk and take them to the next level.
Yeah, and it's really amazing. I mean, the whole lineup is very good. I keep sort of, when it's my turn to talk, I'm bouncing to the other players in the team, not to take away from Peanut, but I was expecting in this game to talk about Prey versus Deft, right? 2 of the very best AD carries in the world. We knew Edward Gaming played around Deft so much. He was the damage shareholder of the team. It was all about him. And Prey had amazing stats coming in as well. Like, this was a player who did 200 damage per minute more than the average player on his champion. Like any other pressure player at Worlds does this much on Ezreal, he does 200 more than him. Just always a better performer. Whether he's winning lane or not, he gets those outputs. And yes, I think Prey still had a wonderful season as well. And it's all of Rox Tigers who seem to be playing at their peak, at a high level, and are ready to push this one through. It's been a great ride watching Rox Tigers win this one convincingly 3-1. Beautiful play by this squad. We'll see them in the semis, but for now, we're going to head off to Shox for an interview with that Rox Tigers AD carry.
Thank you very much, Freak. I am indeed standing by with Prey. Congratulations on making it to the semifinal. I first want to ask you about the series, and specifically after the 2-0, you guys looked set to take it 3-0. You picked the Fiora, looked very comfortable, then let Deft have Caitlyn in game 4. Does that reflect how confident you guys were that you could pick up the win here?
우선 4연치를 축하드립니다. 이제 2대0으로 이길 때까지만 하더라도 이제 3경기에 끝날 줄 알았는데 3경기에 피오라를 고르고 이제 4경기에는 데프트한테 선수한테 케이틀린을 지어주면서 살짝 자신감의 표출이 아니었나 싶은데요. 어떤 생각 말씀해 주세요. 네.
일단 케이틀린 같은 경우에는 뭐 자신감 이런 걸 떠나서 그냥 나눠 먹는 픽이라고 생각을 했고요. 피오라 같은 경우에는 이제 경호가 이 경기를 이기고 나서 이제 좀 자신감이 좀 차서 한 것 같은데 네, 그 약간 4경기까지 어떻게 가게 되면서 경우가 조금 미안하다고 하더라고요. 네.
So about the Caitlyn pick, it's more about like splitting ADCs among teams, so not much of a confidence thing. But about the Fiora, after winning game 2, Smed was full of confidence, and he really wanted to play Fiora. But after game 3, going to game 4, Smed, he was really sorry about that game result.
Well, you guys still won in the end, and now you have some time to recover and build up towards that semifinal versus your LCK nemesis, SK Telecom. A huge matchup. Can you speak to how important, how crucial that matchup is for you and the Rox Tigers, and how much it would mean to be able to win and go to the final?
이제 4강전에서는 가장 락스타이거즈 숙적인 SK텔레콤 팀과 붙게 되었는데 이 SK텔레콤전이 얼마나 중요하고 이기는 게 얼마나 큰 의미가 프레이 선수랑 락스타이거 팀한테 있는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 저희가 우승하기 위해서는 당연히 이렇게 거쳐야 될 상대라고 생각을 하고요. 좀 결승전에서 만났으면 좋았을 팀인데 이미 같은 조에서 배정된 건 좀 어쩔 수 없더라고요. 그래서 뭐 최선을 다해서 한국 가지 않도록 노력하겠습니다.
So I think it would have been better if we were able to play against them at the finals, but I can't do much about the group draws. But I think we're going to try really hard, and we'll try our best not to go to Korea and New York City.
Okay, and go to New York City, yeah. Final question. It always amazes me how happy you guys look on the cameras. You guys are singing all the time, even when a game isn't going that well. Can you speak to the team atmosphere in the Rox Tigers and how that's helping you put these results on the board?
락스타이거즈 팀이 유독 항상 좋은 분위기 속에서 게임을 하는 걸로 보여지는데 심지어 지고 있을 때도 막 노래를 부르고 되게 웃는 얼굴로 게임하는 모습이 매우 인상적입니다. 그 팀 분위기가 게임하는 동안에 어떤지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 보통 연습 때는 되게 즐겁게 하는 편인데 그러니까 대회 때 약간 이렇게 노래 부르고 이런 거는 저희 긴장감을 풀려고 하는 거고요. 그러니까 저희가 지고 있을 때는 그렇게 웃고 즐겁게 하지 않습니다. 이기고 있을 때만 그렇게 해요.
So during practice, we actually have a lot of fun. We sing, we play together. But during the game, we just trying to have that same atmosphere in order to be more relaxed and not be too nervous. And actually, we try to be more serious when we're losing. Only the fun mode when we're winning.
Okay, well, it was fun mode here because you guys won, and we will see you in New York City. Thank you very much, Prey. And the Rox Tigers heading into that semifinal versus SKT. Dash, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. Only fun mode when they're winning. Well, that means they probably had a lot of fun tonight, picking up the series in 3-1 fashion against EDG, moving on to face SK Telecom in the semifinals at New York. How do we feel about the series overall?
I mean, we had the classic, sorry to jump in there, but we have the classic, play really well in 2 games, stomp the pick and man phase and in game, have a little bit of fun in the 3rd game, take a chance, take a gamble. They did, obviously didn't pay off, and then go back to serious mode again in the last one. I actually think EDG had an okay draft in this game, but the play down obviously early on in the bottom lane kind of cost them everything.
Yeah, and you can see that the way this team, I actually think they took a gamble this game, and I was expecting more of them. I mean, the fact that they were willing to draft the Jace as well as the Rumble in pick ban phase to deny that, get Smeb on a different champion, was actually really fun, and I appreciate that. However, I think that you do have to set the tempo. This is an EDG lineup that was playing with an emergency substitute in the top lane, and you could see through their communication that they were no longer confident in each other after a really poor group draw. And Rox Tigers just exploited that and pulled them apart across Summoner's Rift and made them make those poor choices.
Yeah, and I really like the point of exploitation, particularly in the draft. In the final ban for Rox, they could ban either Rek'Sai, Olaf, or Caitlyn. Those are the 3 contested picks, and they said, you know what? We think that you probably prioritize the Caitlyn as you're relying on Def to be the carry. We're going to ban out the Rek'Sai, make sure that you have to pick the Caitlyn. You put Clearlove on an uncomfortable champion like Lee Sin, and let me tell you, that was one spectacular Lee Sin, if to say the least.
Kind of crazy to say uncomfortable champion like Lee Sin for Clearlove of all people. But yes, I understand your meaning in that he has not been performing on that champion within this tournament. But Deficio, you mentioned the bot lane fight where it all went wrong for EDG. So let's go ahead and take a look at that one. Our only replay from this game, 9:30 into the game. It's another party in the bot lane.
Yeah, and obviously it's an engage onto a no-flash support, but then we have Peanut who's been hiding around the corner. Very smart counter gang from him, on obviously had vision on the map and could go for the counter gang, and then it's an Olaf who is so strong early on in the game who can just go crazy. And when he picks up 4 kills this early, or 3 kills in this specific fight, and then they actually get...
And an assist.
The assist here. He's got to take over the game.
But you expected this out of EDG. Like, that's a great play out of the Rox Tigers, but we keep saying it. It's a telegraph play that you can pull apart because they're not going to play top side of the map. When they have a Jace, you're not really going to look mid lane. Everything is going bottom lane. And credit to the Rox Tigers for being able to recognize that. Something that teams honestly weren't doing that often against a team like EDG. Yeah, and coming out the better through those plays.
Yeah, and I really like their approach towards the first gank coming out from EDG. It fails, and immediately they say, you know what, we're vulnerable to the second gank. Let's make sure that we have everybody down here. Let's make sure that our TPs are ready. And we saw Rise in the first time. He tried to move down towards the river, got caught in a fight with the Jace. They exchanged exhausts, and then the second time around, Rise is able to make it there faster. Obviously, Rise has tools to get there, whereas Jace can kind of not have that much pressure early on. And you see it pay off very well.
Yeah, and you just see a difference in impact from the two junglers. Again, I was kind of hoping the group stage was a little bit of a slump for Clearlove, and he would pick it up in a best of 5 and really be ready, but he didn't pick it up at all. He was a liability almost every single game.
Just like his axes, they weren't picked up.
Exactly, his axes weren't picked up either when he did play the Olaf. And this is a guy who was rated so highly coming into this tournament by all of us, and honestly, when it comes to Worlds, this guy has not been performing yet, and that is a big, big issue, and we have to tone down some of that hype in the future for sure, because this was, honestly, a master performance from Peanut.
And yeah, I was about to say, and Spawn, we can continue this discussion about the junglers as we recognize Peanut as the player of the series here, because again, in the very beginning of the group stages, we definitely were a little underwhelmed by his performance, but as the tournament has ramped up, so has he.
And I'm really happy for Peanut. Obviously, those 2 games on Elise were like, oh, maybe he's coming back. And right now, the fact that he was able to bust out so many different champions, he has the Rex, like he has Elise, he has Lee Sin, and now Olaf kind of taking that North American flavor, if you will, and he's able to just hard carry games.
Add that in there.
Oh, of course. I mean, give me something here, man. He's able to actually hard carry games. There's not a whole lot of junglers that can just put games that, with the help of his team, with the resources that he gets, he's able to actually influence the map so heavily.
Yeah, and both of these junglers are the X factors for the team, and both actually play with enormous pressure. I mean, Peanut, first year, we keep talking about it, wants to get there and proved that he was a good pickup over an experienced jungler like Hojin last year. Clearlove at the same time. He's pretty much the captain, the shot caller. When a player like that slumps after having a great season domestically, that does such bad things to your team. So you can kind of understand in the juxtaposition why we are celebrating Peanut's performance so highly.
And it's really been rough for EDG the last 2 Worlds we've looked at now, because they've struggled with top lanes. We had Amazing Jay and Koro last year not performing too well. Now, obviously, in this situation here, Mouse and now Koro as well. And also Clearlove last year struggled to show up. So, like, the bottom side is playing well at Worlds. The top side is just not playing well on the international stage in these 2 big, very big tournaments.
Not necessarily coming together on the big stage for EDG, but definitely so for the Rox Tigers. And now with the majority of our semifinalists locked in, let's go ahead and take a look at the tournament bracket. Samsung Galaxy, SK Telecom T1, and Rox Tigers will move on to compete at New York City's famous Madison Square Garden as they race for the Summoners Cup. And of course, join us tomorrow as we book the final ticket to New York. We'll kick things off at 3 Pacific, where H2K squares off with Albus Nox Luna for that last slot in the semifinals. So, gentlemen, I want to do a little bit of a preview here. I mean, both of these teams, people were not even sure they would make it to the quarterfinals in their group. People were looking at AHQ maybe over H2K. And then, of course, Albus Nox came out of nowhere and surprised many. But our thoughts here.
Well, H2K has just been looking unstoppable, particularly their laning phase. I don't think that there's any team that's able to really keep up in terms of individual performances in all of them. And I really like the fact that Ryu has just showed up, a guy that in the EU LCS is just like, meh. And then now, right now, he's able to actually get the team in a 4-0 in the group stage week 2. And I look forward to seeing him do the same in this actual quarterfinals.
That's what I love about H2K right now, is every lane is performing. Yankos is showing up in the jungle as well. Vander and Forgiven were slow when they got back together in playoffs in Europe. It was fine. It wasn't fantastic just yet. The way they've been playing right now is like they're among the absolute best bot lanes in the world at the moment. And that is something H2K can use to beat Albus Nox. But Albus Nox can definitely surprise. We've seen some of the picks, we've seen some of the play styles, and you cannot underrate some of these players.
And that's the thing, right? You're going to have to actually get that advantage in the early game, because Albus Nox has shown that if you get into mid game, they are very creative and that they're able to play around the map quite well. So I do think that, you know, H2K, they're a team with such solid laners. I would not be surprised if Albus Nox didn't have something prepared for that, play directly into it, see if they can get some strong laners themselves, and then chase them around the map in the mid game.
And we've had the opportunity to speak to and hear from multiple H2K members, and all of them have said something similar. They're going to enter the best of 5 confident, but absolutely not going to overlook this team that came in and ultimately smashed a group stage, against the expectations that were set for them.
Well, they have to tread lightly because Albus Nox, as we talked about, they did win fair and square against all these teams, and especially their victory against Rox was just such a showing of a strong team that had composure even when things went wrong. They got Baron stolen, they were unable to close, team fights not going their way in certain advantage, but they just kept aggressing regardless of the itemizations that they had, and that's something that you wouldn't expect out of a wildcard team, to be able to know how to do that and especially execute it so well.
I do think H2K comes in as big favorites.
Heavy favorite.
Though heavy favorites. I think a lot of people would look at like a 3-0, 3-1. Obviously, we know H2K have so high highs, but also can have very low lows. If it is a bad day for them, if something goes wrong in the first game, I can see it go downhill. But I think H2K, with how good they are laning, with their understanding of the meta now in terms of the picks, should be massive favorites, and we're going to have to see what happens.
But that form has to carry over. I just want to say it one more time. With strong laners, if it falls down and your mid game and late game is still suspect, it makes it hard to win games. So do I think they're going to win? Sure, I actually think this is pretty one-sided, but they do have to bring that form in. Otherwise, I think that, Albus Nox are good enough to take it to them.
One day left to go in our quarterfinals. That's going to do it for us here in Chicago. Be sure to stick around for another edition of Worlds tonight with Riv, Clement, and Azael. Now, from all of us here in the Chicago Theater, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So many people were excited to see these two late-game team-fighting powerhouses square off against each other on Summoner's Rift, and now we get to see it today.
Hello. What's up, beauties?
Sides the flash knockback. Here's the ward up in the kick as well. Lands the Sonic Wave, and more comes through for the Rox Tigers. Now a death stun's gonna land. Double kill for the mid laner. And here's the rest of Edward Gaming. Smeb has teleport. And here's the re-engage. 2 members already picked off. Makes that 3. You see, does it? Gonna be the one picked up. Nicely played by Kuro to get away. 4v3, another kill comes through. Now Death caught out. There's the stars. There's the kills. Clear Love gets a bit of a tear up, but has to run for dear life.
These guys build damage. These guys dive towers. And when they start going, they end the game before 30 more often than not.
Peter comes around.
Oh, Death going big. 2 more shots will do it. He's going to knock down Peanut, and that was a huge play. On to Death, who's nearly out of HP. The chase is the prey. First blood. That's 2 for Peanut. It might be a third. Oh, the axe landed, meaning Death got rooted. He gets deleted. And Smeb, who wants a little bit more. Scout running out of health. He's the bad guy. And Scout, you already seen. They're getting evaporated. Rox Tigers back on form, hoping to win a world championship.
얘들아, 뺄 수 있어?
Meanwhile, Def and it's Clear Love picking up everybody. That is 4 kills for Edward Gaming. It's going to be the rematch of Worlds last year. Rox hoping to get revenge on SK Telecom T1.
Hello and thank you for joining us for this quarterfinal edition of Worlds tonight. I am your host, Rivington Bism III, along with Clement Chu and Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley. Gentlemen, we just watched Rox Tigers versus, I almost forgot, EDG, go brain. And basically we saw Rox Tigers coming out with a gameplay, hard and fast, going strong, and it looks like they could have kept that going the whole time.
Yeah, I definitely think they could have. And honestly, for me tonight, Peanut really showed up. This guy took over. He was smashing in pretty much every single game, and he kind of removed all doubt. A lot of people are talking about who's the best jungler in the world. Is it Clear Love? Is it Peanut? Before the tournament, I don't think there's a question anymore.
Yeah, and this is really the Rox Tigers coming out party because they lost to a wildcard team in group stages. They're looking much better now, and they're earning their spot as the #1 on most of people's predictions.
I mean, was there kind of a question coming into today for you guys on this match, Rox versus EDG? Could it have gone either way?
I definitely think so. I mean, because of Rox's weak group stage, at least weak for their standards, they were the shakiest Korean team coming out of groups, at least for me. Yes, there was kind of a wrench thrown into the gears of EDG. They had a sub, but still, I did think that there were some weaknesses that could be exploited for Rox, but they're looking right back on form, how they were looking in the LCK.
I really think it was more questions on EDG's side. Can you really be a top jungler when you don't have top mechanics from Clear Love? And today, they just didn't show up.
It looked like EDG wanted to get back at everything Rox was doing. They were trying to be proactive, but everything became reactive. We saw in game 1, and we thought it would happen. Koro got focused, and then EDG would try to go to the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Koro got completely focused, and a lot of this was really just the Peanut show. He was making return ganks, he's proactive around the map, and where is Clearlove during all this? Nowhere. The guy was paralyzed, he just couldn't keep up with Peanut.
And you look at Rox Tigers, they just play so fast, and a lot of these are just outplays and executions with no hesitation. Right here, Gorilla, this is just such a great turnaround. They picked a good composition to go against the Rise, and they just punish on so many of these plays. Like, EDG just can't find the way to win fights.
We really saw the importance of the Aurelion Soul as well. You know, it was kind of on the back of that EDG did get their own win. Deft obviously showing up huge on Caitlyn in that game too, but so much of the series was about lane control, about roaming, and right here, a perfect example of that. Rox out-rotating their opponents, out-shoving in their opponents, and they not only deny the farm, but they coordinate really well, and they punish you whenever you make a mistake.
And this play is where I saw a lot of the Chinese audience leave the stadium, because EDG looked very desperate on some of these plays. I think they're a little bit too predictable. They always go bot, and they're getting outplayed there.
And this one in particular was incredible from Kuro. He played that fight amazingly well on the Aurelion Soul.
And what is the loss of Mouse here? How much has that affected?
It's hard to say, right? Because not only does it come into play, it comes into mentality, preparation. You don't know how much confidence the rest of the team has in a guy like Koro coming into the series.
I don't think it affected that much. I think EDG played the same style, but it wasn't good enough against Rox Tigers.
What, if anything, could have happened for EDG, maybe out of picks and bans, maybe throughout the gameplay, that they could have focused to find a little bit more success?
To me, it just, Clearlove was getting out jungled too hard. He needed to be more active on the map. He needed to be moving around, getting stuff done for his team, because there was quite a few games here, actually, where his lanes were holding up quite well. They were getting stuff done, but Peanut was everywhere. This guy was killing the whole team, and even in the last game, you saw failed execution from the Lee Sin gank. He could have flash kicked in his opponent, gotten a first blood. Instead, he fails that, then they get turned around on. They lose 4 kills off that, and these are the mistakes that you cannot make against Rox Tigers.
We also have to talk about the loss as well for Rox, though. Getting caught playing with their food. I said in PTL, Smeb's no pleb, but he kind of fell over in this one, picking that Fiora.
He really lost to a Battle Fervor Rumble right there. So I think Rox
New meta, baby.
Yeah, I think the Korean teams actually do this a lot. They win 2 games and they're like, oh, well, we're at international tournaments. Let's have a little bit of fun. And this was Rox Tiger having their day.
Yeah, I think it was them having their day as well. There was no real reason to pick the Fiora. It's not like you're playing into a Maokai or some super advantageous matchup. He's playing into the Rumble. It didn't work out well, even though the guy took Fervor of battle. They did kind of mess that up, but still, credit has to be given where it's due. Deft was amazing on Caitlyn that game.
Are you telling me trying to overheat and just smash faces with auto attacks is not a strategy?
How do you itemize, Riv? He's got AD, he's got AP, you can't build, right.
Well, looking at what the bracket has to show, Rox have punched their ticket to the semifinal match against SK Telecom T1. We heard Bang kind of talking about it. He wishes that was the final matchup, but it's going to have to happen early.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that this is kind of a historic matchup. This is a rematch of last year's World Finals. These guys have been battling and battling. SKT always comes out on top. They beat them both times, 2-0 in the summer split, and Rox, they're a team that needs to prove that they can take down SKT if they are ever going to be the world champions.
A mistake there. That's Prey talking about it, not Bang, but go ahead.
I will say about this matchup is that I don't think Duke is as good as Marin is, and now Smeb has really shown up. In this matchup, you're looking at SKT banning out a lot of junglers and also Smeb having a good matchup, so it could go their way.
Yeah, it certainly could, and with Peanut on this form and the questions about SKT's junglers, it's looking pretty good for Rox, but we'll see.
Sweet. So that next semifinal match coming up tomorrow, H2K versus Angst, we will talk about in a little bit. We'll take a closer look at that. So for all of you joining us in the client, you can head over to youtube.com/LOL eSports for the full version of Worlds Tonight. All right, gentlemen, one more team to be locked into the semifinals, the one that may be the most up in the air from what's going. Obviously, a lot of people are going to say H2K since they've looked stronger. They've seen them more in the season through what they've played. How are we feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling a strong 3-0 here from H2K.
All right.
I feel like they have the better lanes. You go down along the line, Adomne versus Smurf, Ryu versus Kira, and then Forgiven versus a Miracle. These are probably 15 CS leads at 15 minutes. I think they just play the way they did against INTZ. They hold on to their leads, play the 1-3-1 out, they'll win.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree that H2K is heavily favored. H2K, though, you know, they're a very momentum-based team. When things go bad for them, they tend to go very bad. So there is always the potential. You're never sure which H2K is going to show up. I mean, Ryu did not look like this throughout the summer split. He's been huge at Worlds. If he maintains this level of performance, I think they're heavily favored. But if they kind of go back to some of their old ways, you never know what could happen.
Is there a way that, as people have been saying, ANX kind of does their own thing, they scrim their own thing? Is there a surprise where it's not just that 3-0, even Angst taking the first few games and putting that on tilt for H2K?
I feel like if you look at the Baron plays, this is where ANX actually has a chance. They steal a lot of early Barons, while H2K plays a lot of 50-50s. So if ANX somehow gets an early Baron and snowball the lead from there, they could tilt the EU team. Tilt is a word I learned from EU. I've never heard it North America.
I also think that PvP Zeus has had some pretty good games, right? He's one of the highest damage outputting junglers in the whole tournament. You know, his damage per minute is very high. He's had some good carry games, and because H2K plays so aggressively, they play so far up, always pushing in all their lanes, there is opportunities to gank here, especially if you do draft 4 strong gank assist type lanes with CC. So it is a style that can be punished, but it's going to require a lot of good play from PvP Zeus.
We're looking at another semifinal match as we have it. We talked a little bit about it. The SKT versus Rox, 2-0'd throughout the games that they've played previously. Is Rox going to be able to put up the fight necessary here to put themselves in the final matchup?
I think stylistically, Rox Tiger aren't as strong against SKT. They play a lot of really fast rotations and they catch people off guard. But SKT is really patient and they can always see Rox Tiger's moves coming in. Also, Faker over Kuro historically has just been a strong matchup for them.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. I think that SKT probably is going to be a world champion once again. They just look so good to me, and they can play so many different styles. But I will say, I'm tempering my expectations a little bit after how well Peanut played tonight, because I think if Peanut shows up to like in the semifinals like he did today, I think Rox can not only beat SKT, but they could beat them handily, because that has been the weakness of SKT. That's why they added Peanut. They brought this guy in to beat SKT, to take them down, and I think that if he has a kind of performance they did today, they could do that.
And that was 3 games of Lee Sin and an Olaf. There's much more in his jungling pool, as well as we see the Zyra coming out much more now, almost full pick throughout. Full pick throughout this game with a Karma on the end.
I mean, Peanut was getting lots of bans against him. It doesn't matter. You can't control this guy. He can play pretty much everything. He showed it. His Elise is godlike. He even had a good Nocturne game. This guy's very strong.
I wouldn't call the Nocturne game great.
Oh, I loved it.
He can play it. He can play it.
So looking at SKT, it's believed that they will take it. Why in the end do they take it? Yeah, their play is clean, but why do they just overcome Rox Tigers?
I think personally, one thing that makes it so hard to prepare against SKT is that they've shown all these different styles. They can play poke, they can play standard teamfight comps, they can play disengage comps, they can 1-3-1, they can 5-man fight, they can do everything. So it's like, as a team analyst, how do the Rox Tigers prepare for this? There's not like a specific style. It's like H2K, they want to play aggressive lanes, they want to push in. SKT does everything. How do you prepare for them in pick and ban? How do you know what to draft?
And Rox pretty much kept going with the same thing over and over again tonight, so SKT has those games to watch as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think SKT has a very, very high chance of winning this game. I think their bot lane is going to play a lot safer. They're not like EDG where they have to have winning lanes somewhere on the map. They're really good playing defensive, and they can also see your plays from miles away. And that's how SKT has beaten Rox so many times in the past before.
Absolutely. I do want to go back to the H2K versus ANX game one more time before we move on. I want to look at that bot lane real quick before we close out the night. Is that a place where they can kind of just say, focus Forgiven, focus somebody that makes Ryu kind of have to struggle in the mid lane, go down and help them? Or do they just call on Yankos and that could be a safe lane?
I mean, it's certainly possible, right? When they do play that aggressive, you can sometimes pick on that. You can sometimes be able to abuse that. And Lecrit has shown the ability to be a playmaker for his team. Exactly. He's had some big games, especially if you don't respect these guys. You know, we've seen them get some of their big picks. He smashed on Brand. We've seen Kira do so well on Anivia. So these are champions that if you don't give them the respect they deserve, they can really catch you off guard. And I think that they're going to look to be aggressive and not try to play H2K's game.
If you're looking at the matchups, I think Lecrit is one winning lane for them. Like, there's the one position where they actually have an advantage there over Vander. So I feel like he can play something that's more creative, ban out the Caitlyn probably, stop the push going, and play something that has engage and can make plays for their team. They can actually have a chance here.
All right, well, that is going to do it for us tonight here. Good night. Thank you for joining us, and be sure to tune in tomorrow as we lock in our final semifinal spot between H2K and ANX.
더 가자.
나이스!
얘들아, 뺄 수 있어?
Meanwhile, Def and it's Clear Love picking up everybody. That is 4 kills for Edward Gaming. It's going to be the rematch of Worlds last year. Rox hoping to get revenge on SK Telecom T1.
We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, hey, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? But I just want it.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it. My best friend, she saved my life, my happy end in hard times.